595. Fan Dash was covered in wounds today. He was drinking wine in the wine shop, lost in thought. Chun Sancho was not much better. He was injured a lot. The five of them joined forces to kill Sword Immortal Nalan Yeshing in the small mustard world of Ning Mansion's martial arts field. In the end, except for Chun Pingon, Chun Sancho, Yen Zhua Donghuafu, and Fan Dash, who was the biggest hindrance, didn't have a good ending. Fatty Yen went home and continued to practice his swordsmanship. Dong Haiten wandered around, eating, drinking, and buying things. Anyway, all the bills were counted on Chun Sancho, and Yen Zhua. Fan Dash said, "Sancho, I'm suddenly afraid of becoming a Jindan sword cultivator. Once I become a Jindan, I won't have a retainer." Chun Sancho said with a smile, "Then I'm better than you. I was born into a good family. My family is rich. Even if I become a Jindan, I still have a swordsman from my family to protect the array. I'm happy, really happy. Let me drink first." Chun Sancho raised his bowl and took a sip of wine. Chun Sancho also found that compared to a careful friend like Fan Dash, it was better to be straightforward. He didn't need to care too much about the other person's feelings. Fan Dash laughed and said, "Chun Pingon promised that when the next battle starts, I'll leave the city with you. Then Chun Pingon will be my swordsman." After so many martial arts and swordsmanship practice, even if Fan Dash was stupid, he could see some of Chun Pingon's intentions. In addition to helping Fan Dash improve his realm, he also wanted everyone to work together skillfully. In the next battle, everyone could survive and kill as many demons as possible. Chun Sancho raised his wine bowl and clinked it. "Then you, Fan Dash, are amazing. You can make Chun Pingon your retainer." Fan Dash poured another bowl of wine and wiped his mouth. "Thinking of this, I'm willing to be a Jindan sword cultivator again." Fan Dash lowered his voice and said, "Chun Pingon is now a fifth realm cultivator, and he just broke through on our Great Wall of Sword Chi. Why didn't he come to the wine shop and announce it?" Chun Sancho said with a smile, "He's probably too embarrassed to announce it. After all, he hasn't reached the cave realm." Fan Dash shook his head and said, "What's there to be embarrassed about?" Earlier, when they were drinking together, Chun Pingon stood up and proposed a toast to all the customers. He said some words of heartfelt sincerity. "Fellow sword immortals, why haven't you all broken through yet? There's no need to stand on ceremony with me. What's there to stand on ceremony about? You all are drinking the cheapest wine in our Great Wall of Sword Chi, eating the best Yong Chun noodles, eating the free pickled vegetables, yet you still haven't broken through to the next realm. This is simply squatting in the latrine without taking a shit. If you don't work harder, I'll charge you more if you come here to drink alone in the future." At that time, all the drinkers were dumbfounded and felt that something was wrong. However, it seemed that in the end, for example, they were still at a disadvantage when they considered the phrase squatting in the latrine but not taking a shit. Actually, this wasn't too bad. What made people jump and curse was that Dong Huafu was the one who took the initiative to pay. Almost none of the gamblers won. At first, everyone was quite happy. After all, the second shopkeeper and the little fatty from the Yen family lost a lot of money. Later, the only one who won money on the surface, Pang Yuanji, came to the wine shop to drink with a smile. Then, some people started to realize what was going on. In addition, the old nascent soul thief, who was the banker, was the bastard who wrote the poem out of the blue. Damn it, what a familiar path. So today, Chun Pingon did not follow Chun Sancho and Fan Dash to the wine shop. Instead, he went to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. On the way, Chun Pingon, who earned a few grains of Guyu money after splitting the profits, decided to change the banker next time. For example, Sword Immortal Taowen looked more honest. At the top of the city wall, Chun Pingon did not drive the talisman boat to land beside his senior brother. Instead, he traveled another 100 miles. Along the way, he met a group of child sword cultivators in the lower 5 realms. They were practicing with a nascent soul sword cultivator. It was not taboo to watch such practice. Chun Pingon sat at the top of the city wall and watched from afar. Not far away, there were 7 or 8 children squabbling. They were arguing about how many Lin Junbai would be needed to defeat the second manager. Children who could play at the top of the city wall were not simple. They were either rich or noble, or they were born with the talent to practice the sword. Children from places like Yen Mu Alley and Consonance Alley would not come here. Firstly, the city was too far away from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Ordinary children could not walk well. Secondly, on the city wall, the sword intent was heavy, and the sword chi was dense. Children with weak physiques could not withstand such torment. This was life. Some people were like fish in water from a young age, while others were like water as they grew up. One of the children saw Chin Pingon, who was sitting at the side, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Second shopkeeper, tell us if you can fight 5 Lin Junbai with one hand. If you nod your head, you'll be my friend in the future." Chun Pingon did not turn his head. He only waved his hand, indicating for him to scram. The child with a rather big name was unwilling to give up. He continued asking, "How about 3? 3 should be fine, right?" Chun Pingon smiled. "I've never fought, so I'm not sure." Yuan Zhaohua shouted, "Then I'll help you write a letter of challenge. Just say that the second manager plans to use one hand to challenge Lin Junbai, Yan Elvi, and Jiang Guanqing." Chun Pingon stood up and came to the child, who had her hands on her hips. He was stunned for a moment. She was a tomboy. He pressed down on her head, twisted it gently, and kicked her butt. "Go to the side. Do you know how to write a letter of challenge?" After Yuan Zhaohua steadied himself, he said angrily, "I know a lot of words. I'm much more knowledgeable than you." Chun Pingon smiled. "Bragging without a draft. Do you know how to write these words?" Yuan Zhaohua said, "I know how to write, but I won't write." "Actually, you don't know how to write and want me to teach you, right? Dream on." She was clearly the leader of the children. The rest of the children had a common enemy and agreed with Yuan Zhaohua. Chun Pingon sat down and faced the city in the north. With a twist of his wrist, he took out a bamboo leaf and played a tune. After Yuan Zhaohua heard it, he said disapprovingly, "It doesn't sound good." The rest of the children could only peck at the rice like chickens. Seeing that Chun Pingon did not respond, Yuan Zhaohua was a little disappointed. He patted his knees lightly and looked to the north. Further north of the city was the prosperous Mirage Morgana with all kinds of people. Chun Pingon suddenly asked with a smile, "Which 10 sword immortals do you think are the most powerful?" "There's no order." Yuan Zhaohua rolled his eyes. "If there's no order, what's the point of talking about it? It's meaningless. Guess blindly." Chun Pingon planned to get up and practice his swordsmanship. It was easier to learn swordsmanship from his senior brother. He could use the 4 flying swords to resist the sword chi and die fewer times. Yuan Zhaohua stretched out his hand. "Chun Pingon, if you give me a folding fan, I'll divulge heavenly secrets to you." Chun Pingon smiled. "That's a good plan." Yuan Zhaohua stretched out his hands and stopped Chun Pingon from leaving. He said stubbornly, "Hurry up. It must be the folding fan with the best writing and the most number of words." Chun Pingon originally wanted to ignore him, but he suddenly remembered something and sat back down. "You go first. I'll see if I'm in the mood." Yuan Zhaohua poured everything out and said in one go, "Boss, sort of mortal dong sangeng. Alliance, hidden official, Chinchi, Chi Tingji, Zwizwa, Nalan Shaowei, Old Deaf, Luji. These are the 10. Give me the folding fan." Chun Pingon stood up and really picked out a jade bamboo folding fan from the items near him. He slapped it on the tomboy's palm. "Remember to keep it well. It's worth a lot of immortal money." Yuan Zhaohua opened the folding fan and quite liked it. However, there were too few words on the fan, and she could only recognize a few. She said angrily, "Change to another one." I want one with more words. Chun Pingon pressed down on her little head and gently twisted it to turn her head to the side. He smiled. Little girl, you still dare to bargain with me? Quit while you're ahead, or I'll go back on my word. Yuan Zhaohua closed the folding fan and went behind him. He stretched out his hand again. Then I'll buy you a folding fan with the most words, Chun Pingon asked with a smile. Where's the money? Yuan Zhaohua said in all seriousness. Boss, sort of mortal dong sangeng. Alliance hidden official Chen Shi, Qi Tingji, Swazwa, Nalan Xiaowei, Old Deaf Lu Ji. From today onwards, there's also second shopkeeper Chen Pingon. These are the 11 strongest sword immortals of our great wall of sword Qi. Chun Pingon was extremely happy and gave her another folding fan with a lot of words. He said with a smile, Little girl, you're not bad. You're the number one of the great wall of sword Qi to be able to cheat money from me. Yuan Zhaohua didn't care about this kind of false reputation. She was very happy with the folding fans in both hands. Suddenly, she lowered her voice and said in a negotiating tone, Give me another one. It's okay if you have fewer words. I can put you in the top 10 or even the top 5. It was a pity that the silly second shopkeeper left with a smile. However, before he left, he took out a small seal and blew on it. He asked Yuan Zhaohua to give her the folding fan with fewer words and gently stamped it before returning the folding fan to the little girl. The group of children looked at each other in dismay. The nascent soul sword immortal had finished teaching the sword techniques. After Chen Pingon walked far away, he came near the group of children. Yuan Zhaohua was lying on the wall with 2 folding fans spread out in front of her. She was trying her best to recognize the words. Of course, she liked the folding fan that was densely filled with words. It looked more valuable. However, the old man bent down and looked at the folding fan with fewer words. He couldn't help but laugh. Most of the good things are not firm. Colorful clouds scatter easily and glass is brittle. Colorful clouds scatter easily and come back again. Heart shatters like glass but does not shatter. The first line was an extremely famous poem in the world. The second line was a dog's tale followed by a marten. The meaning of the first and second lines were worlds apart. It should have been made up by the young man himself. However, the meaning was good. The previous line was dejected and sad. It could only be said that he had good intentions. That was all. The old sword immortal was surprised. He squatted down and looked at the inconspicuous red seal. He smiled and thought that it was a little interesting. The words of the seal were many separations in the human world, but a broken mirror can also be reunited. He thought of Yuan Zhaohua's background. Her father, who had a chance to ascend to the upper 5 realms, died in the battle in the south. Only the mother and daughter were left. The old sword immortal looked up and glanced at the back view of the young man in the distance. No matter what, he was different from the scholars in the academies and palaces. It was not that the former were unwilling to do anything. However, almost all of them ended up hitting a wall. Over time, they would naturally be disheartened and return to the world. Chun Pingon went to the left and right side. The left and right side asked, You broke through so quickly? Chun Pingon nodded and said, I'm already a 5th realm Qi refinement warrior. The left and right side said, You can't slack off in your studies. Senior brothers like the left and right side were probably the only ones in the world who were not worried that their junior brother's realm was low. Instead, they were worried that he would break through too quickly. Chun Pingon said helplessly, With senior brother watching, I wouldn't dare to slack off even if I wanted to. The left and right side sneered and said, Why don't you say you can't slack even if you want to die a few more times under the sword aura? Chun Pingon knew that he was going to suffer while practicing swordsmanship this time. Osmanthus Island's young lady, Jean Su, was actually Madame Gui's only direct disciple. She was still at the same realm 10 years ago. After all, it was difficult to break through the bottleneck. Therefore, when the cross-continent ferry stopped at the inverted hanging mountain this time, Madame Gouet deliberately let her relax in the inverted hanging mountain. The mountains and the sea were interconnected. It was a unique place blessed with feng shui. Not only that, Madame Gouet even gave Jean Su a grain of grain rain money as pocket money this time. She joked with her disciple and told her not to hesitate when she saw her beloved items that she had been thinking about for nearly 20 years. Jean Su was shocked and wanted to reject. However, Madame Gouet waved her hand and reminded Jean Su that it was the first time Mr. Qi and his disciple climbed the inverted hanging mountain. She had to try her best to help them. Jean Su did not think much about it. Qi Jinglong and his disciple had white hair and did not report to their master. Jean Su thought that they were a Confucian student and a page boy who had gone out to study. The North Continent was famous for having a lot of sword cultivators, but the master and disciple did not have a sword with them. This time, they took Osmanthus Island to travel to the inverted hanging mountain because they heard that they were Chun Pingan's friends. They stayed in the Gouet My courtyard, which was registered under Chun Pingan's name. Jean Su did not have much contact with the master and disciple. Occasionally, she would accompany Madame Gouet to the courtyard as a guest and drink tea. Jean Su only knew that Qi Jinglong came from the North Continent. He took the Skeleton Beach Jean Massex ferry and went all the way south. He stopped at Dali Longquan County Midway and went straight to Old Dragon City. Coincidentally, he was going to the inverted hanging mountain from Osmanthus Island, so he stayed in the Gouet My courtyard that had been unoccupied. Madame Gouet did not mention his cultivation level, so Jean Su was too lazy to ask about his background. She only saw him as an ordinary ferry guest that she would not meet again after seeing him once. His family background, his cultivation level, and his character, what did it have to do with Jean Su? However, Jean Su did not dare to neglect her master's orders. Osmanthus Island stop was still near the pavilion. She introduced the origin of the pavilion to Qi Jinglong. She did not expect that the young man with a strange name to lose interest in the pavilion after seeing the plaque written by Taoist Lao Wei. Instead, Qi Jinglong insisted on going to the pavilion. Jean Su did not care, but the young man was impatient. Only Qi Jinglong slowly squeezed through the crowd and stood in the crowded pavilion for a long time. Finally, he left the most boring pavilion among the 8 scenic spots of the inverted hanging mountain. He even raised his head to stare at the plaque, as if he could really see something. This made Jean Su slightly unhappy. His pretentiousness was worse than that of Chun Pingan back then. Fortunately, Jean Su was a woman with a cold temperament, so no clues could be seen on her face. In addition, there were a few close Osmanthus girls standing next to her. They would play together for the next 3 days. Jean Su thought of the grain rain money that she carefully hid and smiled. The young man with a white head was really stupid. He complained loudly all the way, complaining that Lu delayed him from going to the Leze Tower. The young man did not respectfully call Qi Jinglong master, nor did he call Mr. Qi. Instead, he kept calling him Lu, which was actually quite strange. Jean Su felt that Qi Jinglong was actually even stranger to bring such an ignorant and impolite disciple to travel with him. After leaving the crowded pavilion, Jean Su asked Mr. Qi if there was an inn he liked. The Lingji Jian had the best scenery, but it was expensive. Therefore, many of the regulars on Osmanthus Island would usually stay at the Stork Inn. Chun Pingan had done so before. However, the inn was not big and was located in the depths of a shabby alley. It was not very eye-catching and was not considered a good inn. Fortunately, it was affordable. Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "Miss Jean Su, please lead us to the Stork Inn." The young man with a white head was very unhappy. He was about to complain when Qi Jinglong turned to look at him. The young man obediently swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth and only dared to complain in his heart. The group arrived at the stork inn, which was indeed hidden deep in the alley. The young man with a bright smile looked at the smiling young shopkeeper and felt that he was being led to a pig pen to be slaughtered. Therefore, after sitting down in the same room with Lou, the young man with a white head began to complain. "Lou, don't the sword cultivators of the North Continent all stay in the Spring Banner House, one of the 4 big private residences in the inverted hanging mountain? What's the point of staying in such a small place? What are you coveting the beauties of those osmanthus girls?" Qi Jinglong poured 2 cups of tea. The young man with a white head took the teacup and drank it in one gulp. He continued to ramble. "Lou, I really want to tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Even the most beautiful Jean Su is not as beautiful as Fairy Lou, who is infatuated with you, right? Oh, right. I heard that the owner of the Spring Banner House and Fairy Lou's grandmaster almost became immortal companions in the early years. Are you afraid that someone will inform Fairy Lou and come to the inverted hanging mountain to block your path? This Fairy Lou is not Manor Chief son of the Sparrow Manor, but in my opinion, among the girls who like you, of course Lou Sui is the most beautiful. As for her temperament, I like Sun Qing the most. She is generous but a little reserved. The one from the San Lang Temple is a little too enthusiastic. Her eyes are so fierce. When she saw you, she looked like a drunkard who saw a pot of good wine. You two are not on the same side." Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "When you return to the Tai Hui Sword sect in the future, do you want to make another trip to the Luopa mountain of the Longquan County?" The young man with a white head immediately shut up and pretended to be deaf and dumb. He still felt that it was not safe. He was still stubborn and politely poured a cup of tea for Lou. "What can I do?" When the young man with a white head thought of a certain vicious and merciless charcoal who liked to play dumb, his scalp went numb and his liver hurt. "I never thought that the first time I, the great sword immortal with a white head, went out on a journey, my reputation would be destroyed in a day, before I even achieved anything. To hell with the Luopa mountain. I will never go there again in my life. F*** King Chunpingan's good disciple, the Luopa mountain, and him were probably not compatible with each other. Moreover, the name sounded ominous. He would never go there. He would never go there." Qi Jinglong thought of his family and felt a little helpless and sad. Qi Jinglong left the North Continent this time because he had nothing to do for the time being. He had successfully accepted the 3-Sword Immortals Challenge to the Tai Hui Sword sect. Therefore, he wanted to visit the other 8 continents of the vast world. Moreover, Grandmaster Huang Tong had secretly instructed him to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi immediately. The sect master had something to tell him. How could Qi Jinglong not know the sect master's intention? The sect master wanted Qi Jinglong to quickly visit the Great Wall of Sword Qi during the relatively safe interval between the great battles. He might even pass the position of sect master directly to him. Then, for at least the next 100 years, he would not have to think about participating in the Great Wall of Sword Qi to kill demons and defend the city, with his own name and pure identity as the new sword immortal of the North Continent. The rest of the matters of the Tai Hui Sword sect could be left to Han Huizi alone. The young man with a white head no longer dared to talk about the matters between men and women. He tactfully changed the topic. "Can't we stay at the Spring Banner House? I really want to see that calabash vine with my own eyes. On the mountain, I have patted my chest with many of my junior brothers and junior nephews, promising to show them the future blade strengthening calabash. If we don't see it and return to the Tai Hui Sword sect, I will lose face. Do I have to hide in the Pian Ran Peak? If I lose face, in the end, won't you lose face too?" The Spring Banner House was one of the 4 private houses in the inverted hanging mountain. The most famous one was, of course, the Yuan Ruo residence of the god of wealth Lu of the Snow Mountain continent. It was a mountain of gold and silver built purely by the god's money. The enmity between the Yuan Bu residence's Master Lu and the Taoist great heavenly lord when he was young was a widespread joke. The plum blossom garden built by the Central Plains Divine Continent sex cultivators was rumored to have lived for an unknown number of years in the garden. Back then, in order to successfully move the ancestral plum tree from his hometown to the inverted hanging mountain, the owner of the garden directly hired an intercontinental ferry. One could imagine the huge amount of money spent. The Spring Banner House was built by a frustrated sword immortal in the North Continent. It often received sword cultivators from his hometown, but the owner of the house never showed his face in public. The last one was the Water Immortal Residence, which was another residence of an immortal sect on the sea. It was said that in these years, by relying on its proximity to the water, it gathered the remaining resources of the Jiao Dragon Ravine and the sect's reputation soared. For example, the Tai Hui Sword sect's Master Han Huizi, the patriarch of the Patriarch Hall's disciplined patriarch Huang Tong, and the Floating Duckweed Sword Lake sect's Master Li Kai, who later rushed to the inverted hanging mountain, all stayed in the Spring Banner House. There was a calabash vine planted in the Spring Banner House. After generations of cultivation by immortals, the owner of the Spring Banner House finally obtained this great fortune and continued to irrigate it with spiritual energy for 1,000 years. It had already nurtured 14 calabashes of different sizes that could be made into a blade-strengthening calabash. As long as the refinement was successful, the quality of the calabash was at least a magic treasure. Once the calabash was refined into a blade-strengthening calabash, it was rumored to be a half-immortal weapon. Whether it was a magic treasure or a half-immortal weapon, even if they were of the same grade, there would still be differences in quality. There was even a great disparity between the quality of the treasures. A half-immortal weapon, the blade-strengthening calabash, was almost comparable to the blade-strengthening calabash left behind by the Taoist ancestor. Therefore, it should be regarded as an immortal weapon. The sword immortal in the North Continent left his hometown and brought the calabash vine here to take root. The Spring Banner House was protected by the inverted mountain and was not affected by external disturbances. It was an extremely wise move. However, the 14 calabashes were not fully mature. It was already good enough to refine half of the blade-strengthening calabash. The Spring Banner House would be famous in the world and earn a lot of money. Most importantly, with 7 or more blade-strengthening calabashes, they could make friends with at least 7 sword immortals. Perhaps with the help of these incense offerings, the owner of the Spring Banner House would have the hope to establish a sect in any continent in the vast world and become a founder of a sect. That was why the white-haired old man was so obsessed with the Spring Banner House. Moreover, the red wine pot Chinpingon had turned out to be a legendary blade, strengthening calabash. When they were on the Pian Ran Peak, the young man was so envious of it that he almost died. If he could be like Brother Chin and drink wine with a blade-strengthening calabash, he would have a lot of faith in the Jianghu. However, Brother Chin was still shy and did not listen to his suggestion to carve the words blade-strengthening calabash on the wine pot. Qi Jinglong nodded and said, "We will go there. Let's visit the other 7 scenic spots first. Nowadays, it is extremely difficult for outsiders to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi from the inverted mountain. We need the Spring Banner House to make some connections and guarantee." The white-haired old man, who was very depressed in the Luapa Mountain, heard that there was hope. He immediately recovered and said excitedly, "Then can you help me reserve a Spring Banner House's blade-strengthening calabash? I don't ask for too much. I just want the one with the lowest grade as your disciple's gift. The Tai Hui Sword sect is such a big sect, and you are also a jade unpolished realm sword cultivator. The gift for accepting a disciple cannot be bad. Look at my brother Chin. Once the Luopa Mountain Ancestral Hall was completed, he sent east and west. Which one of them is not a priceless item? Surnamed Lu, can you at least learn a little from my brother Chin?" In fact, The young man was just talking nonsense. He did not expect Lu Jinglong to agree. The blade-strengthening calabash was a sword cultivator's treasure that was hard to buy, especially a high-grade blade-strengthening calabash. Even a sword immortal might not have it. Because the blade-strengthening calabash was a rare existence, it was even more awkward than an inch-long object. When the sword cultivator's realm was high, the blade-strengthening calabash's grade was low. It would delay the nourishment of the natal flying sword. However, a blade-strengthening calabash that could catch the eye of a sword immortal was something that could only be found by chance. However, the white-haired old man did not think of the guy who was drinking tea slowly. He nodded and said, "I'll give it a try. Whether it succeeds or not, I won't promise you anything. If you have high expectations after hearing this, you will be disappointed and take your anger out on me. If you don't hide it well, and I notice the signs, it will be my mistake in teaching. At that time, you and I will cultivate the mind together." For the first time, the white-haired old man was not disgusted by Lu's nagging. He was overjoyed and said in surprise, "Lu, are you really willing to help me?" Lu was full of bad habits, but there was one good thing about him. He was a man of his words. Qi Jinglong asked back in the ancestral hall, "You are a disciple, and I am a disciple. As a preacher, there should be a gift for the disciple. You are the direct disciple of the ancestral hall of Tai Hui Sword Sect. You have an extraordinary blade, strengthening calabash that is beneficial to the great Tao. It will be faster to cultivate the sword with an upright method, and you can have more time to cultivate the mind. Why wouldn't I want to help you? I'm not forcing you to buy a blade-strengthening calabash from Chun Qianzhai." The white-haired old man was stunned for a moment and muttered, "I see that you don't bring money when you go out. You don't look like a generous person at all." Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "Whether a person is generous or not, it doesn't only depend on his character in terms of money. In addition to the literal meaning, the key is the word only. In the world, going to the extreme will not be a good thing. I'm not trying to absolve myself, but I want you to see everyone accept me and think more when you encounter something. I don't want you to miss out on some friends you shouldn't have on your path of cultivation in the future." The white-haired old man was puzzled and said, "You know that Chun Qianzhai won't sell you the blade-strengthening calabash, so you're just taking this opportunity to nag me about these principles." Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "Cultivators, especially those who have the Tao, have a long time. As long as you are willing to open your eyes and look, how many times can you see the truth? Do you need to ask about my intentions? Do you believe me just because I tell you?" The white-haired old man covered his head with both hands and wailed, "My head hurts. I'm not listening. I'm not listening." At Luapa Mountain, the young man had learned a lot of rural sayings. Qi Jinglong was not angry and smiled as he drank his tea. The white-haired old man suddenly asked, "Lu, are you going to go shopping with Jinsu and the rest in the future? How boring. These sisters are more tired than us when we go shopping. I'm scared." Qi Jinglong said, "Old Dragon City's Fu family's ferry happened to dock at Inverted Hanging Mountain. Madame Gui must be worried that they will have an accident while they are playing here. The Fu family's disciples are domineering and think that their family rules are the city rules. We have seen it with our own eyes in Old Dragon City. This time we are staying in Gui Mai's courtyard, and we are traveling across the sea. We didn't even spend a single cent on food, so we have to return the favor." The white-haired old man crossed his arms and said, "If that's the case, then I'll spend more time with my sisters. If the Fu family is really behind this, don't blame me for showing off my sword immortal demeanor." Qi Jinglong smiled and asked, "Tell me, how do you show off your sword immortal demeanor?" Before the Linen Sect's ferry docked at Oxhorn Mountain, the young man was also full of confidence. Later on, at the top of Luapa Mountain, he saw a row of 3 small heads eating melon seeds. The young man still felt that he would definitely win this battle. the white-haired old man was angry and said, "Lu, am I your disciple or not?" Speaking of this, the young man's eyes dimmed. That black charcoal lass who spoke nonsense and could infuriate people to death was Chun Pingan's first disciple. He was actually the only direct disciple of the Lu family. Chun Pingan was now a Qi refinement warrior and was far from the Lu family. In the end, he was so miserable at Luapa Mountain. He lost his face and more or less caused the Lu family to lose some face. Qi Jinglong said softly, "I don't feel that my disciple is inferior to others." The white-haired old man's face flushed red, and he said angrily, "Lu, don't think too highly of yourself. I don't even treat you as my master sincerely." Qi Jinglong said seriously, "When competing with others, there are always wins and losses. When competing with yourself, it's only about how much you win. Then how should we choose, white-haired old man? What do you think?" The young man leaned on the table and sighed. He was really envious of the black-skinned and black-hearted lass. Her master was out every 2 to 3 days and would not nag by her side. But this was not a big deal. The most terrifying thing was that Black Charcoal was actually very happy when she left. She said that she might also go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to see her master. The key was when the master would leave. She didn't care whether the white-haired old man was willing or not. She directly helped him make the decision. Next time, the two sides would only fight with words, not martial arts. The white-haired old man was angry when he thought of this. Ning Yao was still in seclusion. When Chun Pingan was not refining qi, he was fighting with Nailan Yeshing on the martial arts field. Without the presence of Fan Dash and the others, Chun Pingan, who was fighting with all his strength, was wearing a green robe in the small mustard world. It was a completely different scene. Grandma Bai was now used to watching from the pavilion. No matter how she looked at it, she felt that her son-in-law was the most handsome young man in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, followed by the martial arts genius that had not appeared in 100 or 1,000 years. As for the cultivation of Qi, what was the hurry? Her son-in-law was obviously a latecomer. Wasn't he a 5th realm Qi refinement warrior now? His cultivation aptitude was not much worse than her young lady's. On this day, at the corner of the street not far from the shop, Chun Pingan was sitting on a small stool and eating melon seeds. He finally finished telling the story of Sword Immortal Qi, who liked to drink. Fong Kangle felt a little unsatisfied, so he asked Chun Pingan if there were any other strange legends about this old man. Chun Pingan thought about it and felt that he could casually make up a few more stories, so he said that there were more stories. So he started with the story. He said that the young Sword Immortal walked at night to an ancient temple in the wilderness where old crows flapped their wings. He lit a bonfire and was about to drink to his heart's content when he met several graceful women. With bursts of fragrance, laughter, and fluttering clothes, they floated into the ancient temple. The young Sword Immortal looked up and frowned. As a cultivator, he focused his gaze and circulated his divine powers. He saw the fox tails behind the women. Therefore, the young Sword Immortal downed a flask of alcohol and slowly stood up. At this point, Chun Pingan stopped and said the most annoying sentence, "Let's wait for the next round." Chun Pingan still did not drink when he went to the wine shop. The main reason was that Fan Dash and the rest were not around. The rest of the drunkards and gamblers were looking at him with unfriendly eyes. It would be difficult for him to get a bowl of wine. There was no reason. He was selling wine for them to drink. He did not owe them any money. Chun Pingan squatted by the side of the road and ate a bowl of Yangchun noodles. But he suddenly felt a little sorry for Qi Jinglong. The story did not seem to be exciting enough. What could he do? He was not a real storyteller after all. He had already done his best. 596. Chun Pingan wasn't really a greedy drinker. He just felt that it was ridiculous that he couldn't even get half a bowl of wine to drink in his own territory. Was this a matter of half a bowl of wine? Therefore, Chun Pingon and the two sword cultivators beside him stared at him when they were drinking, eating, and picking up food. After a lot of effort, Chun Pingon successfully turned the two gamblers who had lost a lot of money into his own shills. As the price for freeloading wine, Chun Pingon hinted to both parties that the next time there was a bastard who was the banker and earned black money, he, as the second boss, could lead everyone to earn money together. In the end, the two sword cultivators fought to treat Chun Pingon to a drink, and it wasn't even the cheapest bamboo grotto heaven wine. In the end, the two poor drunkards and gamblers insisted on pooling money to buy a pot of 5 snowflakes. They even said that if the second in command didn't drink, it meant that he didn't give them face and looked down on them. Chun Pingon put down his bowl and chopsticks and quietly waited for others to bring wine. He felt a little lonely. With so many friends, it was hard not to drink. Previously, on the city wall, Yuan Zhaohua, that tomboy, had mentioned the 10 sword cultivators with the greatest killing power on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In fact, it wasn't much different from Chun Pingon's choice. Elder Sword Celestial, Dong Sangyun, Alliance Hidden Official, Qinshi, Qi Tingji, left, and right, Nalan Xiaowei, Old Deaf, and Lu Ji. Once Chun Qingdou used all his strength, there was never a definite saying about the killing power of his sword. Usually, it was only in the extremely romantic words and imagination of generations of children. Dong Guanpu colluded with the demon race and was personally killed by Elder Sword Celestial. This caused the vitality of the Dong family in the Great Wall of Sword Qi to be damaged. Dong Sangyun rarely appeared in recent years. The last time he drank wine to send off Huang Tong of the Taihui sword sect was an exception. Alliance was no longer in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He wore a bamboo hat and a bamboo blade. Later on, he swindled a donkey and a silver-white blade, strengthening gourd from the Wei and Jin dynasties. Then he met a young man with straw sandals who was accompanied by a girl in a red cotton-padded jacket. It was obvious that the hidden official's battle prowess was not high. The only question was how high was the hidden official's battle prowess. This was because no one had ever seen the hidden official's natal flying sword. Whether it was in the Ning mansion or the wine shop, at least Chun Pingon had never heard of it. Even if a customer mentioned Master Hidden Official, if one paid close attention, they would realize that Master Hidden Official seemed to be the sword immortal that did not resemble a sword cultivator in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Chun Shi was the current patriarch of the Chun clan, but in front of eldest sword immortal, he had never been able to raise his head. Even though the character Chun was carved by Qin Shi in front of Qin Qingdu, it was still like a child who hadn't grown up. So, amongst all the clans on the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the disciples of the Chun clan were the group of people who disliked going to the city walls the most. Qi Tingji. When Chun Pingon came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi for the first time, he was practicing his fist techniques on the city wall. He saw a handsome young sword immortal who was the head of the Qi family. There was no need to say much about his eldest senior brother. Nalan Huawei had been in seclusion for a long time. Nalan was one of the top clans on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was just that Nalan Xiaowei had not appeared for too long, which caused the Nalan clan to be slightly quiet. As for whether Nalan Yexing was a member of the Nalan clan, Chun Pingon did not ask and would not deliberately investigate. In life, one could question everything, but there would always be a few people and a few things that were right in their hearts. Old Deaf was the old sword cultivator that was rumored to be from the demon race. He was in charge of the prison that imprisoned many great demons. Lu Ji was now almost forgotten by people. She came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi when she was just a golden core cultivator. She broke through the realm step by step, and her battle achievements were splendid. Every time she defended the city, she would definitely fight to the death. Alliance once asked her to drink wine and said something funny. It was unknown how it spread, but It was just the two of them drinking wine. Those who live in solitude are either beasts or gods. The person that Dong Bubu and Dai Zhang were most fascinated by was Lu Ji. When Alliance was drinking, he made a solemn vow and slammed the table angrily. He did not know which sword cultivator was so shameless to eavesdrop on his conversation with Lu Ji. How could such a private conversation with a lady be so casually spread? Even if this sentence was very knowledgeable, very chewy, and very stylish, so what? Did he get the approval of Alliance and Miss Lu? Chun Pingon drank free wine and felt that he was not bad, since he was ranked 11th in Yuan Zahua's heart at such a young age. A drunkard casually asked, second shopkeeper, I heard that you have a sword cultivator friend from the North Continent who is good at killing demons. Is his drinking ability even better? Chun Pingon rubbed his chin and thought seriously. He nodded and said, even if all of you worked together, you wouldn't be able to beat him. Of course, no one believed him. Zhang Jiazhen looked at Mr. Chen, who was in a daze amidst the clamor. It seemed that, at this moment, Mr. Chen wanted to drink with that person. Chun Pingon laughed and turned to look at the side street, imagining a scene. Qi Jinglong and Chao Qinglang were walking side by side. Chun Pingon drank a bowl of wine and picked up the bowl, chopsticks, and wine pot. He stood up and said loudly, sword cultivators, today's drinks. All the drinkers fell silent. What? Did the sun rise from the west today? Was the second in command treating them? Unexpectedly, the guy laughed and said, remember to pay the bill. For the next 3 days, Lu patiently accompanied Jin Su and the other girls to visit all the beautiful places in the inverted mountains. He was not interested in the fragrant inn or the Lingji Zhai. He did not even feel much about the Jingjian pavilion, which had many sword immortals hanging on it. In the end, it was still because the young man did not really see himself as a sword cultivator. It was said that the female martial god from the central divine continent had been practicing swords here not long ago. It was a pity that those sisters were at the Thunderlock Tower purely out of consideration for the young man's feelings. Hence, they stayed for a while before turning to the Elk Cliff. Immediately, they started chattering. At the foot of the Elk Cliff, there was an entire street of shops. The atmosphere was heavy with cosmetics. Even Jin Su, who was relatively steady, couldn't control his wallet when he reached the shops of all sizes. Seeing this, Bai Hai rolled his eyes. Women, sigh. Qi Jinglong was still leisurely following at the back, carefully looking at the various scenic spots. Even if it was the shops at the foot of Elk Cliff, he was still very serious when he strolled around. Occasionally, he would even help Miss Hohat take a look. The white-haired old man could tell that at least 2 of the girls had feelings for Lu. When they talked to him, their voices were especially soft and their eyes were especially focused. They did not know who Lu was, nor did they know anything about the Taihui Sword Clan, nor did they know anything about the land dragon of the North Continent. No matter how they looked at it, he was just a pedantic scholar who did not have much money. How could they have fallen in love with him so blindly? This Lu fellow's intrinsic flying, sword's intrinsic divine power, couldn't be to make women crazy, right? If that was the case, he felt that he could study swordsmanship with him. No matter what, nothing unexpected happened. Qi Jinglong would not tell the young man that 2 groups of people had been following them, but they were scared off by him. The first time, he revealed the aura of a golden core sword cultivator. The person in the dark did not give up. Then, an old man showed up. Qi Jinglong had to treat his guests. Then, there was no more. He seemed to be holding the back of his head and following them patiently. Later, he even helped them carry things. In fact, he was a direct disciple of the Taihui Sword Sect's ancestral hall. He was more like an assassin of the deer-reaping mountain in the early years. Qi Jinglong was actually relieved. Many of his intentions were reflected. In any case, the Fu family was destined to not be able to cause any trouble on Qi Jinglong's side. In that case, Would an old head be able to sit back and relax and not care about them at all? Leisurely, picky, and full of complaints, he would be able to roam around the inverted hanging mountain, even in his own Taihui sword sect. How many direct disciples did not realize the subtle changes in their temperament after being apprenticed? Their words and actions seemed normal, respectful, and abiding by the rules. But in fact, there were subtle traces of deviations in their hearts. If they were not careful, their lives would go elsewhere in the long run. When Qi Jinglong was in the Taihui sword sect and the Pian Ran Peak, he would also try his best to help the juniors of his sect to maintain a clear heart. However, when it came to the root of the great Tao, he still could not say or do much. Therefore, Qi Jinglong did not like the terms immortal seed and innate sword embryo. Jin Su and the rest returned with a full load. Everyone was satisfied and returned to Osmanthus Island. After this short trip, even Jin Su's impression of Qi Jinglong changed a lot. Before leaving, she sincerely thanked him. Qi Jinglong sent them all the way to the Zaifang Pavilion. Then he brought Bai Shou to the Storkin to settle the bill. He planned to stay at the Spring Banner House. Then he returned to the inn. The young man was gloating. This was because there was a familiar woman standing inside the inn. She was extremely beautiful and was the water scripture mountain fairy Lu Sui. She was ranked 8th among the 10 youths of the Northern Reed continent and was known as the most compatible celestial companion for Lu Jinglong of the Taihui sword sect. Lu Sui said softly, "Jinglong, the Spring Banner House heard that you and Bai Shou have been at the inverted hanging mountain for 3 days. They asked me to rush you. I have already helped to settle the bill. You won't blame me, right?" Qi Jinglong was helpless. He smiled and shook his head. It seemed that it was wrong whether he blamed her or not. Then he might as well not say anything. Every time this happened, Qi Jinglong missed Chinpingan. The innkeeper was puzzled. The Spring Banner House came to invite him personally. This young man in green robes was a little arrogant. The Spring Banner House and the Yuan Ruo Mansion were famous private residences. Under normal circumstances, if a team was not led by a cultivator of the upper 5 states, they might not even be able to enter. Qi Jinglong and the innkeeper smiled and said goodbye. The young innkeeper leaned on the counter and nodded with a smile. He was just the innkeeper of a small inn. There was no need for him to be too polite to such a celestial. Anyway, he was destined to be fawning over him. Moreover, he was not willing to bow down to others. Earning a little money and living a stable life, there was no need to think too much. It was also good to occasionally see young people like Chun Pingan and Qi Jinglong, who were shrouded in mist. Perhaps when they became famous in the future, the business of the stork inn would also rise. However, it wasn't easy to gain a bit of fame in the inverted hanging mountain that was filled with crouching dragons and hidden dragons. Before arriving at the Spring Banner House, the white-haired old man chatted with Lu Sui. The white-haired old man looked forward to the water classic mountain. There were many beautiful ladies there. The young man was not a playboy. He just liked women who liked him. Lu Sui was obviously more talkative than the cold and aloof Fairy Lu, who was always focused on Tao. The white-haired old man felt sorry for Fairy Lu. The Lu guy did not even like her. He deserved to be a bachelor and was forced to drink twice by Su Xingjiu from the city above clouds. The owner of the Spring Banner House appeared for the first time and personally entertained Qi Jinglong. Lu Sui was brewing tea for the 2 sword immortals who were of different ages. The white-haired old man was a little uneasy. For some reason, the white-haired old man was not in awe of the Taihui sword sect and was not afraid of the Lu guy. However, after meeting the ancestral sword immortal Huang Tong, the white-haired old man started to panic. In fact, the white-haired old man was more afraid of this trip to the Great Wall of Sword Aura to meet the sect Master Han Huizi. The white-haired old man also felt uneasy when he saw the spring banner houses, Xiao Yunyan sitting opposite his master. They were indeed legendary sword immortals. They were big shots who could stand at the peak of the North Continent, where sword immortals were common. As for why the white-haired old man was not afraid of his master, who was also a sword immortal despite being with him all the time, the white-haired old man did not think deeply about it. He just looked at his master in front of him. He seemed to be the same when he met the sword immortal master at the spring banner house. The white-haired old man took a cup of tea from Lu Sui with both hands and drank it with a lowered head. He gradually calmed down. Qi Jinglong mentioned the blade's strengthening gourd. Xiao Yunyan nodded with a smile and agreed. He even gave an extremely fair price. Qi Jinglong thanked him. When the white-haired old man heard the price of the Guyu money, his forehead broke out in sweat. Xiao Yunyan said, "It's not a deal. The Taihui sword sect does not owe me a favor, but you, Daoist Qi, owe me a favor. To be honest, if the 14 gourds were successfully refined, the 7-blade strengthening gourds would have been predetermined within 1,000 years and could not be changed. It was only because one of them could not buy it, as promised, that Daoist Qi had the chance to speak, and I dared to agree. Within 1,000 years, you only need to use your sword once to repay the favor. Furthermore, Daoist Qi, you can rest assured, I will definitely be reasonable and will not make things difficult for you." Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "Sure." Then Qi Jinglong hesitated for a moment. "If the blade strengthening gourd is above 7, can I reserve another one?" Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, "Only the highest bidder can get it. I believe it will be difficult for Daoist Qi to get what you want." There were some truths that Xiao Yunyan did not say. Even if there was an extra blade strengthening gourd, not everyone could buy it. There were 3 reasons why Qi Jinglong could occupy this blade strengthening gourd. First, the spring banner house, and Xiao Yunyan thought highly of Qi Jinglong, who was now a jade raw realm sword cultivator, and his future great Dao achievements. Second, Qi Jinglong was very likely to be the next sect master of the Taihui sword sect. Third, Xiao Yunyan was born in the North Continent. It could be considered a dispensable relationship. The reason why there was no need to say these words was because this young land flood dragon understood in his heart. Qi Jinglong said, "I'm indeed thinking too much." Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, "Thanks to Daoist Qi, I can drink Lu Sui's tea." Lu Sui was the most valued direct disciple of the Water Classic Mountain sect master. The only person Xiao Yunyan owed in his life was Lu Sui's master. Back then, the cardinal treasure gourd vine in the spring banner house was obtained by the 2 of them by chance. It could even be said that she contributed more. However, in the end, the 2 of them did not get together and become immortal Dao companions due to various reasons. As for the ownership of the gourd vine, she had never changed her mind. The more she was like this, the more uneasy Xiao Yunyan felt. Therefore, Xiao Yunyan, who had no children, treated Lu Sui, her favorite disciple, as his own daughter. Moreover, Lu Sui was infatuated with Lu Jinglong. How similar was it to Xiao Yunyan and Lu Sui's master? The white head felt a little awkward. Why was this sword deity Xiao similar to Qin Pingan? One addressed Qi Jinglong, while the other addressed him as Daoist Qi. Regarding this matter, the white head had heard some rumors in the Pianran Peak. It seemed that Lu's original surname was Qi when he was at the foot of the mountain. Later on, when he ascended the mountain to cultivate, he wrote his name as Lu Jinglong in the ancestral hall. Xiao Yunyan drank the tea and settled the ownership of the blade strengthening gourd. Soon he bid farewell and left. Lu Sui stayed behind to brew tea. The white head looked at this fairy sister's tea brewing technique. It was really pleasing to the eye. Lu Sui smiled and said, "Jinglong, have you seen the inside story of the inverted hanging mountain?" Qi Jinglong nodded and said, The 8 sceneries of the capture pavilion and the saber room are the 8 formation eyes of a great array. The inverted hanging mountain is not as simple as a mountain seal. It has been refined layer by layer, and it has both offensive and defensive capabilities. As for the origin of the array, it should be one of the 3 great ancient techniques left behind by the 9 marquises of the 3 mountains. The greatest ingenuity lies in using mountains to refine water and inverting heaven and earth. Once used, it has the ability to overturn heaven and earth. Lu Sui was in high spirits. Even though she only glanced at Lu and quickly lowered her head to look at the fire, it was still difficult to conceal her womanly thoughts. Qi Jinglong, on the other hand, was immersed in his own thoughts in the inverted hanging mountain array. The white head looked at him and wished he could smash Lu's head with a hammer. Lu Sui seemed to have suddenly remembered something. My master and Li Jianxian are good friends. It just so happens that he can go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi with you. Long Song, that lass, is also traveling with me. Jinglong, you should have seen her before. This time, I am accompanying her to travel the inverted hanging mountain. Qi Jinglong nodded, as if he felt that this was a matter of course. The white head looked at them from the side and felt very tired. He drank the tea in his cup in one gulp. How did Fairy Lu come to the inverted hanging mountain? Why did she go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Wake up a little. You still want to nod? Nod your head. This kind of thing, the white head really isn't helping an outsider. That brother Chin of mine is really going to leave you Lu behind. Forget it. Let's talk about it when we meet Chin Pingan. At that time, I, Master Bai, will have to suffer a little and beg my good brother Chin Pingan to teach you 30% to 50% of his power. Lu Sui was already used to it. When she poured tea for Qi Jinglong, she said softly, I heard that a genius martial artist from the Central Plains Divine Continent came to the Water Essence Palace. He reached the Golden Body Realm as the strongest Realm 6. He broke through the bottleneck at the Jinjia Continent and received a lot of guidance from Chao Ci. This time, he came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. That lady wants to go to the city wall and learn from Chao Ci. Qi Jinglong smiled. I have a friend who is also training at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Maybe we will meet. When the white head heard that it was a pure martial artist, and a lady at that, he couldn't help but panic. Lu Sui asked curiously, is it that Chin Pingan from the Aquarius continent? The last time at the Sanlang Temple, Qi Jinglong mentioned this name. It seemed that because of Chin Pingan, Qi Jinglong went to the Hate Sword Mountain and Sanlang Temple to buy things before the 3 sword-seeking matches. So Lu Sui had a deep impression of this person. Qi Jinglong smiled and nodded. Lu Sui smiled. Even I am curious about this Chin Pingan, to be able to make Jinglong look at him in a different light. Qi Jinglong still didn't say anything. The white head couldn't help but say, Sister Lu, my good brother doesn't have any strong points, but his ability to persuade people to drink is #1 in the world. Qi Jinglong turned his head and smiled at the white head. The young man was full of righteousness and said firmly, this Chun Pingan's alcohol tolerance is too bad. To have such a brother, I feel ashamed. Lu Sui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How did Jinglong find such a shameless disciple? On the city wall, Sword Immortal Ku Xia was teaching sword techniques to Lin Junbai, Yan Elvi, and the rest. What Ku Xia was teaching was a sword technique that the Great Wall of Sword Qi permitted foreign sword cultivators to study. Everyone sat on mats and listened attentively to Sword Immortal Ku Xia's guidance. Ku Xia first explained the general idea of the Sword Dao incantation. Then he dissected a series of key acupuncture points: spiritual qi circulation, guidance, and resonance. He explained it in detail. Then he let everyone ask what they didn't understand, or bring up the crux of their problems. Ku Xia mostly let Lin Junbai, who had the best aptitude and perception, answer their questions. If Lin Junbai had any inadequacies, Ku Xia would fill in the gaps. The strange thing about this superior sword technique was that it was only effective in the small world of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, where sword qi was abundant. In the vast world, it could be forcefully practiced, but the results were minimal. To the foreign sword cultivators who had the opportunity to come into contact with this sword technique, most of them were sect disciples who didn't lack superior sword Dao techniques, so it wasn't of much use. To put it simply, this sword technique was too particular about timing and location to benefit one's sword Dao and soul. Even a proud son of heaven like Lin Junbai, who carried the destiny of a nation, could only improve his Dao on the city wall. Ku Xia was actually quite worried. This was because the person imparting the sword technique should have been a native sword immortal, Sun Jiyuan. However, Sun Jiyuan's impression of the future pillars of the Xiao Yuan dynasty was too poor. He had abandoned the job and made all sorts of excuses. Ku Xia was also a stubborn person. He was initially unwilling to take a step back and impart the Tao himself. Later on, Sun Jiyuan was annoyed by Ku Xia's pestering. He told Ku Xia that if the Xiao Yuan dynasty wished to bring people to the Great Wall of Sword Qi again and still be able to stay in the Sun residence, then they shouldn't make things too difficult for Sun Jiyuan. Ku Xia looked at his direct disciple, Jiang Guanqing, and sighed in his heart. He was worried about his disciple's straightforwardness, but he also felt that there was no need for a sword cultivator to be too similar to Lin Junbai. Furthermore, compared to the petty and scheming young men and women around Jiang Guanqing, Ku Xia found his disciple more pleasing to the eye. There was naturally a reason why Ku Xia chose Jiang Guanqing as his disciple. The premise was that their great Daos were similar. However, Jiang Guanqing's path of ascension required more tempering. Even though Lin Junbai was only sitting on a praying mat with his palms placed on his abdomen, he still had the demeanor of a banished immortal that was rarely seen on the mountain. Yan Elvi had always been learning from Lin Junbai. He was extremely diligent, be it the way he treated people or the way he treated people on a larger scale. Yan Elvi felt that although Lin Junbai was young, he was worth pondering over. In the past, Yan Elvi's way of looking at people was very simple. He only differentiated the stupid and the smart. As for good and evil, he did not care. Those who could be used by him were his friends. Those who could not be used by him were strangers in his heart. Among the sword cultivators who came with him, there were no stupid people. There were only those who were smart enough and those who were not smart enough. Those who were not smart enough were like Sword Immortal Ku Xia's direct disciple, Jiang Guanqing. There was also that foolish young lady who was infatuated with Lin Junbai. Those who were smart enough were like those idiots who spoke up for Lin Junbai. They seemed to be twisting the truth and confusing right and wrong. Did they really think that this group of people did not know the severity of the situation? In reality, what did they want? They just wanted to say some nice words on Lin Junbai's side. It was beneficial but not costly. Deep in their hearts, they might be hoping that Lin Junbai would be careless. Young and frivolous, the crowd would agree and exaggerate. Lin Junbai would then act on impulse and fight Qin Pingan to the bitter end. Even if they took a step back and both sides fell out, the strong dragon could not suppress the local snake. If Lin Junbai's Dao heart was rebuffed by Qin Pingan, it would not be a bad outcome. On the path of cultivation without Lin Junbai, to this group of people, harming others was not beneficial to them. They were already willing to do it, not to mention the opportunity to benefit themselves. After all, in the Xiaoyuan dynasty, benefits were intertwined. In this trip together, Lin Junbai was too outstanding. Even these junior cultivators of the Xiaoyuan dynasty could sense a truth. Once Lin Junbai successfully ascended to the top in the next 100 or 1,000 years, all the sword cultivators of the Xiaoyuan dynasty would face an awkward situation of monopolizing the great Dao. Lin Junbai of the Xiaoyuan dynasty would be like Chao Ci of the martial arts of the Central Plains. Those who shared the same Tao were all pitiful people. Apart from these people, Zhu Mei and Jin Jinmeng were another type of people. They were relatively less scheming. But Yan Elvi did not like to interact too much with these people. Yan Elvi liked to interact with more, and was willing to spend more effort to build relationships with them. It was not Zhu Mei and Jin Jinming, but those ungrateful wretches. To interact with Zhu Mei, whose background was not inferior to his, or to rope in Jin Jinming, who had a firm Tao heart and pure sword will, Yan Elvi had to pay a lot of things that he was not willing to pay. While Lin Junbai was acting as half a preacher, he had already diverted his attention elsewhere. On this city wall, there would be a sword immortal guarding an area every once in a while. As for the people around him, including that Yan Elvi, Lin Junbai had never felt that they were his kindred spirits. Their temperaments were too weak, their aptitudes too poor, and their brains too stupid. As a result, all of their backers and backgrounds were fabricated. Sometimes Lin Junbai even wanted to laugh. He wanted to laugh and say something from the bottom of his heart to them. You should cherish the time you have now. You can reluctantly walk with me, Lin Junbai. On the road, you can at least see my back. Now, you're even lucky enough to be on the city walls practicing the sword together. At the border, he did not follow Sword Immortal Kuxia to learn the sword. Instead, he went to the Mirage to join in the fun. There was a good place here. Although it was called the Martial Arts Arena, it was actually similar to the North Continent's Julie Mountain. There was no victor, only life and death. However, it was different from Julie Mountain. This martial arts arena only allowed people of the same level to kill each other. The wager was the life of both parties. The winner was the other party's entire fortune, as well as a sizable commission from the wager. The battle between sword cultivators was actually not the most exciting. There were not many opportunities. Usually, unless both parties had a death feud, they would not come here. Moreover, the battle between sword cultivators often ended in an instant. There was nothing to see. They had to leave before their buttocks were warmed up. It was too boring. What was truly exciting was the battle between sword cultivators and other chi refinement warriors. Of course, the most exciting was still a chi refinement warrior who was lucky enough to exchange his life with the sword cultivator with the greatest killing power. The reason why a small group of sword cultivators took the initiative to come here was not only to hone their skills, but also to earn money so that they could raise their flying swords. Why were the rest of the chi refinement warriors willing to enter the arena at the risk of their lives? Of course, it was not because they were looking for death, but because they had no choice. Almost all of these chi refinement warriors were secretly escorted to this place by transcontinent ferries. They were the unaffiliated cultivators from different continents in the world, or the wandering ghosts who had destroyed the immortal sections. If they won 3 rounds against a chi refinement warrior of the same level, they could live. If they dared to take the initiative to fight, they could win money according to the rules. If they could successfully kill a sword cultivator, they could regain their freedom after 1 round. There was once a Confucian student who was distressed by this. He felt that such a ridiculous act was too disrespectful of human life. He questioned why the Great Wall of Sword Chi did not impose restrictions and allowed the cross-continent ferries to imprison so many wild cultivators, causing them to lose their lives. There was even a lady from a big dynasty in the Central Plains who had a strong backing. Her family owned a cross-continent ferries. When she arrived at the inverted mountain, she directly stayed at the Yuan Ruo mansion, as if she was the mistress of the house. She spent a lot of money at the Lingji shop, which was even more eye-catching. There were 2 retainers beside her. Other than the martial grandmaster of the 9th realm, there was also a military cultivator of the upper 5 realms who hid his strength. When she arrived at the martial arts arena of the Mirage and watched the battle, not only did she pity the chi refinement warriors of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, but she also pitied the sword cultivators of the Demon Clan, who were used as whetstones. She felt that since they had already transformed into human form, they were already humans. It was inhumane and impolite to torture them like this. Therefore, the lady caused a scene at the martial arts arena of the Mirage and left with her head held high. In the end, her military retainer was severely injured by a local sword immortal who left the city. As for the martial grandmaster of the Ninth Realm, he did not dare to punch at all. This was because other than the sword immortal who attacked, there was clearly another sword immortal who was ready to attack at any time in the sea of clouds. She could only swallow her anger and ran to seek help from the sword immortal's son, Jiun, who was on good terms with her family. In the end, she was rejected. All of their belongings were thrown onto the street outside the Sun Mansion. Sun Jiun even told them to scram. With tears streaming down her face, the lady led her people out of the Great Wall of Sword Chi in a hurry. It was said that after returning to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, she used her family background and wealth to gather a large number of literary figures. They wantonly attacked the barbaric customs of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The most serious sentence was, "Of course, what's the difference between the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the demon clan of the savage world?" However, after that, not a single person from her family, sect, or dynasty was able to enter the inverted hanging mountain. It was not the Great Wall of Sword Chi, but they could not even climb the inverted hanging mountain. Once they discovered that someone dared to secretly climb the inverted hanging mountain, the sword immortal guarding the gate would slash him into the sea. As for the outcome, it was up to the heavens. Back then, this matter caused a huge uproar. However, even the eldest sword immortal did not say anything. The Dong clan, who was in charge of handling this matter personally, was full of confidence. Border not only watched the battle today, he also made several bets. Bets of life and death were usually counted. After all, there was not much suspense. The gamblers who had been here for many years all had good foresight. Therefore, the bets that really earned or lost money were the bets on how long it would take for someone to die. As for the bets on both sides dying, as long as the bets were right, they could often win 2 to 3 years of drinking. Drinking the immortal wine at the Great Wall of Sword Chi was not cheap. Border sat in a corner of the overcrowded spectator stand, drinking silently. He quietly waited for the two parties to enter the arena. Then, a vast world sea-viewing realm sword cultivator appeared first. Following him was a demon clan sword cultivator of the same realm. His clothes were ragged, and his body was covered in wounds. Although he was covered in wounds, it did not affect his combat strength. Moreover, the physique of the demon clan was tough to begin with. After being injured, their ferocious nature erupted. As a sword cultivator, their killing power was even greater. This kind of confrontation was not very common. Border looked at the young demon clan sword cultivator with numb eyes. It was said that in the wasteland separated by a wall, as long as one could become a sword cultivator, they would be known as the seed of the great Tao. It was a little like the seed of the vast world of books. It was said that this demon clan member had secretly snuck into the ruins of the battlefield after the end of a great battle. He tried his luck and tried to pick up the remains of a broken sword. Then he was captured by the patrolling sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi and brought back to the prison. In the end, his fate was similar to that of many demon clan members. He was thrown here. If he died, he died. If he survived, he would be brought back to the prison again. Border did not find it strange at all. Why would there be a small number of people who traveled the vast world of books feel compassion for this? Therefore, Border was drinking wine now, looking forward to the day when the Great Wall of Sword Chi was breached. He looked forward to the day when the demon clan that occupied the vast world of books would feel compassion for these kind-hearted people. Border's mind was immersed in the small world. A certain existence that knew all of his thoughts was hidden in the depths of Border's heart lake. When it saw Border's mustard seed mind, it grinned. That existence was filled with an unparalleled savage aura. Just such a small movement caused a sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm to be affected. The spiritual energy in the natal aperture acupoints in the small world started to shake and boil like a pot of oil. Fortunately, the aura dissipated slightly. There was no need for Border to suppress it with his mind. It was quickly restrained by that existence to prevent it from leaving any traces. Then, without any suspense, it would be surrounded and killed by the local sword cultivators. These sword cultivators were not some kittens or puppies in the pure jade realm. They were not even enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. Perhaps there would be some old man with the surname Dong, Chi, Chun, etc. That would be troublesome. It was a pity that the scholars of the vast world of books talked about the principles of the vast world of books. It only said a few words to Border's mustard seed mind. After this is done, my contribution will be enough for you to obtain a certain immortal weapon. In addition to the previous agreement, I can guarantee that you will become a sword cultivator in the immortal realm. As for whether you can become a sword cultivator in the ascendant realm, it will depend on your own luck. Once you become an ascendant realm cultivator and have a good sword, why would you care about the vast world of books? Where can't you go? Isn't there a mountain peak under your feet? Trash like Lin Junbai and Chin Pingon, no matter if it's an enemy or a friend, they are just ants that are not worth Border's attention. Now, there were 2 gates between the inverted mountain and the great wall of Sword Qi. Qi Jinglong and Whitehead, master and disciple, and 2 friends, Lu Sui and Ren Longsong, walked into the great wall of Sword Qi together. Whitehead was dizzy, and he squatted on the ground and retched. Qi Jinglong squatted down and gently pressed the young man's shoulder. Ren Longsong was not any better, but he endured it. Similarly, Lu Sui held his hand and helped to stabilize the spiritual energy in his Qi dwelling. Ren Longsong, whose face was pale, only recovered slightly. Almost at the same time, at the other gate, a woman left the Water Fairy Palace alone and came to the great wall of Sword Qi. When she stood still, fist intent flowed all over her body. She did not feel uncomfortable with the natural pressure of the great wall of Sword Qi that covered the sky. Her trip to the great wall of Sword Qi this time was originally to follow Chao Si's footsteps and stay in the small thatched cottage built by Chao Si at the top of the city wall. She hoped to reach the far-wandering realm with the strongest 7th realm. However, after hearing some stories in the Water Fairy Palace, she felt that this was the will of the heavens. Therefore, the only thing she wanted now was to fight the person mentioned by Chao Si and Lu Yuzhou many times on the top of the city wall, fist against fist, and make him lose 3 rounds in a row. .597. Whitehead could not adapt to the environment of the Great Wall of Sword aura. He was sickly just like Ren Longsong. This was the main reason why Qi cultivators below the level of Earth Immortal were unwilling to stay at the Great Wall of Sword aura. If they could not withstand it, it would be akin to returning to the cave abode state and enduring the pain of seawater flooding in. It was fine if it was a young sword cultivator. After a long time, it would be beneficial to nourish the soul and the flying sword. Qi cultivators from the 3 sects and 100 clans who were not sword cultivators would suffer greatly just by extracting the sword will from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In history, when the Great Wall of Sword aura was relatively stable, there were some young Qi cultivators who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. They walked over from the inverted mountain and forced themselves to the top of the city wall. Their retinue, who accompanied them on a sightseeing tour, happened to be of a low level. In the end, when the retinue carried them to the gate, their level dropped. Lu Sui asked tentatively, "Since your friend is in the city, why don't you follow me to the White Manor on Taixiang Street?" That Song Lu sword deity has a deep relationship with our North Continent. Lu Sui actually knew that her suggestion was a little unreasonable. However, she was afraid that after they parted today, Lu Jinglong would be immersed in practicing his swordsmanship and forget about everything. What would happen to her then? She came all the way to the inverted mountain and only took a few glances at Jinglong. Would they be so close yet worlds apart? Perhaps the last time they would meet would be when she was preparing to return to the inverted mountain to say goodbye to him. However, if they stayed in Song Lu sword deity's white manor together, even if Lu Jinglong was practicing his swordsmanship in seclusion and rejecting guests, Lu Sui would still feel that being under the same roof as him, regardless of rain or shine, they would see the same scenery. Whitehead agreed. That makes sense. Let's not disturb the sect master's cultivation. Let's go disturb Song Lu sword deity. Whitehead did not dare to meet the sect master of Taihui sword sect, Han Huizi, whom he had never met before. He had heard many people of the same age chatting on Pianran Peak. It seemed that this sect master was an extremely strict old man. Everyone was full of reverence when they talked about him. On the other hand, Patriarch of Justice Huang Tong, whom Whitehead had only met once, was full of interesting stories. However, the problem was that when they finally met old ancestor Huang, they still felt as if they were treading on thin ice and were extremely afraid. Huang Tong, the sword whiz, already made people feel uncomfortable. Now that he saw the head of the Taihui sword sect, Head White was worried that he would be expelled from the Hall of Ancestral Masters if he said something wrong. At that time, the one surnamed Lu, who respected his master the most, would have to obey his orders obediently. Head White did not feel that he was distressed about this master-disciple relationship, but just distressed about the glory and dignity he had accumulated in the Pianran Peak. Lu Sui smiled knowingly. Ren Longsong didn't like this blabbermouth young man. Qi Jinglong shook his head and said, "Sword Immortal Song Lu and I did not know each other before this. It would be too rash of me to visit him directly. Furthermore, it would waste Miss Lu's relationship with her sect. Moreover, it is only right for me to pay a visit to the sect master first. Moreover, Senior Chong's Ravine residence is not far from my Taihui sword sect's residence. After the sword exchange, Senior Chong left in a hurry. I need to pay him a visit to express my gratitude." There were many empty private residences between the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the city for foreign sword immortals to stay in. They could choose by themselves and inform the hidden officials Bamboo Nunnery and Luoshan Sword Immortal. If a local sword immortal invited them to stay in the city, they could also stay. If they were willing to stay on the city wall and choose a place to guard, they would not be stopped. Ever since the two sword immortals, Han Huizi and Huang Tong, rushed to the Great Wall of Sword Chi together, the Taihui sword sect of the North Continent had earned a large mansion called the Armor Warehouse with their demon-killing battle merits. All the disciples of the Taihui sword sect had a place to stay. Once they reached the Great Wall of Sword Chi, they no longer needed to live under someone else's roof. On the other hand, the sect master of Floating Duckweed Sword Lake, Li Kai, had just arrived and did not know any local sword immortals. Therefore, she directly chose the residence of the sword immortal senior who died in battle, the Ravine residence. Li Kai was not afraid of the bad luck. On the day she moved in, there were many local sword immortals who were willing to look up to Li Kai. Lu Sui smiled and said, "Jinglong, I will pay a visit to Sect Master Han when I have the chance." Qi Jinglong nodded and said, "Of course." The sect master admires Miss Lu's great Tao very much. If Miss Lu is willing to be a guest at our place, the sect master will definitely be pleased. Lu Sui smiled. Her eyebrows curved. Ren Longsong took a deep breath and turned her head to avoid looking at Lu Sui and that dumb goose Lu Jinglong. If she looked at them too much, she could not help but want to scold them. Whitehead also felt that Lu deserved a scolding. Is our Taihui sword sect master's gratification, something Fairy Lou really cares about. Fairy Lou threw so many flirtatious glances. Even a blind person should have caught it once or twice, right? You, Lou, on the other hand, dodged it time and time again with your ability. After the two sides separated, Qi Jinglong took care of his disciple Whitehead. He did not ride his sword to the armory that was already recorded under the Taihui sword sect's name. Instead, he walked as far as possible, allowing the youth to familiarize himself with the flow of sword intent in this world. However, Qi Jinglong seemed to have realized something and asked softly, "Was there something unreasonable in my words with Miss Lu?" Whitehead said unhappily, "Are you kidding?" Qi Jinglong heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he was not. The white-haired old man added, "You don't have a single kind word to say?" Qi Jinglong sighed and said, "I see." Whitehead was puzzled and asked Lu, "Why don't you like Sister Lu? There is nothing bad about her, and everything is good. In our North Continent, there are countless young talents who like Sister Lu. Why is it that she likes you, and you don't like her?" Qi Jinglong said helplessly, "Only this matter is unreasonable." Along the edge of the city, they went all the way south. After more than 100 miles, the master and disciple found the armory. For cultivators, even if they did not ride the wind or sword, the journey of more than 100 miles was still like passing through streets and alleys. Even though Whitehead could not fully adapt to the suffocating feeling of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, his pace was still as fast as a galloping horse compared to the ordinary people in the streets. Along the way, there were sparse mansions of various sizes. Most of them were guarded by sword immortals of the upper 5 realms, or temporarily occupied by sword cultivators of the earth immortal realm. The Taihui sword sect Master Han Huizi stood at the door. Qi Jinglong bowed and said, "Lu Jinglong of the Pianran Peak greets the sect master." Whitehead secretly swallowed his saliva and imitated Lu. He bowed and said in a trembling voice, "The 16th generation direct disciple of the Taihui sword sect's ancestral hall, Whitehead of the Pianran Peak greets the sect master." Han Huizi was the 4th generation sect master of the Taihui sword sect. However, the inheritance of the ancestral hall was naturally far more than that. Although the Taihui sword sect did not have a long history in the North Continent, every sect master was a sword immortal. Besides the sect master, almost all of them had auxiliary sword immortals like Huang Tong, who stood at the side of the peak of the North Continent. There were also differences in the number of branches and leaves in each sect master's hands. For example, Lu Jinglong, who did not enter the Taihui sword sect's ancestral hall as an innate sword embryo, did not have a high seniority. This was because the teacher who brought him up the mountain was only the 14th generation direct disciple of the ancestral hall. Therefore, Whitehead could only be considered the 16th generation. However, in the vast world of sects, once someone opened a peak or inherited the orthodoxy, the seniority of the ancestral hall would be changed. For example, once Lu Jinglong took over the position of sect master, there would be a promotion ceremony in the ancestral hall of Lu Jinglong's lineage. As the first disciple of the Pianran Peak, Whitehead would naturally be promoted to the 6th generation ancestral master of the ancestral hall of Taihui sword sect. However, in terms of seniority, other than being promoted and inheriting the orthodoxy of the new sect master and mountain master, it was fine for outsiders to follow the old rules of the ancestral hall. Han Huizi smiled and raised his hand. "There's no need for formalities. In the future, regardless of the length of our cultivation here, we will do as the Romans do. Otherwise, with only the 3 of us in the residence, who are we putting on an act for? Am I right? Whitehead." Whitehead had a long face. Right? That was definitely not right. Not right? That was even more wrong. Therefore, Whitehead looked pitifully at Lu. Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "How dare you become the size of a grain of rice when you're with the sect master?" On Lu's side, Whitehead was still extremely bold. He blurted out, "It's the little water monster of the Mute Lake who named it rice grain." Suddenly, he realized that there was a sect master sword immortal who was as high as the clouds beside him. His white hair was drenched in sweat, and he actually said what was on his mind. "Sect master, I know I said the wrong thing. Please don't chase me out of the Tai Hui sword sect." Han Huizi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, Jing Long had already stated in the previous letter that he had accepted a disciple. Otherwise, he, as the sect master, would have been caught off guard. Han Huizi smiled and comforted him. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there are indeed many taboos. You must not rely on your identity as a sword cultivator of the Tai Hui sword sect and Lu Jinglong's direct disciple to be arrogant. However, in your own residence, you don't have to be too reserved. Cultivate here, think more, and ask more. Disciples of the Tai Hui sword sect, on the path of cultivation, have a pure and bright heart of the sword, which is the most respect for the master. Daring to move forward in the face of injustice is the most important. Whitehead was stunned on the spot, compared to the Han Huizi in his imagination, who would put on the airs of a sword immortal and the sect master at the slightest disagreement. Han Huizi was worlds apart. Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "Now, you should say, remember loudly." Whitehead hurriedly said, "Remember." Qi Jinglong was helpless. He had never seen such an obedient Whitehead before. Han Huizi held back his laughter and joked with the youth. "Remember what? You don't have to remember. Young sword cultivators don't need to deliberately remember these big words." Whitehead was almost confused by this sect master. Then Han Huizi led the two of them into the gate of the warehouse and told them about the history of the house, which sword immortals used to live here when they died in battle, and how they died in battle. Whitehead was in awe. He couldn't help but slow down his breathing and footsteps. This was because the youth felt that every breath he took and every step he took seemed to disturb the rest of the sword immortals. Han Huizi quietly glanced at the youth's expression and eyes, then turned to Qi Jinglong and nodded gently. It was a young woman who had intentionally used her own fist intent to draw the sword Qi to her enemy. She wore hemp shoes and a scarlet robe. She had a head full of fine black hair that was neatly tied into a bun. She only carried a bag of dry food. Instead of entering the city, she went straight to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When she was a mile away from the base of the wall, she began to run forward. She jumped high and stepped on the wall that was more than 100 feet high. Then she bent down and rushed up, step by step. When she was a few feet away from the top of the wall, she stomped on the wall and leaped up suddenly. Finally, she landed on the top of the wall. Then she slowly walked to the left. According to Chao Ci, the small cottage that she didn't know if was inhabited should be less than 30 miles away. Along the way, they didn't encounter any sword immortals on guard. Because the two thatched cottages were nearby, there was simply no need for anyone to guard against the attacks of the great demons. No one would ascend the city wall, flaunt their prowess, and return safely to the south, because there was that big sword immortal. She suddenly frowned because she first sensed that there was an extremely heavy sword Qi on the opposite wall. It should be the rumored great sword immortal, a strange person who shattered the Tao hearts of countless innate sword embryos before he went to the sea to visit the immortals. However, when she got closer to the cottage, she realized that there was a young sword immortal on her path. He had already turned his head and looked at her. She continued to walk forward and glanced at the cottage not far away. She retracted her gaze and cupped her fists, asking, "Senior, are you temporarily staying in the cottage?" Wei Jin smiled and nodded, saying, "If you don't mind, I'll move out of the cottage." She nodded and said, "I mind. So, Senior, please continue to stay." She stopped and sat cross-legged. She took off her bag and took out a pancake, chewing it. Wei Jin smiled and didn't mind. He closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. The woman ate the brand and took out a water bottle to drink. She asked, "Senior, do you know where Sword Immortal Ku Xia from the Xiao Yuan dynasty is now?" Wei Jin opened his eyes. About 700 miles away is where Sword Immortal Ku Xia cultivates and guards. If there are no accidents, Sword Immortal Ku Xia is teaching swordsmanship at this moment. The woman nodded and said, "Thank you." She carried her bag and stood up. She began to walk and punch slowly. Every step she took covered a few feet. Her punches were extremely slow and covered 700 miles. During this time, she encountered a huge golden bird that broke through the sea of clouds. Its shadow shrouded the city as if it was night. It landed beside a white-robed sword immortal. When it landed, it turned into the size of a sparrow and leaped onto the sword immortal's shoulder. There was a sword immortal lazily lying on a couch. He faced the south and drank wine with his head raised. The woman glanced at him and didn't look at him anymore. Sword Immortal Ku Xia was sitting on a cushion. Lin Junbai and many other junior sword immortals were meditating with their eyes closed. They breathed in and out, attempting to absorb the essence of sword intent that was as fast as a sword immortal's flying sword, and not spiritual qi. Otherwise, it would be like throwing away a watermelon after picking up a sesame seed. They would have wasted their trip to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, other than Lin Junbai's significant gains, even Yen Lu was temporarily at a loss. All he could do was try his luck. During this period, someone managed to gather a wisp of sword intent and revealed a look of joy. However, the moment his mind became unstable, the wisp of sword intent began to overturn the seas. Sword Immortal Ku Xia conjured his flying sword and expelled the wisp of ancient sword intent from the miniature world of the sword cultivator. The young sword immortal, who had nearly damaged his great Tao foundation, turned pale. Sword Immortal Ku Xia spoke telepathically. His voice was steady as he helped the young sword immortal stabilize his sword heart. As for the disorder of spiritual qi in his qi residence, it was a trivial matter. There was no need for the sword immortal to pacify him. To be able to stand out from the many young talents of the Xiaoyuan Empire and rush to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, if he could not even settle such a small matter, he could leave the Sun residence tomorrow and return to the inverted hanging mountain. He could obediently wait there for his companions. After all, the Plum Blossom Garden had always treated its guests well. Sword Immortal Ku Xia suddenly stood up and turned his head. After recognizing the other party, this sword immortal with a naturally bitter face revealed a smile for the first time as he turned to welcome the woman. Regardless of how many pseudonyms this junior, who liked to wander the Jianghu, used outside, or what she was used to being called in her family's ancestral hall, it was a name that had nothing to do with cosmetics at all. Surname Ju, given name Zhuanfu. The Yu family of the Central Plains was an elite aristocratic family with an extremely long history. They had once single-handedly raised the Desheng Empire, which was even stronger than the current Xiaoyuan Empire. After the Desheng Empire was destroyed, in less than 100 years, they raised an even larger Xianmi Empire. Yu Zhuanfu and his fiancée, Huai Qian, were a small group of outstanding youths in the Central Plains. However, both of them had their own interests. In order to escape the marriage, Yu Zhuanfu had run to the Golden Armor continent and practiced his martial arts alone for many years. Huai Qian was not much better. He had also run to the North continent. It was said that he specialized in hunting and collecting the natal flying swords of Earth immortal sword cultivators. However, it was said that the Huai family patriarch had made an unprecedented appearance last year. He had personally gone out to find his good friend, who was also one of the top 10 of the Central Plains. As for the reason, no one knew. Sword Immortal Ku Xia's uncle master, Zhou Xinji, was on the same level as the Huai family's patriarch. She was ranked even higher than the Huai family's patriarch. She had once been praised by others for being arrogant, but her sword Dao was even better. In the vast territory of the Central Plains, Zhou Shenji was famous for being difficult to deal with. Even to his martial nephew, Ku Xia, this renowned great sword immortal, he did not have a good attitude. Their lineage had been on good terms with the Yu family for generations. Yu Juanfu was the favorite junior of sword immortal Ku Xia's martial uncle. Zhou Shenji had openly admitted that her family's descendants were all trash and not worthy of Yu Juanfu. One had to know that Zhou Shenji's children were already famous for their outstanding talents and natural-born immortals. How much did Zhou Shenji dote on Yu Juanfu? Even during Yu Juanfu's first 3 years of travel in the Central Plains, Zhou Shenji had been secretly protecting him. In the end, the straightforward Yu Juanfu had accidentally caused a huge disaster. He had been ambushed by an immortal cultivator, and then Zhou Shenji had directly chopped off one of his hands. He had fled back to the ancestral hall, where he had chosen to remain in seclusion. Zhou Shenji had slowly followed behind him. In the end, the entire sect had knelt down. Zhou Shenji had walked from the mountain gate to the mountain peak. Along the way, those who dared to speak were killed. Those who dared to raise their heads were killed. Those who dared to show the slightest bit of anger were killed. And how big was Yu Juanfu's heart? Instead, he had complained that Zhou Shenji should have just retreated and left her enemies to deal with. Unexpectedly, not only was Zhou Shenji not angry, she had even continued to escort Yu Juanfu, leaving the Central Plains and arriving at the Golden Armor continent. Seeing Sword Immortal Ku Xia walking over, Yu Juanfu stopped and cupped his fists, greeting Senior Ku Xia. Sword Immortal Ku Xia smiled and nodded. "Why are you here?" Yu Juanfu said, "To practice my fist." That was equivalent to not saying anything. Sword Immortal Ku Xia smiled and said dryly, "You are already at the Golden Body realm. Keep up the good work." Then both sides fell silent, but neither side felt that there was anything wrong with it. Sword Immortal Ku Xia was not the kind of person who was good at currying favor. He did not hope that he would take care of Yu Juanfu to win the favor of his martial uncle. Instead, Ku Xia had high hopes for Yu Juanfu. As for Yu Juanfu, he was jokingly said to be a member of the Yu family, that all the elders had been eaten up by Zhou Shenji. As time passed, the Huai family's old ancestor did not like this stubborn and bad-tempered girl. So when Yu Juanfu fled the marriage and wandered the Jianghu, no one in the Huai family complained. Many of the elders of the Huai family comforted their friends of the Yu family, saying that it was a good thing for young people to wander the world. The marriage was not urgent. Huai Qian was a cultivator. Although Yu Juanfu was purely a martial artist with her martial talent, she was destined to live a long life. The two of them walked back to where Sword Immortal Ku Xia was teaching the sword. Ku Xia indicated for Yu Juanfu to sit on the prayer mat. She did not stand on ceremony. She took off her bag and began to eat pancakes and water. Lin Junbai opened her eyes and smiled slightly. She had clearly seen Yu Juanfu, but she pretended not to. On the street outside the gate of the Ning mansion, a young sword immortal in a green robe was walking slowly with his disciple. The young man lowered his voice and said, "Lu, I heard that Qin Pingan is very arrogant now. He has a famous nickname of the second shopkeeper, especially his wife. She is very powerful on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Li's Sword Immortal told me in private that she can't bear to see Ning Yao. Otherwise, she will feel vexed." Qi Jinglong did not say anything. He knocked on the door. The person who opened the door was Nailan Yeshing. Qi Jinglong introduced himself. Nailan Yeshing looked strange at first, but then he immediately led the master and disciple to the dragon beheading cliff with a smile. Chun Pingan, who was diligently refining Qi, had already left the pavilion and walked down the dragon beheading platform. He smiled and waved his hand. The white-haired man saw his brother Qin Pingan and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, It would be too uncomfortable every day on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. However, just as the white-haired man was happy for a moment, he suddenly remembered that the guy was someone's master. He immediately drooped his head and felt that life was boring. Nail and Yeshing had already left. Chun Pingon walked into the pavilion with the two and asked with a smile, after 3 rounds of sword fighting, "You feel that the North Continent is not enough to show off, so you came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to show off." Qi Jinglong said, "I had nothing to do, so I came to see the sect master, Anli Sword Immortal. I also came to see you." Chun Pingon folded his hands in his sleeves, leaned against the railing, and glanced at the white-haired man. It was rare that he looked a little unhappy. When they arrived at the pavilion, the young man sat down next to Chun Pingon. Qi Jinglong didn't care about this. This disciple of his was indeed closer to Chun Pingon. Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "Before we came here, we went to Luapa Mountain first. Someone heard that your first disciple had only learned martial arts for a year or 2, so he said that he was in the lower 5 realms and gave her a handicap of 1 hand." Chun Pingon already knew what would happen. Qi Jinglong said again, "Your disciple was timid, so she asked if she could give him a handicap of 1 leg." Chun Pingon glanced at the white-haired man and held back his laughter. "You agreed?" Qi Jinglong nodded and said, "Yes, someone was very happy, so he said that he would stand still and let Pei Qian fight." Chun Pingon shook his head. "You don't have to tell me the result." Chun Pingon shook his sleeves and took out a pot of bamboo Grotto Heaven wine that he got from the shop not long ago. "Come on, let's celebrate the opening of our great sword Immortal." Qi Jinglong waved his hand. The white-haired man raised his head and gritted his teeth. "I can guarantee that she is absolutely sure that she has learned martial arts for more than 1 or 2 years. Chun Pingon, tell me the truth. How many years has Pei Qian been learning martial arts?" 10 years. Chun Pingon directly tossed the jug of wine to Qi Jinglong, and then took out another jug for himself. Since he had gotten it by freeloading, he opened the mud seal and took a sip of the wine. This jug of wine seemed to taste exceptionally good. Chun Pingon sat cross-legged over there, 1 hand on the railing, and the other hand pressing down on the jug of wine on the bench. Did my first disciple punch down, or sweep with a kick? Was she hurt by our great sword, Immortal Sword Chi? It's okay, even if she was hurt. It's just a competition. If you are not as good as others, you should kill yourself with a piece of tofu." The white-haired man was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. He clenched his fists, sighed heavily, and slammed them on the bench. Qi Jinglong put the pot of wine beside him and said with a smile, "Your disciple seemed to be more confused than someone who was sent flying. I don't know why, but she was particularly guilty. She squatted beside someone and looked at the guy lying on the ground bleeding from his 7 orifices. Then Pei Qian ran to her 2 friends and began to discuss how to mediate the situation. I didn't eavesdrop much. I only heard Pei Qian say that this time she absolutely can't use the reason of wrestling. Master didn't really believe it last time. She must change to a more reliable explanation." The white-haired man's face darkened. He leaned back against the railing and covered his face with both hands. Qi Jinglong reminded him, "I promised Pei Qian not to disclose this matter. So forget it, and don't punish Pei Qian for this matter. Otherwise, I won't be able to go to Luopa Mountain in the future." Chun Pingon nodded with a smile. He didn't want to say anything to her. The white-haired man muttered, "I won't go to Luopa Mountain anymore. Pei Qian, if you have the ability, come to my Tai Hui Sword sect next time. As long as I don't let my guard down next time, even if I only use half of my cultivation." Chun Pingon didn't wait for the youth to finish and nodded with a smile. "Okay, I'll tell Pei Qian that the next martial arts battle will be held at the Pian Ran Peak." The white-haired man suddenly felt wronged. When he thought of Lu's evaluation of the money-losing goods, he shouted, "Anyway, Pei Qian is not here. What's wrong with letting me say a few words?" Pei Qian's kick at the beginning was really black-hearted. The white-haired man not only fell to the ground bleeding from the 7 orifices, but in fact, after trying his best to open his eyes, he was like a drunk person. There were several Pei Qians squatting in front of him. The key was the words of the money-losing goods, which were even more disgusting. At that time, the white-haired man's face was ashen, his lips trembled, and his hands and feet twitched. She squatted at the side. Perhaps seeing his eyes wandering and not finding her, she kindly reminded him in a low voice, "Here, here, I'm here. Please don't let anything happen to you. I really didn't mean it. You spoke so arrogantly before. How would I know that you were really just arrogant? Fortunately, I was worried that if I used too much strength, I would be hurt by the legendary immortal sword Qi, so I only used 70 to 80% of my strength. Otherwise, how would I explain it to Master in the future? Don't pretend. Wake up. I'll stand still and let you punch me later." The white-haired man fainted. Chun Pingon said with a smile, "What a coincidence before you came. I just sent a letter back to Luapa Mountain. As long as Pei Qian is willing, she can immediately come to the Great Wall of Sword Qi." The white-haired man turned his head and asked, "Master, when are we going back to the sect? There is no one to take care of the hut in the Pianran Peak now. It's windy and rainy, and I feel uncomfortable." This should be the first time the white-haired man called Qi Jinglong Master outside the ancestral hall of the Tai Hui Sword Sect, and he was so sincere. Qi Jinglong thought for a moment. At least wait until Pei Qian comes. The white-haired man's eyes were dull. Qi Jinglong said, "By the way, I heard that there is a very amazing martial arts genius from the Central Divine Continent named Yu Juanfu who wants to practice with you." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Not interested." The white-haired man said weakly, "Don't be fooled by her name. She's a woman." Chun Pingon was stunned. It couldn't be so coincidental. Qi Jinglong nodded and said, "It is indeed a woman, about the same age as you, and she is also in the Jinshan realm with an excellent foundation." Seeing Chun Pingon's expression, he was a little puzzled. The white-haired man's eyes lit up. "As for whether she is good-looking or not, I don't know. When you fight with her, you can take a few more glances. Besides, fists and feet have no eyes. He. Then the white-haired man's hair stood on end, and his hands and feet were cold. Then he turned his head stiffly and saw a woman slowly walking into the pavilion. She didn't say anything, didn't even look unhappy, and didn't deliberately target the white-haired man. But the young man was still keenly aware of the pressure of the Great Way, which seemed to be compatible with heaven and earth of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She might have just changed her mind a little. If she was not very happy, then this side of heaven and earth would naturally be unhappy with the white-haired man. The white-haired man turned his head stiffly again and said to Chun Pingon, "Don't be careless. When martial artists compare notes, you have to follow the rules. Of course, it's best not to agree to practice with someone. It's not necessary." Chun Pingon reached out and pressed the young man's head, smiling, "Be careful, or I will twist off your dog head." "598. Qi Jinglong stood up and smiled. "Lu Jinglong of the Taihui Sword Sect greets Miss Ning." Ning Yao smiled. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Lu." The white-haired old man reached out and slapped Chun Pingon's 5-finger mountain off his head. He was confused. Chun Pingon covered his sleeves and smiled. As for the pot of wine on the bench, he had secretly extended a finger and pushed it to the white-haired old man before he covered his sleeves. This pair of master and disciple were drunkards. It was not good. He had to persuade them. Ning Yao sat beside Chun Pingon. The white-haired old man sat beside Qi Jinglong. When he got up, he did not forget to take the pot of wine. Ning Yao took the initiative to speak. "I traveled to the North Continent in my early years, but I never visited the Taihui Sword Sect. I mostly walked at the foot of the mountain." Qi Jinglong nodded and said, You can return to the North Continent with Chen Pingon in the future. The scenery of the Pianran Peak is not bad. Ning Yao shook her head. It will be difficult in the near future. Qi Jinglong said, Indeed. Ning Yao was silent for a moment and turned to look at the white-haired young man. The white-haired old man immediately sat up straight. Ning Yao said, Since you are Mr. Lu's only disciple, why don't you practice swordsmanship? Although there was a why in her words, it was not a questioning tone. The white-haired old man met a teacher who was inquiring about his homework and said timidly, Sister Ning, I will do my best. Ning Yao said, When a swordsman practices swordsmanship, you have to ask your heart. Ask the sword, ask the sword. Ask the sword if you can't figure it out. Ask the sword to ask the heaven and earth. You have to answer even if you don't want to. The young man felt so wronged that he did not dare to show it on his face. He could only peck at the rice and nod vigorously. However, Sister Ning's words were really heroic. After listening to Sister Ning's teachings, he wanted to drink wine. After drinking wine, he would definitely practice swordsmanship well. Qi Jinglong did not feel that there was anything wrong with Ning Yao's words. If it was someone else, it might be inappropriate. However, at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Ning Yao's swordsmanship was no different from a sword immortal teaching. Moreover, the reason why Ning Yao was willing to say this was naturally not because Ning Yao was corroborating the rumors, but because the person sitting opposite her was Chen Pingon's friend and his friend's disciple. At the same time, it was also because both of them were sword cultivators. Ning Yao stood up and said, I'm going to continue my seclusion. Qi Jinglong stood up and said, Sorry for disturbing Miss Ning's seclusion. Ning Yao said to Chen Pingon, There are still some treasured wines at home. Just ask Grandpa Nalen. Qi Jinglong was stunned and explained, Miss Ning, I don't drink. Ning Yao smiled and said, Mr. Lu, there's no need to be so polite. Even if the Ning residence doesn't have enough wine, the Great Wall of Sword Qi has plenty of wine other than sword cultivators. Chen Pingon nodded in agreement. That's right, that's right. She secretly gave Ning Yao a thumbs up. In fact, in Chen Pingon's handwritten travel notes, it was written whether Qi Jinglong liked to drink or not. Ning Yao was well aware of this. Ning Yao left. The white-haired old man was relieved. He leaned against the railing and said with resentment in his eyes, Chen Pingon, aren't you afraid of Sister Ning? I'm scared to death. I wasn't even this nervous when I saw the sect master. Chen Pingon chuckled and said, What are you afraid of? You're a man. How can you be afraid of your wife? Qi Jinglong suddenly turned his head and looked at the corridor that connected with dragon-slaying cliff. Chen Pingon's heart immediately tightened. He stretched his neck and looked up. When he did not see Ning Yao, he laughed and scolded, Qi Jinglong, good fellow, after becoming a sword immortal in the upper 5 realms, you haven't seen many principles. Instead, you're full of bad ideas. Qi Jinglong smiled and said, Tell me honestly, how many people in the Great Wall of Sword Qi think I'm a drunkard? Think about it slowly and tell me properly. Chen Pingon asked, Look at how long I've been in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. I'm so busy every day. I have to practice my fist techniques diligently, right? I also have to run to the top of the city wall to practice with my senior brothers. If I'm not careful, I'll have to lie in bed for 10 days to half a month. I also have to spend 20 hours refining my qi every day. Now that I've broken through to the upper 5 realms, do I have the face to go out and walk in the Great Wall of Sword Qi where sword immortals are everywhere? Ask yourself honestly, how many people have I met in a year? Qi Jinglong said, You're explaining so much. Chen Pingon was speechless. It was too much. Qi Jinglong stood up and said with a smile, I've been admiring the Ning Residence's dragon-slaying platform and mustard world for a long time. I've seen the dragon-slaying platform before. Let's go down and take a look at the training ground. The white-haired old man was puzzled. Why have you seen the dragon slaying platform before? Where is it? Chun Pingon smiled and said, What a waste of a dog's head. Where are your dog eyes? The white-haired old man said angrily, For Sister Ning's sake, I won't argue with you. Chun Pingon stomped his feet and said, Lower your dog head and open your dog eyes wide. The white-haired old man was dumbfounded. The entire hill below the pavilion is the dragon-slaying platform? Chun Pingon had already accompanied Qi Jinglong down the dragon-slaying cliff to the small world in the mustard seed. The white-haired old man did not join in the fun. How could the small world in the mustard seed be more interesting to him than the dragon-slaying platform? At first, when he was at the armory, he only heard that the dragon-slaying platform here was huge. However, at that time, the limit of the young man's imagination was that it was about the size of a table. He did not expect it to be the size of a house. At this moment, the white-haired old man was lying on the ground with his butt sticking out. He stretched out his hand and rubbed the ground. Then he turned his head, bent his fingers, and tapped gently. He listened to the sound, but there was no sound at all. The white-haired old man wiped the ground with his wrist and said with emotion, Oh my, Sister Ning's family is really rich. Walking in the mustard seed world with Chun Pingon, Qi Jinglong said, I've heard a lot about you in the armory. Not to mention the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I've even heard about you in the Spring Banner House. Chun Pingon said helplessly, Good things don't leave a name, but bad things spread far and wide. Qi Jinglong said, Can we talk here? Chun Pingon said, Don't worry about ordinary words. With Nail and Yeshing helping to keep an eye on them and the two sides in the small world, even if there were sword immortals spying on them, they would have to weigh the killing power of the three forces. In addition to Nail and Yeshing, a sword immortal of Ning Mansion who had fallen to the Jade Pure Realm, Qi Jinglong himself was a sword immortal of the Jade Pure Realm. Behind him were sect Master Han Huizi and the female sword immortal Xiaozai, or the entire North Continent. As for Chun Pingon, it was enough to have a senior brother by his side to guard the city. Only then did Qi Jinglong say, You did well in all three matters. The knowledge that doesn't charge money in the world is the kind that is thrown on the ground and picked up for free. Often, no one cares about it, and will not cherish it even if they pick it up. Chun Pingon looked serious and said, Continue. You are an outsider of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It will be better for you to help me review. Qi Jinglong said slowly, Open a wine shop and sell immortal wine. The focus is on the couplets and horizontal calligraphy, as well as the nameplates on the wall that people won't see when drinking in the shop. Everyone can write down their names and thoughts. As for the silk shop, from the 100-sword immortal imprint manual to the ghost sword immortal imprint manual to the folding fan, the storytellers hanging at the corners of the streets and alleys will get some melon seeds and snacks from the children. After Qi Jinglong finished the three things, he began to make a conclusion. The Qi cultivators with the most wealth in the world are also the poorest. They are sword cultivators. In order to raise the sword and fill the bottomless pit, everyone sells everything they have and goes bankrupt. Occasionally, they have some spare money. In this great wall of sword Qi, the men are nothing more than drinking and gambling. The women are sword cultivators and have relatively nothing to do. They can only buy some things based on their preferences. However, this kind of spending often does not make women feel that it is something worth talking about. The cheap wine of the Bamboo Sea Cave or the wine of the Green Immortal Mountain can generally make people come to drink once or twice. However, it may not be able to make people stay. It can't compete with those big and small restaurants for returning customers. However, no matter what the original intention was, as long as the nameplate was hung on the wall, there would be a dispensable little concern in the heart. It seemed very light, but in fact, it was not, especially those sword immortals with different natures. With sword aura as a pen, how can the pen be light? The words on the nameplate are not unintentional words. Some sword immortals and sword cultivators are clearly saying their last words to this world. If it was me, Qi Jinglong, who went to the wine shop to drink, even if it was old tables and stools drinking coarse wine, eating free Yangchun noodles and pickled vegetables, or even squatting by the side of the road to drink, the true neighbor of mine is the will of the hundreds of sword immortals and sword cultivators. It is the condensation of their sword will. It is a kind of truth spoken after drinking. I hope that one day in the future, there will be someone who opens the nameplate and knows that in this world, there was once a wise man who came to this world and made his sword. Of course, with the wine shop, as long as the business is good, you, as the second in command, can hear the most stories of the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the most natural and untraceable way. This will allow you to progress quickly and understand the complicated situation of the Great Wall of Sword Qi better. Chun Pingan nodded and said, "Other than that, the friend who helped Ning Yao is now my friend, Lady Stackshang, to attract business." This was the original intention. The subsequent thoughts were born gradually. The original intention and the scheming were actually very close. It was almost as if the first thought was born. Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "To be so frank, when you become a sword cultivator in the future, your sword heart will walk on a clear and bright path. It will be enough for you to be worshipped by my Tai Hui sword sect." Chun Pingan asked, "You didn't persuade Sect Master Han?" Qi Jinglong smiled bitterly and said, "I did, but I only got scolded. What else can I do? Actually, I didn't want to persuade him. It was Patriarch Wang Tong who persuaded me to persuade Sect Master. I didn't dare to refuse an elder's request." Previously, Qi Jinglong had forgotten about the pot of wine on the bench, so Qin Pingan helped him carry it. Now that it came in handy, he handed it over and said, "According to the saying here, sword cultivators don't drink. Nascent soul cultivators take a walk and quickly drink. If you're not careful and secretly break through the realm, you'll also be in the immortal realm. Then you'll rely on your young age and let Sect Master Han fight with you. When the time comes, you'll beat your Sect Master Han until he runs back to the North Continent. Wouldn't that be great?" Qi Jinglong took the pot of wine, but did not drink. He did not want to talk about this at all. He continued on with the previous topic. The seal is originally an offering on the desk of a scholar. It's the most compatible with one's knowledge and heart. In the vast world, scholars at most borrow the hands of others and hire experts with large sums of money to engrave the seal. They rarely give the seal and the seal to others for disposal. Therefore, your 200 square seals were ignored. First, there was the 100 Sword Deity Seal Manual. Then there was the Buy Sword Deity Seal Manual. Whether you look at it or not, whether you buy it or not, it's actually the most important thing. Therefore, you're very considerate. However, if it weren't for the many rumors in the wine shop to pave the way for you, allowing you to have a target and carefully figure out the thoughts of so many sword cultivators and Earth Immortals sword cultivators, especially their life paths, you would never have been able to achieve such results. You wouldn't have been able to wait bitterly like now for the next seal. This is because everyone knows that the seal of that silk shop is not expensive to begin with. After buying 10 square seals, you only need to resell 1 square seal to make a profit. Therefore, you were worried when you bound the first imprint manual of Xiang Sword Deity into a book. You were worried that the seal was just a small business in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Once there was a third batch of seals, this item would spread and even implicate all the efforts of the previous imprint manual of Xiang Sword Deity. Therefore, you did not go all the way and spend all your effort to carve out the next 100 seals. Instead, you took a different route and switched to selling folding fans. The content of the characters on the fan was more flexible. This was similar to the second-class authentic. Not only could it attract female buyers, but it could also be reversed and let the buyers who had collected the seals compare them. Then, They would feel that the previous seals they had bought and kept were worth it. Ooh, Chun Pingon said, "You're right. There's another point. The reason why I switched to selling folding fans is that I hope to hide my intentions as much as possible. This is to prevent sword immortals from easily seeing through my intentions. They would feel that this person is too shrewd and would be displeased. However, if I were to reach this step and still be seen through, it wouldn't matter. After all, there's no need to be perfect in everything. In the end, some sword immortals would have the opportunity to laugh and scold me for being sly. Why wouldn't I mind? Because all my seals and folding fans, I hope that the people who obtain them are not the few sword immortals who are the most clear-minded and experienced from the start. Of course, among these people, there are those who didn't expose me after seeing through the truth, and were even willing to accept a seal that caught my eye. I would sincerely respect them. If there's a chance, I would even say to them, it's my fault for selling knowledge at a cheap price." Qi Jinglong nodded and said, "You've thought it through thoroughly and responded appropriately." Chun Pingon patted Qi Jinglong's shoulder heavily. "You're indeed someone who has been to my Luapa Mountain. You didn't go in vain. That little brat, Whitehead, can't do it. His perception is too poor, and he only learned a little. What he said earlier was called a stiff transition. It's simply more of a hindrance than a help." For the first time, Qi Jinglong took the initiative to drink a mouthful of wine and looked in the direction of the wine shop. Other than sword immortals and wine, there were also shabby alleys like Yen Mu Alley and Consonance Alley. There were also many children who were tired of seeing sword immortals' glory all their lives, but didn't know anything about the world's customs. Qi Jinglong wiped his mouth and said in a deep voice, without decades or even centuries of effort, "What you're doing is meaningless." Chun Pingon was silent for a long time before he finally said, "If I don't do something, I'll feel uncomfortable. This matter is that simple. There's no need to think too much." Qi Jinglong raised the wine pot, as if he wanted to knock Chun Pingon's wine bowl and drink with him. However, Chun Pingon laughed angrily. "I used all my martial arts skills at the wine shop and spent a lot of effort to get 2 pots of wine. I gave one to you, and the other was taken away by Whitehead. Do you really think I'm an immortal? Do you think I can get 3 pots of wine in one breath?" Qi Jinglong uttered an "oh" and stopped drinking. Qi Jinglong asked, "I heard you said you were going to send a letter to Pei Qian to come to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. What about Chen Wanshu and Zhou Mili? If you didn't let the 2 girls come, did you explain it in the letter? You should know that with the character of your first disciple, he would definitely treat the letter as an imperial edict. At the same time, he wouldn't forget to show it off to his 2 friends. Chun Pingon said with a smile, "Of course, it's not a trivial matter." Qi Jinglong nodded. "That's good." Chun Pingon took Qi Jinglong out of the mustard small world. "Let me show you something." Whitehead had already walked down the dragon beheading cliff and circled around the small mountains several times. He felt that he had to ask someone to draw a picture for him on such a large piece of dragon beheading platform. Standing at the foot of the mountain and sitting in the pavilion, he would draw another picture. When he returned to the Taihui sword sect and the Pianran Peak, the people next to him would gasp and stare with their eyes wide open. That would be the rising reputation of the great sword immortal. Therefore, it was not good to rely on Lu. It was more reliable to rely on his own brother, Chun Pingon. Seeing the 2 guys in green walking out of the martial arts practice field, Whitehead followed them and went to Chun Pingon's residence. Seeing the pitiful small house, Whitehead suddenly felt sad. He comforted Chun Pingon. "Good brother, you've suffered." Chun Pingon lifted his leg. Whitehead ran out of the house. He felt a little embarrassed. The youth slowly walked into the house and picked a chair that was placed under the eaves in the courtyard. He sat there and pretended to be a master. Thinking that charcoal might pop out one day to lose money, Whitehead cherished his current leisure time. Lu and his brother were clearly talking about serious matters. not the kind of idle chatter. The youth still had this bit of insight, so he did not interfere. Chun Pingan brought Qi Jinglong into the room with 2 tables. On one of the tables there were jade bamboo fan ribs that had not been completely polished, as well as many blank fan faces. However, there were also quite a few plain seals without any seal at the edges. Many of the papers were densely packed with small regular script, all of which were drafts of the seal and the contents of the fan. On the table next door, there was a map of all the dragon kills in Dali's Longquan County. In the current Longquan County, many places, such as the Old Porcelain Mountain, the Immortal's Tomb, and the Dragon Kills, were still covered in clouds. Even if one passed by on an immortal ferry, they still could not see the whole picture. Qi Jinglong stood by the table and gently placed the wine pot on the table. He lowered his head and looked. All the dragon kills were not arranged in a messy manner. Instead, they formed a long curved line. Outside this long line, there was a small circle a little distance away. Qi Jinglong pointed at this place and asked, "Is it the Iron Lock Well in the town?" Chun Pingan nodded. Qi Jinglong stared at it for a moment and said, "The dragon biting the pearl soaring diagram." Chun Pingan sighed. "Good taste." Qi Jinglong said indifferently, "I know some talisman formations. It's not strange that my taste is better than yours." Chun Pingan clicked his tongue and said, using the most casual tone to talk about how amazing you are, "I've learned it." Qi Jinglong's expression was solemn. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked the map. Narrowing his eyes, he said, "Even if I only look at this map, I can still feel a wave of hostility and killing intent assaulting my face. It seems that when the last true dragon died, it must have wanted nothing more than to turn the world upside down and the mountains and rivers upside down." Chun Pingan covered his hands in his sleeves and bent over the table. Qi Jinglong looked at the names of the dragon kills one by one. With one hand behind his back, he stretched out his other hand and gently stroked the dragon kills one by one. As expected, the kills were created on the true dragon's corpse with the key acupoints of the spine. Therefore, the natal porcelain made from every dragon kiln innately possesses different natal abilities. The 9 sons of the dragon are all different. Many of the common sayings that can be passed down are all very knowledgeable. Previously, I visited the Dragon Spring Town and also the Arch Bridge, as well as the sword shop that St. Wan Qian built by the Dragon Whisker River. The 7 inconspicuous wells, other than containing the 7 essences disaster relief and bearing some Buddhist karma, actually resonated with the true dragon's corpse from afar. It was the power of competing for the pearl. Of course, the original intention was not to really snatch the pearl. It was more of a suppressive victory. Moreover, it was not that simple. Originally, it was in the heavenly pattern, tit for tat. When the dragon pearl grotto heaven fell into the mortal world and bordered the Dali territory, it was ingeniously flipped. In an instant, it was reversed into the topography. In addition, the few mountains in the west selected by the Dragon Spring Sword sect were used as the eye of the formation. It was upright and led fate into the 7 wells. In the end, it formed the heavenly chief and heavenly battle axe, left assistant and right assistant, and a large amount of fate of the mountains and rivers fed back to the Divine Grace Mountain where the ancestral hall was located. Speaking of the settings of the dragon kills, in fact, many of them were in conflict with the current geography and the search for dragon points. However, to be able to suppress the geography with heavenly principles, it was truly an earth-shattering work of art. For example, the Wenchang Kiln and the neighboring Wulong Kiln, according to the principles of the Yin-Yang school. On the map that you drew, the Wenchang Kiln would have to move down ½ an inch, or the Wulong Kiln would have to move 1 inch to the right to achieve the current harmony of the civil and military. However, in this way, there would be a great difference in meaning. No, Pulling one hair will affect the whole body. It must be the other kills that are linked with these two kills. Is it this soaring sky kiln? No, it should be this archjade kiln. It's a pity that when I was traveling here, my vision was still blurry and not clear enough. I should have ridden the wind to the high altitude of the sea of clouds and looked down from above to take a few more glances. Ooh, of course. Chen Pingon understood every word that Qi Jinglong said. As for the meaning, of course, he did not understand. Anyway, he had a smile on his face. Qi Jinglong, you can say whatever you want. I'll just listen. If I say one more word, I'll lose. Qi Jinglong suddenly turned his head and asked, "What's your exact date of birth? Otherwise, this game of chess is still too difficult for me. The chessboard is too big, and the chess theory is too deep. Only by using you as the starting point can I have a chance to break the game." Chun Pingon put a handful of melon seeds on the table. He even rubbed them off and shook his head. Qi Jinglong frowned and said, "You're already planning to break the game. Why can't I help you? If I were still a nascent soul sword cultivator, it would be fine. But now that I've reached the upper 5 realms, the accident will be much smaller." Chun Pingon cracked the melon seeds and said with a smile, "It's none of your business. Are you angry or not?" Qi Jinglong was not angry. He sat on the chair and continued to stare at the magnificent, small rising dragon picture. Occasionally, he stretched out his hand to make a gesture. At the same time, he began to flip through the 2 books on the table. While reading, Qi Jinglong casually asked, "What about the letter?" Chun Pingon said, "It's safe." Qi Jinglong did not ask any more questions. Chun Pingon was busy cracking the melon seeds. He really had nothing better to do. Later, he simply ran to the table next door and picked up the brush to write on the fan. He wrote a sentence, "Even if 8 winds blow me, I will not move, the banner will not move, the heart will not move." After thinking for a while, he wrote a sentence similar to a side note in even smaller regular script. "Everything that passes through the heart is returned to heaven and earth. Everything that enters the eye is mine." Holding the fan in his hand, Chun Pingon gently blew on the ink and nodded his head. Good calligraphy. Now, he was only 10,000 steps away from the legendary realm of sage, of calligraphy. Now, he was only 9,900 steps away. Qi Jinglong turned around and asked, "You know Miss Lu of the Water Classic Mountain?" Chun Pingon was puzzled and said, "She's the Water Classic Mountain's Fairy Lu. I definitely know her, but she doesn't know me." "Why are you asking this? Why did she come to the inverted mountain with you?" "Sure, sincerity can move metal and stone. I think you should just accept her. You're already 100 years old. It's not good for you to always be a bachelor. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, drunkards and gamblers all look down on bachelors." Qi Jinglong explained, "She didn't come with me. She just happened to meet me in the inverted mountain. Then she came with me to the Great Wall of Sword Qi." Chun Pingon held the brush in one hand and changed to a brand new fan. He planned to empty out the little bit of ink in his stomach. To be honest, with the seal and the folding fan, Chun Pingon's half bucket of ink was not enough. He raised a hand and was too lazy to talk nonsense with Qi Jinglong. "Think things through first, then talk to me about this." Qi Jinglong seemed to have an epiphany. He nodded and said, "Then what should I do now?" Chun Pingon did not even turn his head. He just buried his head in writing on the fan and said casually, "What can you do? It's just a matter of etiquette. If the lady wants to see you, then go see her. Don't be so serious. She likes you. It's not like she owes you any money. After a few times, even if you don't want to take the initiative to look for her to avoid misunderstandings, it's fine. But when it's time to part, no matter who leaves the Great Wall of Sword Qi first, you just have to take the initiative to look for her and say goodbye. Anyway, you don't have any girl you like now. Actually, you can be more free and easy. If you're too reserved, she'll think too much." Qi Jinglong was suddenly enlightened. Chun Pingan's writing was not as serious as the previous fan. He purposely made it sound more feminine. After all, it was an item that was placed in a silk shop. It was too formal. Not to mention whether it was likable or not, it might not even be able to be sold. So he wrote, "The person you miss, the elegant gentleman, is the world's best summer breeze." Qi Jinglong glanced at the words inscribed on the fan and was speechless. He really hoped that he could take back most of the good words he had said earlier. This guy in front of him, who had been a bag shop the whole way from the North Continent, had obviously been thinking about earning money. There were many thoughts and ideas in the world that were connected by a thread. Thoughts and ideas were born, and thoughts gushed forth. Chun Pingan quickly wrote another fan. "This place has never been hot since ancient times." It turns out that the sword aura has disappeared. Satisfied with this sentence, Chun Pingan picked up a seal that had been carved. He opened the seal box and gently stamped it below the poem. The seal was written, "The golden wind and the jade dew, the spring grass and the green mountain, the two are compatible." In this way, regardless of whether it was a woman or a man, they could buy the folding fan. Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "You've worked hard to cultivate your heart, and at the same time, you've also cultivated a bag shop that is meticulous and calculative. You really never do business that loses money." Chun Pingan chuckled and said, "Don't make sarcastic remarks here. Be careful of retribution. I'll make a bet with you. I bet that Fairy Lu will give you a seal or a folding fan that I've carved. How about it?" Qi Jinglong stood up and said, "I'll leave first. I still need to go to the top of the city to impart swordsmanship to the disciples of the Tai Hui sword sect." Chun Pingan did not ask him to stay. They crossed the threshold together. The white-haired man was still sitting on the chair. When he saw Chun Pingan, he raised the wine pot in his hand. Chun Pingan smiled and said, "If Pei Qian comes early and meets you, I'll help you talk to her." The white-haired man sneered and said, "It's not like I can't beat her now. It's just that she's young and started practicing martial arts late. She's also a little girl, so how can I have the nerve to use all my strength? So what if I beat her? No matter how you look at it, I'll lose anyway. That's why I don't want to have a second fight." Chun Pingan sneered and said, "Speak properly." The white-haired man immediately stood up and ran to Chun Pingan's side. He offered the wine pot with both hands and said, "Good brother, I'll have to trouble you to persuade Pei Qian not to fight. It'll hurt the harmony." Chun Pingan took the wine pot and slapped the young man's head. "Whether it's in the armory or on the top of the city wall, you should practice your sword more and talk less. Your mouth is more likely to provoke the sword immortal's flying sword." The white-haired man was annoyed and said, "Chun Pingan, show me some respect. Don't you care about seniority?" Chun Pingan smiled and said, "After Pei Qian comes, if you dare to call me brother in front of her, I'll recognize you as my brother. How about it?" The white-haired man weighed the pros and cons and said, "Brother or not, we'll talk about it after Pei Qian leaves." Chun Pingan sneered and said, "Look at your cowardly face." The white-haired man put his hands together and made a sword sign. He looked up at the sky and said, "A real man is indomitable. I won't fight with a little girl." Chun Pingan smiled and rubbed the young man's head. It was pretty good to have him by Qi Jinglong's side. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if the master and disciple were both boring. Chun Pingan sent Qi Jinglong to the gate of the Ning mansion. After the white-haired old man walked down the steps quickly, he shook his shoulders and gloated, "It's time for the cue-asking fist. You punch me one punch." Chun Pingan said helplessly, "Don't you care?" So Qi Jinglong said to the white-haired man, "You can keep these big truths in your heart." Qi Jinglong turned around and bowed to Nail and Yeshing on the side. Seeing this, the white-haired man had to stand in the distance and bow with the man surnamed Lu. The master and disciple left the city and went to the armory. Chun Pingan and Nail and Yeshing walked side by side. The old man smiled and said, "Before Miss went into seclusion, she asked me to pass a message to the son-in-law. Just 2 words, don't lose." Chun Pingon was relieved and whispered, "Then I know the severity of my attacks." Chun Pingon knew the height of the 6th realm bottleneck between him and Yu Juanfu. Before he arrived at the Lion Peak and was fed by Uncle Li, Yu Juanfu was indeed higher. But when he broke through the bottleneck and reached the Golden Body realm, he had surpassed Yu Juanfu's 6th realm martial arts. Apart from Chao Ci, who Chun Pingon was silently chasing, the rest were pure martial artists. As long as they were in the same realm, Chun Pingon didn't want to lose, and he couldn't lose. As for Chao Ci, even if he lost 3 or even 30 games in the future, as long as Chao Ci was still willing to punch, then Chun Pingon would not stop punching, and his heart would never fall. What I yearn for is Mr. Chi's knowledge, Cui Cheng's fist intent, and the great freedom of the strong that Alliance once said. Therefore, in my heart there is no opponent on the great Tao. Only Chun Pingon, and Chun Pingon are enemies. Nail and Yeshing was slightly surprised and turned his head to look. Chun Pingon nodded with a smile. He was in high spirits, and his fist intent was upright. After that, Chun Pingon lay in bed for half a month. Then, on the city wall, the woman with her hair tied up in a bun was eating a pancake. She had already sent a message to the city, clearly saying that she hoped to compete with Chun Pingon 3 times. As a result, through some gossip, she heard that the 2nd shopkeeper of the Ning Mansion was sick for less than half a month. She was a little shocked. Was there really such a shameless pure martial artist in the world? Did Chao Ci say something wrong at that time, and also misjudge the person? Otherwise, how could Chao Ci say that the martial artists of the world, who were about the same age were her, Chao Ci, who was walking alone, followed by Chun Pingon and everyone else, including Yu Juanfu? The key point was that as long as Chao Ci was willing to speak, she would always be incomparably serious. She would neither say anything good nor bad. At most, she was afraid that Yu Juanfu's heart would be hurt, so Chao Ci said a few more words to remind Yu Juanfu. Chun Pingon is particularly tough, and his martial arts will be extremely stable and steady. As long as I lose to him today, it is very likely that I will lose every time in the future. Maybe I am no exception. Therefore, on the road of martial arts, I will not give Chun Pingon a chance to walk to my side. Yu Juanfu suddenly stood up. How could a person like Chun Pingon be qualified to make Chao Ci look at him in a different light? Obviously, there are martial artists of the same generation who are openly asking for a fight, but you don't use your fist. Do you want to eat it? Could it be that he is afraid of my Yu Juanfu's background? Just because of this, a pure martial artist would have his hands and feet tied. After Yu Juefu finished eating the pancake, she put away the water bottle into her bag. She did not carry it on her back, and let Sword Immortal Ku Xia take care of it. She ran towards the north of the city wall alone, and leaped up. Finally, she stepped out from the edge of the city wall, and ran towards the ground. When she was dozens of feet above the ground, she stepped heavily on the wall, and flew out like an arrow. She floated to the ground, and rushed all the way to the city, her momentum like a rainbow. It was unknown which Sword Immortal was the first to reveal the heaven secret. Before the female warrior entered the city, the business of the gambling houses in different streets and alleys had flourished. Everyone was excited, compared to the Mirage Pavilion, where people only wanted to make money to raise their flying swords. Even though the bets were less, it made people even more excited. It was as if it was the new year. There were all kinds of bets, such as winning big and getting a wife in one go, and all kinds of bets. It was bustling with noise and excitement. There were also some unscrupulous bookmakers who placed bets on whether the 2nd shopkeeper would get along well with the woman surnamed Yu after winning the fight. Then, one of them who didn't hide his intentions as a good man would be beaten up by Ning Yao. As for Yu Juanfu's background, It had already been thoroughly investigated by the gamblers of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. In short, he was not an easy opponent to deal with, especially the black-hearted and cunning second shopkeeper. He had to fight purely with his fists, so he had to use a lot of tricks. Therefore, the vast majority of people were still betting that Chun Pingon would win the first round. It was just that winning after a few dozen punches would be the key to winning big and winning small. However, there were also some experienced gamblers who kept muttering in their hearts, who knew if the second shopkeeper would bet on him losing. At that time, wouldn't he be able to kill the entire Great Wall of Sword Chi? Was there a need to doubt this kind of thing? Now, just ask any child on the street, and they would think that the second shopkeeper would do it. After Yu Juanfu entered the city, the closer she got to the main street of Ning Mansion, the slower and steadier her footsteps became. As a result, when she reached the main street, she found that the two sides of the road were full of people, all looking at her. Yu Juanfu was a little puzzled. Two pure martial artists sparring with each other. Was there a need for so many sword cultivators to watch? Sword Immortal Ku Xia told her some things, mostly about helping her to review Chun Pingon's previous 4 battles on the main street, as well as some rumors. Sword Immortal Ku Xia was not a person who liked to talk much. Every time he spoke with Yu Juanfu, he would try his best to make his words meaningful. As a result, Yu Juanfu had to hear some dirty rumors from a young sword cultivator named Zhu Mei. Yu Juanfu walked all the way, stopping at the main gate of Ning Mansion. Just as she was about to speak, suddenly she burst into laughter. Yu Juanfu frowned. She looked around, then found that almost everyone was looking at the wall that she walked past. There was a fat man, a skinny young man, a one-armed woman, a handsome young man, and a young man in blue who was whispering to someone. The young man slowly got up, smiled, and said, "I am Chun Pingon, the person who taught Miss Yu the Fist Ask." Yu Juanfu's anger rose spontaneously. "Playing with me? Yu Juanfu? Why did all these sword cultivators cooperate with this person? Was it that everyone deliberately did not look at this Chun Pingon?" Chun Pingon walked alone to the main street, less than 20 steps away from Yu Juanfu, one hand behind his back, the other hand spread out, gently stretched out, then smiled at Yu Juanfu and pressed down twice. Yu Juanfu's mind instantly focused, no longer having any distracting thoughts. The fist intent flowed through her body, continuously flowing like a river. She nodded at the young martial artist in blue robes and white jade hairpin, who looked like a scholar. This guy in front of her could be considered a martial artist. Chun Pingon asked, "Is there more Fist Ask?" Yu Juanfu said in a low voice, "In this first battle, let's each use all our strength, exchanging a punch." Chun Pingon smiled. "You first punch, I take it, then I return a punch. If I can't take it, then I lose. Then the cycle repeats until the one who collapses first is the loser." Yu Juanfu said directly, "Okay." Half a month later, the second battle. The premise is that your injuries are healed. This was a punch he had asked for. As soon as he said this, whistles sounded everywhere. It was obvious that the Yu family's daughter was unhappy that she had waited for the second shopkeeper for half a month in vain. This was nothing. There was even a little girl running on the walls of the mansions, running wildly and banging the gong loudly. "Future master, I sneaked out to cheer you on. This gong is so loud. My father is probably coming to catch me soon. I'll knock as long as I can." Fatty Yen leaned back and hit his head on the wall. Can't this lass stop banging the gong when she's talking? Many of the sword cultivators in the lower 5 realms who came to join in the fun could not hear what she was saying. Chun Pingon turned to look at Guizhuzhou, then nodded with a smile. In an instant, Yu Juanfu's fist aura shook. A sword immortal, who was destined to win a lot of money as a banker, sat on the wall, drinking wine from the bamboo sea grotto heaven. He looked at the confrontation on the street and lowered his head, allowing the girl who was shouting "Great Sword Immortal Tao" when Please let me through to step over him. After the punch. In fact, many of the Earth immortal sword cultivators who looked down on Yu Juanfu frowned. This little girl's punch is so heavy. Chun Pingon, who had been standing still, was punched in the chest and flew backward, landing at the end of the street. Wind and thunder roared on the street. Apart from the nascent soul sword cultivators who stood still, even the golden core sword cultivators had to use their sword chi to resist the scattered fist intent. Chun Pingon lay on the ground for a moment, then sat up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb. He stood up shakily. Many sword cultivators were shouting that the second shopkeeper was too arrogant and would definitely lose. This group of people had bet that the second shopkeeper would beat Yu Juanfu half to death with a few punches. They often went to the wine shop to drink and had great trust in the second shopkeeper's character. However, no one, including Chun Pingon, expected that Yu Juanfu would turn around and leave. He said loudly, "I admit defeat in the first round." Half a month later, in the second round, there's no need to pay attention, just punch. The second shopkeeper, who had never lost money in business, immediately stopped hiding and shouted, "We'll continue the second round. How about it?" Yu Juanfu stopped, turned around, and said, "Is this the martial artist's fist in your mind? Is this the scene?" Chun Pingon turned around and spat out a mouthful of blood, nodded and said, "Then let's go to the top of the city wall." For Yu Juanfu to say such words, he had to be respectful. How should a martial artist respect his opponent? Naturally, he had to punch. Yu Juanfu looked at Chun Pingon's eyes, as well as the fist intent hidden within his body, especially that fleeting pure aura. Back in the ancient battlefield ruins of the Jinjia continent, she had punched Chao Ci tens of thousands of times, so she was both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Sure enough, the two of them were very similar, yet very different. Chun Pingon, whether you believe it or not, I don't have any personal grudges against you. It's just the will-seeking fist. But you and I both know that there is no life and death, only victory and defeat. That kind of pointless fight is actually meaningless in the martial arts of both sides. Yu Juanfu asked, "So, can we ignore the rules of the Great Wall of Sword Chi? Between you and me, there's no life and death. Even if we destroy each other's martial arts future, we have no regrets." Chun Pingon slowly rolled up his sleeves and squinted. "When we get to the top of the city wall, you can ask Sword Immortal Kuxia if he dares to agree on behalf of the Yu family's ancestor and Zhou Shinji. Yu Juanfu, we are pure martial artists. We don't just bury our heads and punch, ignoring heaven and earth and others. Even if we do have such a punch, it's definitely not something the Yu Juanfu of today can deliver. To speak harshly, you need to have a great fist intent." Yu Juanfu was silent. Chun Pingon's arms shook, and his sleeves stretched out, smiling. "There's only one round left. I'll be waiting for you." Guizhuzhou, who was on the wall, had already forgotten to strike the gong. He raised his elbow to wipe the sweat from his forehead, then shook the wooden club in his hand heavily, sighing, "Too strong. My master is too strong." He didn't even use half a move, and was able to retreat with words and disrupt the enemy's Dao heart. So, this is the true pinnacle of martial arts, the pinnacle of the great Dao. Amazing, I found an amazing master. Ooh. Then, Sword Immortal Guijia pulled the little girl's ear and brought her home. Chun Pingon lamented in his heart. Sure enough, Yu Juanfu, who had originally intended to leave, said, "The second round hasn't been fought yet. There's no hurry for the third round." Chun Pingon was just about to say something. Those gamblers, along with the big and small bankers, had already agreed for the second shopkeeper. If there was one less round for no reason, how much less money would they earn? In the pavilion of Dragon-Slaying Cliff, Ning Yao frowned. "Grandma, why must my man help her? Agreeing to a round is enough, isn't it?" The old woman reached out and held her young Mrs. hand, patting it lightly, softly laughing. What does it matter? In the eyes of the son-in-law, there's only his Miss Ning. The corners of Ning Yao's mouth curled up. She suddenly flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, "Bye, Mama. Did that guy talk to you early on?" The old woman imitated the conversation between her young miss and the son-in-law, smiling. How could that be? Ning Yao stood up and went into seclusion again. She seemed to come out of seclusion casually, but the old woman was very clear that this was the truth. Her young Mrs. Seclusion this time was actually very important, because she was the only Ning Yao in the 10,000 years of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Today, Chen Sanxiu and the others were very tacit, not following her into the Ning residence. After the door was closed, Qin Pingan stretched out his hand to cover his mouth, spread out his palm, and frowned. It seemed that in the second round of Q-ask fist on the city wall, apart from the fact that he had successfully started with the drum beating style, he had to try to finish it within 100 punches. Otherwise, the longer he delayed, the smaller his chances of winning would be. Nailin Yeshing said, "This little girl's fist technique has already been mastered. She can't be underestimated." Chun Pingan said with a smile, "But she will still lose, even if she must be a pure martial artist with an extremely fast figure. Even if I can't use the distance-shrinking talisman at that time." Ever since Chun Pingan ascended to the Golden Core stage, and especially after going through the various trials and tribulations of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he had actually never gone all out. Therefore, even Qin Pingan himself was curious as to how fast he could walk. Then Qin Pingan was a little helpless, but after today, even if I win the next 2 rounds, the Great Wall of Sword Chi will have a saying that Qin Pingan will be defeated with 1 punch. Nailin Yeshing shook his head. Qin Pingan was puzzled. "It won't be," Nailin Yeshing said with a smile. "The motionless Qin Pingan will be defeated with 1 punch." The second manager, Qin Pingan, stopped, turned around, and ran to the gate. He turned his head and said with a smile, "Grandpa Nailin, if Ning Yao asks, just say that I was dragged to drink." No, he had to hurry to the wine shop and kill this evil wind. Yu Zhuanfu returned to the city wall and sat cross-legged, frowning in deep thought. Sword Immortal Ku Xia asked, "Will you still lose the second round?" Yu Zhuanfu nodded. "As long as the punch he used on Qi Shou hits me, it will be the same as determining victory and defeat. I'm thinking of a way to break it, but it seems very difficult. My current punches and movements are still not fast enough." Sword Immortal Ku Xia said no more. Yu Zhuanfu said, "Senior, did you hear what that person said?" Sword Immortal Ku Xia nodded. "Of course. In fact, not only did he not use the mountain and river divine ability to watch the battle from afar, he even personally went to the city, just that he did not show his face." Yu Zhuanfu said, "Actually, I've already lost the second round." Ku Xia was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Yu Zhuanfu looked into the distance at the city. Even if Chun Pingan is at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, with senior brother not far away, he can still be responsible for his words. There is no need to ask for left and right's permission. I dare say that left and right will not even watch the battle. But I can't. For example, senior will be worried about me, and will secretly leave the city wall to prevent any accidents from happening to me. If something happens to me, my patriarch and Sword Immortal Zhou will indeed not care about my promise. Sooner or later, they will take action to seek revenge. At the very least, they will have a knot in their hearts. Even if they do not take action for the time being, the great Tao is long, and the path of life is long. If there is a chance in the future, they will hit me while I'm down, or even directly attack me. This is because, in their eyes, I am still a junior. But that Qin Pingan, even in the great Sword Immortal's left and right's hearts, as well as the people around him, he should be qualified to say some harsh words. Sword Immortal Ku Xia was even more puzzled. Although this is the truth, shouldn't pure martial artists compete purely based on their fist techniques. Yu Juanfu shook his head. It's not that simple. Chao Ci said that as long as one can reach Realm 10, then the foundation of the first level of vigor will often determine whether a martial artist can reach the legendary Realm 11 in this lifetime. Stepping into that realm early is definitely not a good thing. Chao Ci has been pondering over this vigor realm all these years, and how he should establish his foundation. Therefore, he chose the most interesting choice. Even Sword Immortal Ku Xia, who was unwilling to pay attention to worldly disputes, was curious. Then, what is so interesting about Chao Ci's choice? Yu Juanfu rested his fists on his knees, the 3 schools of thought and the 100 schools of thought, and now Chao Ci is learning all of them. That is why he went to the ancient battlefield ruins to figure out the true meaning of the statues, and then integrated them into his fist techniques. Sword Immortal Ku Xia shook his head. Madman. Yu Juanfu raised his arm and pointed at the city. That Chimpingan is also very strange. Perhaps it's just my imagination. Although he did not throw a single punch on the streets today, I still feel that although he and Chao Ci seem to be on the same path, the 2 of them are actually going in opposite directions. They are each heading towards an extreme place. Sword Immortal Ku Xia laughed. Perhaps you are overthinking it. Yu Juanfu had a complicated expression. I hope so, but I don't hope so. Over at the city, Chun Pingan walked to the wine shop and found Qi Jinglong and Whitehead sitting at the same table as 2 women. Only Qi Jinglong was eating Yangchun noodles, and he seemed to be in a bad mood. Qi Jinglong looked up. Thank you for helping me make a name for myself. Chun Pingan chuckled and turned to look at Fairy Lu of the Water Scripture Mountain. Qi Jinglong hesitated for a moment before saying, It's just a small matter. $5.99. Lu Sui stood up. Perhaps because she knew her friend's temperament, when she stood up, she grabbed Ren Longsong's hand, not giving her a chance to sit there and pretend to be deaf and dumb. Lu Sui smiled and said, Greetings, Chun Gongzi. Chun Pingan smiled and said, Lu Gongzi can just call me second shopkeeper. Lu Sui smiled slightly, as if there was something she wanted to say, but didn't say it. Chun Pingan smiled and said, Then I will also call you Lu Gongzi. Zhang Jiajin, who was helping at the wine shop, had already run over, only bringing a bowl of wine. Lu Sui helped Chun Pingan pour a bowl of wine. She raised her bowl, and Chun Pingan raised his. Both sides didn't touch their bowls. They just drank the wine in their bowls. Ren Longsong also took a sip of wine. That was all, and then sat back on the bench with Lu Sui. Bai Shou held his chopsticks and stirred a large lump of Yangchun noodles, but he didn't eat it. He was amazed, and then looked at Lu. Did you learn? Did you learn? This is my brother's ability. It's full of knowledge. Of course, Lu Gongzi is also very smart and appropriate. Bai Shou even thought that if Lu Sui liked Chun Pingan, then they would be a good match. Running over to like Lu was like throwing an immortal flower in the vegetable garden. The valley orchid next to the pig pen, no matter how he looked at it, it was not suitable. But just as he had this thought, Bai Shou threw down his chopsticks, put his palms together, his face solemn, and muttered in his heart, Sister Ning, I was wrong. I was wrong. Lu Sui is not worthy of Chun Pingan. Not worthy of Chun Pingan. Run Longsong and Lu Sui were watching the fight at the end of the street, and then they met Qi Jinglong and Bai Shou. Both sides carefully watched the fight between Chun Pingan and Yu Juanfu. If it wasn't for Chun Pingan's last words, you need to have a big fist intent to speak big words. Run Longsong wouldn't even come to the shop to drink. Run Longsong was actually more accepting of people like Qi Jinglong, who cultivated the Tao. As for Chun Pingan, who was sitting at the same table as her impression of him was really mediocre. It wasn't that she looked down on Chun Pingan, who sold wine, seals, and folding fans. In fact, Ren Longsong once left the mountain to gain experience and was surrounded by dangers. and many of her fellow sect elders and peers died, and she was alone in Jianghu. Her days were very hard. She didn't hate the old tables and chairs. Instead, she missed, and many of her teachers and elders and peers had were, and her, and all, and her, and her, and her to her, to her, S to B. Rin Longsong didn't have any objections to Chun Pingan, but she didn't want to be friends with him. After all, the Chun Pingan in her mind was a young man who could make the land flood dragon Lu Jinglong view as a close friend. He should also be elegant and immortal. It was a pity that the second shopkeeper in front of her, other than his attire, his words and actions were too disappointing for Rin Longsong. As for how Chun Pingan viewed her, she didn't care at all. One table was enough, but Lu Sui and Rin Longsong still sat together. It seemed like all girls who were close to each other were like this. Qi Jinglong didn't think too much about this matter. Chun Pingan didn't understand. He felt that it was good to have white hair. Every time he went out, he would have the opportunity to see one or two beautiful sisters. Lu Sui talked about Yu Juanfu. They were all good things about that female martial artist. Chun Pingan listened carefully and didn't take it lightly. Firstly, Lu Sui's words wouldn't offend Yu Juanfu and Sword Immortal Ku Xia. Secondly, the better Yu Juanfu's martial arts talent was, the better his character was. Chun Pingan, who could win the first round without a single punch, was naturally better. Thirdly, Lu Sui's words were mixed with some heavenly secrets. The news of Spring Banner House wouldn't be made up out of nothing. Obviously, as Qi Jinglong's friend, Lu Sui was more inclined to believe that Chun Pingan won the second round. Rin Longsong didn't like to listen to these. Her attention was more on the sword cultivators drinking wine. This was the wine shop of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, so she couldn't tell whose realm was higher. But in the vast world of her hometown, even in the North Continent where the customs were closest to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, regardless of whether it was drinking at the table or gathering for discussions, the difference in status and realm could be seen at a glance. But in this shop, business was so good that there weren't enough tables and benches. There were even people who were willing to squat by the side of the road to drink. But Ren Longsong found that among the sword cultivators squatting and eating Yangchun noodles, there was someone who greeted them and made fun of them. So it was obviously a nascent soul sword cultivator. Nascent soul sword cultivators. Even in the North Continent, where sword cultivators were as common as clouds, were there many? Then you squatted by the side of the road, where there wasn't even a small bench, like a reincarnated hungry ghost? In any secular dynasty in the vast world, which nascent soul sword cultivator wasn't an honored guest of the emperor. They couldn't wait to bring out a plate of legendary dragon liver and phoenix marrow. Most importantly, when this old sword cultivator saw Chun Pingan just now, he was cursing and saying that Chun Pingan had cheated him of his hard-earned wife's money, and now he was going to cheat him of his coffin money? Then the second shopkeeper who was chatting with Lu Sui excused himself, stretched his neck, and told the old sword cultivator to scram. Then he sneered and gave the old sword cultivator a look. In the end, the dignified, nascent soul sword cultivator caught a glimpse of the back of a man who was already eating and drinking by the side of the road. He exclaimed that it was a misunderstanding, and that he could only blame himself for not being good at gambling. The second shopkeeper was the most conscientious person. Why would he cheat someone of half a copper coin? He would only sell the most affordable immortal wine in the world. Then the old man took the wine, paid for it, and ran away. As he ran, he spat on the ground and said, "Second shopkeeper, your conscience has fallen to the ground. Quickly come and pick it up. Be careful not to let the dog take it away." Everyone in the wine shop cheered loudly, feeling satisfied. Someone impulsively ordered another pot of wine. Run Longsong felt that the sword cultivators here were all very strange. They were shameless, their words and actions absurd and unreasonable. Chun Pingon smiled faintly and looked around. Everyone was very suspicious. Once someone exposed them, they no longer doubted. At the very least, their suspicions were greatly reduced. Would you be able to understand my method? However, when he thought of having to write another poem for this old bastard, he felt a headache. Thus, he smiled and looked at the fellow opposite him, asking sincerely, "Jing Long, do you have any thoughts of reciting poems recently? We can learn from each other." As for whether he would give it to the old sword cultivator after the competition, or engrave it on the seal, or write it on the fan, Qi Jinglong, did it matter? Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "I don't understand literature, so I have no ideas. Fortunately, I'm half a bucket of water." Chun Pingon said to the white-haired old man, "In the future, advise your master to read more books." The white-haired old man asked, "Do you think I'm stupid?" The one surnamed Lu already read enough books. Did he want to read more? With the one surnamed Lu's temper, wouldn't he have to accompany him to read books? The Pian Ran Peak is the place where I, great sword immortal by, practice my swordsmanship. In the future, I will be famous for being the place where I practice my swordsmanship. The white-haired old man felt that even if he casually flipped through the books in the thatched hut, he would not be able to finish reading them in his lifetime. Chun Pingon nodded and said, "Otherwise," the white-haired old man picked up his chopsticks and poked at him, threatening, "Be careful of my sword immortal ability that can make anything into a flying sword." Qi Jinglong smiled knowingly, but his words were lecturing his disciple. At the dining table, don't learn from some people. The white-haired old man ate the Yang Chun noodles happily. The taste was mediocre and could only be considered passable. Since it was free, he had to eat a few more bowls. Lu Sui smiled and squinted her eyes. She especially liked Qi Jinglong at this moment. Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Everyone gets a bowl of Yang Chun noodles in my shop. Apart from that, you have to pay. Great Sword Immortal by show. Are you happy?" The white-haired old man looked up and said vaguely, "Aren't you the second manager?" Chun Pingon nodded and said, "I set the rules." The white-haired old man was not angry. Instead, he felt sad for his brother. When he thought of how Chun Pingon lived in such a small house in such a big Ming mansion, he asked softly, "You work so hard to earn money. Is it because you can't afford the betrothal gift? If it really doesn't work, I'll bite the bullet and ask Sister Ning to marry you first. If you don't have the betrothal gift, I won't give it to you. Besides, I don't think Sister Ning is the kind of person who cares about the betrothal gift. You think too much. It's really unreasonable for a man to want to marry a wife without money. But who told Sister Ning to choose you accidentally? To be honest, if we weren't brothers and I met Sister Ning first, I would definitely persuade her. Alas, I don't want to talk about it. It's rare for me to drink. Anyway, it's all in the bowl. You can do whatever you want. I'll drink it." Looking at the young man who was trembling after drinking a mouthful of wine, he silently put the bowl on the table. Chun Pingon scratched his head. He couldn't really twist the young man's head off, so he missed his first disciple. The sword immortal Taowen squatted on the side of the road and ate Yang Chun noodles. He still looked as sad as when he came out of his mother's womb. Previously, a sword cultivator at the table wanted to make room for this sword immortal senior. Taowen waved his hand and took a pot of the cheapest bamboo sea cave wine and a plate of pickled vegetables. After squatting for a while, he felt that the pickled vegetables were too salty. Fortunately, a young man soon brought a bowl of hot Yang Chun noodles. The fresh green onions looked so cute that Taowen couldn't bear to eat them. Every time he wrapped the noodles with his chopsticks, he would intentionally or unintentionally push the onions away and let them stay in the small bowl that was smaller than the wine bowl for a while. This time, he made a lot of money. After dividing the profits, Tao Wen's profit was about 7 or 8 grains of grain rain money. This was because almost no one thought that the second manager would be able to defeat the enemy with a single punch. In the beginning, Tao Wen didn't believe it either. After all, the opponent was Yu Juanfu, not some embroidered pillow. It was a pure martial arts competition where they fought to the death. Without dozens or hundreds of punches, it couldn't be justified. It wasn't easy to determine the winner in an instant. However, the second manager said with certainty that if he couldn't win with a single punch, he would be the banker. No matter how much money Great Sword Immortal Tao lost, his wine shop would pay it all back with wine. Tao Wen wasn't stupid. At that time, he continued to eat his noodles, no longer interested in being the banker. The second manager took a step back, saying that it was fine to pay with money, but since they agreed to split the profits 50-50, Chimpingon would have to pay 20% more. Tao Wen thought it was feasible and didn't even bother to bargain. If Chimpingon really could defeat Yu Juanfu with a single punch, then as long as he was the banker, he would make a lot of money. However, he didn't expect the second manager's character to be so good. He said that if he did business with Great Sword Immortal Tao, he would earn 10% more just by being a Sword Immortal. Therefore, it was better to split the profits 60-40. Tao Wen nodded and agreed, saying that if he lost money, he would only smash those broken tables and not use his flying sword. A young gambler was squatting beside Tao Wen, sighing. This time, he had lost everything. It wasn't that he didn't have good eyesight, but that he had enough confidence. He bet that the second manager would win the first round within 10 punches. However, he didn't expect that Yu Juanfu would throw a punch first and then directly admit defeat. Therefore, today, the young sword immortal didn't buy any wine. He just thought of losing less money as a friend who had made money. He freeloaded a bowl of wine, 2 dishes of pickled vegetables, and a bowl of Yangchun noodles from the wine shop to make up for it. Tao Wen said, "Chung Wu, in the future, don't gamble so much. As long as you're on the gambling table, you definitely can't win. Even if you want to gamble, don't think about making a lot of money." The young man had been familiar with this sword immortal since he was young. Both of them were from the same alley. It could be said that Tao Wen was an elder who had watched Chung Wu grow up. Tao Wen was also a very strange sword immortal. He had never attached himself to any of the major clans, and was always alone. Other than on the battlefield, he would also fight side by side with other sword immortals, sparing no effort. After returning to the city, he guarded that medium-sized ancestral home. However, although Sword Immortal Tao was now a bachelor, he was actually in a worse state than a bachelor who had never married. His wife had been crazy for many years. Year after year, her mental strength was exhausted, and her spirit was dispirited. When she left, even an immortal wouldn't be able to stay. Tao Wen didn't seem too sad. He still didn't drink much, and never got drunk. Chung Wu said helplessly, "Uncle Tao, I don't want to gamble like this either, but a flying sword is difficult to raise. It has reached a critical bottleneck. Although it can't help me raise my realm, breaking through the bottleneck is too important. I'm lacking a lot of divine money. Uncle Tao, look at how many times I've drunk alcohol and visited Fata Morgana over the years. I really don't like those things. There's really nothing I can do." With that said, Chung Wu raised his head and looked towards the southern city wall. He said sadly, "Who knows when the next war will begin? My talent is average, and the quality of my intrinsic flying sword is passable. However, due to my low realm, I can only guard the city wall every time. How much money can I earn from killing a few demons? If my flying sword breaks through the bottleneck, I can increase the flying sword's range of long-range attacks by at least 3 to 4 kilometers. Even if I'm on the city wall, killing demons will be fast. With more money, there will be more hope for me to become a golden core sword immortal. Besides, just relying on that little bit of money is too much of a shortfall. I have no choice but to gamble." Tao Wen asked, "Why don't you go borrow some? Chung Wu smiled bitterly. My friends are also poor. Even if they have some extra money, they still need to nurture their flying swords. The immortal money they spend every day is not a small amount. I can't ask for it. Tao Wen ate a large mouthful of yang chun noodles and picked up some pickled vegetables with his chopsticks. After chewing, he asked, after your aunt left, I remember telling you once that if you encounter any problems in the future, no matter how big or small, I can help you once. Why didn't you ask? Ooh, Chung Wu grinned. Isn't it because I want to be able to go down the city wall and fight in the future and ask Uncle Tao to save me once? Right now, I'm just short of money. No matter how much I worry, it's still a small matter. It's better than losing my life. At this point, Chung Wu's face was pale. He felt guilty and uneasy. His eyes were filled with regret, and he wished he could slap himself. Tao Wen's expression was calm as he nodded. It's very good that you can think like that. Chung Wu's mood also relaxed. Besides, Uncle Tao didn't have any money in the past. Tao Wen laughed. That's true. Tao Wen said telepathically, if I introduce you to a job, I can give you an advance payment of 1 grain of grain rain. Do you want it? This isn't my idea. It's that second manager's idea. He said that you have a good face and look like an honest and kind person. Therefore, you're more suitable. After hearing the ripples in his mind, Chung Wu asked doubtfully, what do you mean? The wine shop wants to hire permanent workers? I don't think it's necessary. There's Lady Zhang Jiazhen and Lady Zhang Jiazhen. The shop isn't big either. It's enough. Besides, even if I'm willing to help, it'll take me a long time to gather enough money. Tao Wen said helplessly, the second manager didn't misjudge you. A sword immortal eating yang chun noodles in small mouthfuls, and a sea-viewing sword cultivator sipping wine in small mouthfuls. After the sneaky conversation, Chung Wu rubbed his face hard and gulped down the wine. He nodded vigorously. This business deal was done. Tao Wen remembered something and recalled the second manager's words. He repeated it and reminded Chung Wu, a banker has his own rules. A gambling table has its own rules. If you mix it up with your friend's code of brotherhood, you won't have any chances to cooperate in the future. Chung Wu nodded. Not long after Chung Wu left, Chun Pingan Chi Jinglong and company also left the wine shop. The second manager came to Tao Wen's side with a wine bowl and said with a smile, Sword Immortal Tao, why are you still drinking wine after earning a few hundred to 1,000 grains? Great Sword Immortal Tao, aren't you interested in our wine today? Tao Wen thought about it and decided that it didn't matter. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, the second manager hurriedly said telepathically, don't directly ask for help with the bill. Just say that no matter how much wine everyone drinks today, you, Tao Wen, will help pay for half of it. Only half. If not, I would have made a wasted trip here. All the gamblers who just joined the business know that we are working together to scam others. But if I deliberately pretend that I don't know you, that won't do. I have to make them not believe me completely or be suspicious of me completely. It's just right for them to believe and be skeptical. Only then can we continue to be the banker. What I want is for these stingy bastards to think that they're infallible. Tao Wen cursed telepathically. What the hell is this? What the hell are you thinking about? From the looks of it, if you were willing to focus on practicing the sword, you would have become a F*** King Sword Immortal in less than 10 years. However, Tao Wen still said to everyone with a straight face that he would help pay for half of the 5 pots of wine today. It was a way to thank everyone for coming and placing their bets with him as a gambling house. However, the money for 5 pots of wine and more had nothing to do with him. F*** K off. If you have money, buy your own wine. If you don't, go home and drink your own piss. When Chen Pingan heard Tao Wen's words, he felt that he was indeed a true sword immortal. He had the potential to be a banker, but ultimately he had a good eye for people. Chun Pingon sipped his wine and asked telepathically, then, did Chun Wu agree? Tao Wen put down his bowl and chopsticks and beckoned for another pot of wine. From the youth, he said, you should know why I didn't deliberately help Chun Wu, right? Chun Pingon said, I know. In fact, I didn't wish for him to leave the city early to fight. I might even wish for him to remain in this awkward state of being neither high nor low. Be it a gambling addict or a gambling addict with Chung Wu's personality, he wouldn't be a bad person. Now that he's worried every day, it's ultimately better than death. As for the matter regarding Uncle Tao's family, even if I covered my ears for the past year, I should have heard of it. There's one good thing about the Great Wall of Sword Beams. If one speaks without restraint, no matter how great a sword immortal is, there's no way he can hide it. Tao Wen waved his hand. Let's not talk about that. Let's drink. Tao Wen suddenly asked, why don't you just bet on yourself losing? Many gambling houses actually have such bets. If you are ruthless, you can probably earn at least a few dozen Guyu money. Many sword immortals who lose money will curse you. Ew. Chun Pingon said exasperatedly. Ning Yao already told me not to lose. Do you think I dare to lose? For a few dozen Guyu money, not only will I lose half my life, I won't return home for a year and a half, sleeping on the floor of the shop. Is that worth it? Tao Wen laughed out loud for the first time. He patted the youth's shoulder. It's not embarrassing to be afraid of your wife. That's good. Keep up the good work. Chun Pingon smiled and clinked his wine bowl with Tao Wen's. Tao Wen sighed softly. Chun Pingon, it's not a good thing to feel too much empathy for other people's joys and sorrows. Chun Pingon smiled. People who can say such things should talk to themselves, answer their own questions, and suffer from their own mistakes. Tao Wen was stunned. He then smiled and nodded. However, he changed the topic. Regarding the rules of the gambling table, I've also told Chung Wu frankly. Chun Pingon shook his wine bowl. It's good to be able to follow the rules of business. If one day Chung Wu, who has always followed the rules, is still willing to break the rules for a friend, that means Chung Wu is a person worth befriending. At that time, Uncle Tao, if you don't lend him money to help Chung Wu cultivate, I will. To tell you the truth, before I became the second shopkeeper, I had two nicknames that resounded throughout the world. One was Chin Hao, and the other was Child of Wealth. Tao Wen pointed to the wine bowl in Chun Pingon's hand. Look down and see if you have a face. Chun Pingon looked down and was shocked. Who is this young man? He's shaved and is quite handsome. In the study of the Yen family head, Fatty Yen stood at the door of the study, trembling with fear. Previously, when his father heard about the Q-seeking fist outside the Ning mansion, he gave Yenzhua a Guyu money and bet that Chun Pingon would win with one punch. Even if Yenzhua was very confident in Chun Pingon, he still felt that this Guyu money would be wasted. However, his father Yen Ming said that it didn't matter. Therefore, after Yenzhua got the money, he wanted to be a little more stable, so he took the initiative to secretly bet that after 3 punches, the winner would be decided within 10 punches. In addition to the Guyu money, he also bet 2 small Guyu money that Chun Pingon would defeat the woman from the central local tycoon, Yu Zhuanfu, within 100 punches. In the end, who would have thought that Chun Pingon and Yu Zhuanfu would propose such a method of exchanging pointers that would cause them to suffer a great loss? And Yu Zhuanfu's brain wasn't clear. After 1 punch, he directly admitted defeat. You should take a few more punches. Chun Pingon is in the golden body realm, but aren't you, Yu Zhuanfu, also in the golden body realm with an invincible foundation? Fatty Yen didn't want to come to his father's study, but he had to. The reason was very simple. Even if he used up all his money, even if he borrowed some from his mother, he couldn't afford to pay his father back for the Guyu money he should have earned. Therefore, he could only come to be scolded, and it wasn't surprising that he would be beaten. Yenzhua didn't raise his head and asked, "Did you bet wrongly?" Yenzhua grunted. Yen Ming said, "This time, Will Chen Pingan lose? Will he be the banker and make money? Yen's was said, absolutely not. Chen Pingan has no desire to win or lose in a fight between cultivators. Only on the path of martial arts, his obsession is extremely deep, not to mention Yu Zhuanfu, who is in the golden body realm. Even if he is facing a martial artist in the distant travel realm, Chen Pingan is unwilling to lose. Yan Ming asked, Chen Pingan is in the Ning Mansion, and there is Ning Girl in the Ning Mansion. You think that Yu Zhuanfu has the heart to win this time, but for Chen Pingan, what's the significance of winning? Yan Swish shook his head. I wasn't sure before. Later, when I saw the conversation between Chen Pingan and Yu Zhuanfu, I knew that Chen Pingan didn't think that the two sides' exchange of pointers would benefit him in any way. Yan Ming raised his head and continued to ask, then how can we make Yu Zhuanfu less entangled? Do you now understand why Chen Pingan made that suggestion? If not, then my grain rain money would have really been wasted. All the losses caused by this grain rain money will be recorded in the account, and you will pay it back slowly in the future. Yen Zhua, do you really think that Chen Pingan deliberately let go of the first move? Do you think that Yu Zhuanfu threw a punch and admitted defeat as he pleased? Do you believe that as long as Yu Zhuanfu gives up his martial arts advantage and stands still like Chen Pingan, and then takes a punch from Chen Pingan, Yu Zhuanfu will be too ashamed to fight the next 2 rounds? Do you really think that Ning Mansions by Lian Shuang, a former 10th realm martial artist, and Nailin Yeshing, a former immortal realm sword cultivator, only watch the door or clean the room every day? As long as they can teach, they will teach it to their family's son-in-law. And Chen Pingan, as long as he can learn it, he will learn it very well and very quickly. Not to mention that at the city walls, there are people who help to teach the sword every now and then. In this 1 year, you have not wasted your 1 year of time. But for them, it seems like 3 to 5 years have passed. Oh, Yen, Swiss said aggrievedly. I also want to exchange pointers with a sword immortal, but our Yen family's chief consecrator is more arrogant than the sky. He has disliked me since I was a child, and now he is still unwilling to teach me swordsmanship. I have shamelessly begged many times, but the old man is not willing to pay attention to me. Yan Ming's expression was calm. Why don't you ask me to ask him to teach you swordsmanship obediently? Whose words are the most effective in the Yen family? Family head Yan Ming. Since one can't even control a little sword immortal consecrator? Yen's eyes reddened. He choked and said, I don't dare. I am afraid that you will scold me for being a good-for-nothing who only knows how to rely on the family to eat and drink. What Yen family's eldest young master, the pig is fat, the southern demons only care about meat. These disgusting words are spread by the Yen family's own people. Father, you have never cared about it in the past. Why should I come here to be scolded by you? Yan Ming's expression was as usual. He did not speak. Yan Sui finished his words in one breath. He turned his head and wiped his tears. Go tell him that he'll teach you the way of the sword without holding anything back. The empty-handed head of house, Yen, finally spoke up. Yen Sui grunted and ran out of the study. In the corner of the study, ripples appeared. An old man appeared out of thin air. He said with a smile, Do you want me to be the bad guy? Yan Ming said with a smile, You are a consecrator who receives a lot of immortal money from me every year. If you don't want to be the bad guy, do you want me, a father, to be the bad guy in my son's eyes? The old man planned to immediately return to the Yen family's cultivation ground. After all, the little fatty had received the imperial edict and was now on the way. However, the old man said with a smile, the words little sword immortal consecrator that the family had mentioned earlier were not appropriate. Yan Ming shook his head gently. The little imp, who was in charge of flipping the books, understood. He bent his knees slightly and jumped into a pen holder on the table. He took out 2 pieces of rain money and threw them at the old man. The old man kept the 2 pieces of rain money in his sleeve and said with a smile, "It's very appropriate." Yan Ming thought for a moment and said with an awkward expression, "It's the same effect of swordsmanship. Remember to be gentler." The old man disappeared in a flash. Yan Ming actually still had some things that he did not say to Yan Zhua. For example, the Yen family hoped that a sword immortal whose daughter's nickname was Green Onion could become the new consecrator. The girl who originally had an excellent future left the city and died on the battlefield in the south. Her death was extremely tragic. Her father was a sword immortal. At that time, the battle on the battlefield was tragic. In the end, this man rushed over with heavy injuries but was still unable to save her. Later on, the girl's mother went crazy. She would only ask her man one question day and night. "You're a sword immortal. Why didn't you protect your daughter?" A man returned to an empty house without him. Previously, he had ordered 3 extra bowls of Yangchun noodles from the shop and hid them in his heaven and earth sleeve. At this moment, the bowls were placed on the table. He went to take 3 pairs of chopsticks and arrange them properly. Then, the man buried his head in his bowl. One of the bowls of Yangchun noodles on the table had more green onion. In the twilight, Chen Pingon sat on the doorstep with his hands folded in his sleeves. He leaned against the doorframe and looked at his shop that was doing extremely well. He also looked at the small restaurants that were even further away. It was said that after the rich girl from the Central Plains swaggered out of the Mirage Pavilion, she came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the sword immortal who attacked the military cultivator of the Upper 5 Realms was called Taowen. Later on, these were just stories of the joys and sorrows of others. Originally, after listening to them, one would pass. After drinking a few bottles of wine and eating a few bowls of Yangchun noodles, it would pass. However, in Chen Pingon's heart it lingered. It would always make a young man, who was thousands of miles away from his hometown, think of Mud Bottle Alley. Later on, he felt really uncomfortable thinking about it. That was why he asked Ning Yao that question back then, regardless of age or age. As long as one was a sword cultivator at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, everyone was waiting for death. Waves after waves of people had died, so much so that no one was willing to remember them for long. Then, these bastards in the world came here to talk about those untenable benevolence, righteousness, morals, etiquette, and rules. Why didn't they see the entire Great Wall of Sword Chi before saying whether it was good or bad? They didn't ask them to go to the top of the city wall and die generously. They weren't the ones dying. Then, was it that difficult to just take a few more looks and think a little more? The young Zhang Jiajin took a break from his busy schedule and wiped the sweat on his forehead. He inadvertently saw Mr. Chen leaning his head against the door frame. He was staring ahead in a daze. His eyes were in a trance that he had never seen before. Mr. Chen seemed a little sad and disappointed. "600. In the autumn of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, there were no rustling parasol trees, banana leaves, withered lotus leaves, curtains in the west wind, mandarin ducks in the cold, osmanthus, floating jade. But there were also autumn trees, plants swaying, autumn nights cool, and the city full of moonlight. In the vast world, the spring breeze and spring rain were like spring couplets, spring mountain, spring water, spring grass, and the world was in spring. Luopa Mountain in the Longquan County of the Aquarius continent, during awakening hibernation, the heavens inexplicably changed face, the sun shining brightly turned into dark clouds, and then it rained heavily. The 3 girls were lying in the corridor on the 2nd floor of the bamboo building, admiring the rain. On the left and right of the girl in black, there was a green mountain walking stick and a small golden carrying pole. As the right guardian of Luo Mountain's ancestral hall, Zhou Meili secretly gave the mountain walking stick and the carrying pole two nicknames, Little Right Guardian and Little Left Guardian, but she did not dare to tell Pei Qian this. Pei Qian had a lot of rules. It was annoying. There were a few times when she did not want to be friends with her, but when the two of them were at odds, Zhou Meili would start counting with her fingers, waiting for Pei Qian to come and play with her. Chen Wanshu was a little worried because Chen Lingjun seemed to have made up his mind not long ago. As long as he entered the Golden Core stage, he would immediately go to the northern continent to cross the river. Pei Qian changed her position, lying on her back, using her hands as a pillow, crossing her legs, and swaying gently. After thinking for a while, she moved her body bit by bit, changing her position, crossing her legs, and facing the rain outside the bamboo building. Pei Qian was also a little annoyed. Recently, practicing with Old Chef, she always felt that it was lacking some meaning. It was boring. There was one time when she was anxious, she roared at Old Chef, and then she was impolitely stepped on by Old Chef and fainted. After that, Pei Qian felt sorry for Old Chef, but she was not too willing to say sorry. Other than that sentence, she was indeed a little rude. The rest, it was Old Chef's fault. Hey, punch, he should be like Grandpa Chui, beating her to death. Anyway, he would not really beat her to death. She was not afraid of being beaten. Close her eyes, open her eyes, yawn a few times, and it would be a new day. She really did not know why Old Chef was afraid of a hammer. What's wrong with you, Old Chef? Every time you make a move, you don't have any strength. Every time she soaked in the medicinal tub, how much money did it cost her master? She had discussed it with Nwanshu before, based on her current martial arts training method. Even if Pei Qian were to drag older sister Shiro to do business with him at Riding Dragon Alley, even if they didn't close the shop at night, with the small amount of money she earned, who knew how many 100 years it would take for her to earn it back? So, why was Old Chef being so wishy-washy? It was as if he hadn't eaten his fill. She would have fainted anyway. In fact, she had tolerated him a few times before she finally couldn't hold back her anger. Therefore, when she woke up in the middle of the night, she ran to Old Chef and asked him to make a midnight snack. Then she ate a few more bowls of rice. Old Chef should have understood that this was her apology. He should have understood. At that time, Old Chef was wearing an apron and even helped her with the food. He didn't seem angry. Old Chef was a little old and ugly, but it was good that he was a little bit old. He didn't hold grudges. There was an even more troublesome matter. Pei Qian was worried that her master would be unhappy if she shamelessly followed Master Zhong to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Pei Qian rolled her eyes. That guy came to look at the small pond behind the bamboo building again. Dolly Northern Mountain Lord Wei Pai stood in the corridor and said with a smile, "Pei Qian, have you been bored recently?" Pei Qian said in boredom, "I'm bored. How can I not be bored? I'm so bored that my head hurts." Pei Qian gently slapped the floor and stood up. That slap was extremely ingenious. The mountain traversing staff bounced up as well and was held in her hand. She jumped onto the railing and performed a crazy sword technique. Countless water droplets shattered and splashed in all directions. Many of them splashed towards the corridor. Wei Pai waved his hand and was in no hurry to say anything. Pei Qian drew her sword to her heart's content while shouting at the top of her lungs. Thunder from a clear sky, gongs and drums sound. The heavy rain is like money hitting my face. I'm rich. I'm rich. Luapa Mountain was really short of money. This was not false. It was absolutely true. However, the only person who wanted money to fall from the sky so much was probably this lass who felt that she was losing money. Wei Pai said with a smile, "I have a letter here. Who wants to read it?" Pei Qian immediately put away her mountain-traversing staff and jumped off the railing. With a wave of her hand, Zhou Meili, who had already stood up to greet Northern Mountain Lord, bowed with Pei Qian and said in unison, "Lord Mountain Lord, Your presence brings light to my humble abode. Wealth is rolling in. Ooh. Wei Pai smiled and nodded. Only then did he pass the letter to Nuanshu with the words, "To Nuanshu, Pei Qian reads the letter. Mealy keeps the envelope." Chen Nuanshu hurriedly wiped his sleeves. After receiving the letter with both hands, he carefully opened it and passed the envelope to Zhou Mealy. Pei Qian took the letter and sat cross-legged. The other two young ladies also sat down. The three of them almost knocked their heads together. Pei Qian turned his head and grumbled, "Mealy, don't be so clumsy. You even crumpled the envelope. What should I do? If you continue to be so clumsy, how can I entrust you with important matters in the future?" The black-clothed young lady immediately frowned and was about to cry. Pei Qian immediately smiled and patted Xiaomi's head as he consoled her. Zhou Mealy quickly smiled. Wei Pai leaned on the railing and looked into the distance. The heavy rain made the world hazy. Only the corridor was bright. The three young ladies read the letter very slowly. They were not willing to miss a single word. They also looked forward to seeing themselves in the letter. Even if it was just a sentence or two, they should be happy for a long time. After Pei Qian read it carefully, Zhou Mealy said, "Read it again." Pei Qian said in annoyance, "What nonsense are you saying?" After reading it 3 times, Pei Qian carefully put the 2 pieces of letter back into the envelope. He coughed a few times and said, "What Master said in the letter. You all read it clearly, right?" Master did not let the 2 of you go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Anyway, the reason was written. It was clear and impeccable. It was perfectly justified. Now, the question is, do you have any resentment in your hearts? If you do, you must say it out loud. As Master's first disciple, I will definitely enlighten you. Chen Wanshu smiled and said, "I can't go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It's too far. If I leave Luopa Mountain and go to Longquan County, I will have to return to the mountain in just one night." She was really used to staying in one place and not moving. Previously, she was in Huangting Country's Chao clan's book collection house. Now, she was in the even bigger Longquan County. Moreover, she used to hide from people like a thief. Now, she was not only on Luopa Mountain, but also in the small towns riding Dragon Alley and Longquan County. It was all open and above board. Therefore, Chen Muanshu liked this place. Zhou Mealy crossed her arms in front of her chest. She tried her best to keep a straight face, but it was still difficult to conceal her complacency. She said, "Mountain Chieftain said that I, the right protector, should keep a close watch on that small pond. My responsibility is great. Therefore, when I left the bamboo building, I moved my bedding to the side of the pond." Oh, if the black-clothed girl wasn't trying her best to hold it in, she would have burst into laughter. In the letter, Chun Pingon said that he told many people the story of the Mute Lake monster at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Moreover, she heard that it had a lot of scenes. It wasn't the kind that would be beaten to death the moment it appeared in many romance novels. My dear Midwinter, that was another world. In the past, she didn't even dare to dream about it. Pei Qian nodded and said slowly, "This means that the 2 of you still have some conscience. Don't worry, I'll just treat it as a trip to the Great Wall of Sword Chi on your behalf. My crazy demonic sword technique is so vast that no one can recognize it. When I get there will definitely be many sword immortals. When they see my self-created peerless sword technique, their eyes will almost pop out. Then they will immediately cry and shout that they want to take me as their disciple. Then I can only sigh softly, shake my head, and say, 'I'm sorry, I already have a master.' You can only cry. For those sword immortals who were born in the wrong time, this is really a sad, lamentable, and pitiful story." Chen Nuanshu smiled and asked, "When you get to Master's place, do you dare to speak to sword immortals like this?" Pei Qian said seriously, "Of course not. Didn't I say that it's just a story?" Zhou Mealy nodded vigorously. She felt that Sister Wanshu was sometimes not very smart. She was still much worse than her. Chen Wanshu took out a handful of melon seeds. Pei Qian and Zhou Mili each grabbed a handful of melon seeds skillfully. Pei Qian glared at Zhou Mili, who thought that she had secretly grabbed a handful of melon seeds, suddenly stiffened. Her expression didn't change, as if she had been frozen by Pei Qian again. She loosened her fist little by little, and a few melon seeds fell into Chen Wanshu's palm. Pei Qian glared again, and Zhou Mili put back most of the melon seeds. She opened her hand and saw that there were quite a lot, so she secretly laughed. Chen Wanshu took out a handkerchief and put it on the ground. It didn't matter elsewhere in Luapa Mountain, but in the bamboo building, whether it was the first floor or the second floor, melon seed shells couldn't be thrown around. Pei Qian said, "Wei Pai, if you can't remember the things related to you in the letter, I can go to MT Covering Cloud every day to remind you. Now I can come and go like the wind." Ooh. Wei Pai smiled and said, "No need." Pei Qian said worriedly, "Really? I'm afraid you won't take it seriously." Wei Pai turned his head and joked, "Shouldn't you be worried about how to explain to Master about the fight between you and Whitehead?" Pei Qian said with a blank face, "What? Who is Whitehead? I've never seen this person before." Wei Pai, are you dreaming? Or am I dreaming and forgot about it when I woke up? Third girl fiddled with it for so long and came up with such an explanation? Wei Pai gave a thumbs up and praised. Chen Pingan will definitely believe it. Zhou Mili reached out her hand to cover her mouth and leaned over to Pei Qian's head. She whispered, "See, I said that this explanation is the most useful. Everyone will believe it. Wei Shanjun isn't too stupid. Everyone will believe it, right?" Pei Qian nodded. "I'll remember your contribution, but let's make a deal. We'll separate public and private matters. I'll only record your contribution in my small account book. It has nothing to do with our Luapa Mountain Ancestral Hall." Zhou Mili was in a good mood today. She shook her head and said with a smile, well, I'll remember your contribution. We're best friends." Wei Pai sighed with emotion. There was once a poem that wrote Howren leaving Gu Pass, which echoed with the saints' giving, and then Howren returning. Therefore, it was praised by later generations as the highest starting point. Zhou Mili frowned her plain eyebrows. "What do you mean?" Pei Qian said, "Say a few words and eat our melon seeds." Chen Wanshu definitely understood Wei Pai's general meaning the best. It was just that she usually didn't take the initiative to say anything. Pei Qian wasn't bad either. After all, after her master left, she couldn't go to school to study anymore. So she flipped through a lot of books. She had already finished reading the books that her master left on the first floor. Then she asked Wanshu to help her buy some. Anyway, she didn't care about the consequences. Pei Qian was much better than Chen Wanshu at memorizing things. Pei Qian didn't care. Occasionally, when she was in a good mood, she would ask old chef a few questions. But no matter what she said, Pei Qian always felt that it would be much better if her master was the one doing it. Therefore, she disliked old chef's half-baked teaching and explanation. After a few times, old chef became a little discouraged. He always said that his knowledge was no worse than that of a farming teacher. Of course, Pei Qian didn't believe him. Then, one time when he was cooking, old chef deliberately added more salt. Chen Wanshu walked over and handed a handful of melon seeds to Wei Pai. Wei Pai thanked her with a face full of smiles. He took the melon seeds with both hands. Then he leaned against the railing and began to eat the melon seeds while chatting with the three girls. He opened his palm and saw a pile of melon seeds and shells. The big mountain became a small mountain, and the small mountain became a big mountain. In the end, there was only one mountain. It was windy outside the railing. The corridor was warm. Wei Pai knew Qin Pingan's inner thoughts. He wanted the two disciples and students to go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi earlier to take a look. If they were late, would the people of the vast world really have a chance to see the Great Wall of Sword Chi? Could they still go there, as if they were on a scenic tour, and see it as a scenic courtyard open up by the vast world? However, although it was not written in the letter, Wei Pai could still see Qin Pingan's other hidden concern. The imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Zhongqiu, was alone. Qin Pingan was actually a little worried about the two children, Chao Qinglang and Pei Qian, who had just finished touring the Lotus Root Blessed Land. However, in the current Luope Mountain, Zhu Lian, who was almost half the mountain master of Luope Mountain, would definitely not be able to leave. The other three people in the picture scroll each had their own duties, and each had their own great Tao to pursue. As for Wei Pai, it was even more impossible for him to leave the Aquarius continent. Therefore, what Qin Pingan was really worried about was the lack of top cultivators and martial arts masters in Luope Mountain. As for the consecrator Zhou Fei, who was already in the immortal realm, even if Qin Pingan could invite Jiang Shanzhen, he would definitely not open his mouth. In fact, if this letter had come earlier, it would have been better. He could have gone with Lu Jinglong of the North Continent to the Old Dragon City, and then to the inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Wei Pai immediately had a plan in his heart. He was ready to give it a try and see if the elusive Cui Dongshan could share his master's worries and solve his difficulties. A few days later, Bai Yunshan received a secret flying sword message. The letter asked Zhongqiu, Pei Qian, and Chao Qinglang to go south first and wait for him, Cui Dongshan, in the Old Dragon City. Then they all boarded the Intercontinental Ferry and went to look for her husband. When he heard that the big white goose was also going, the little depression in Pei Qian's heart completely disappeared. They had originally agreed to meet again in half a month, but Yu Zhuanfu actually went back on his word and said that the time was to be determined. The gamblers in the city were not worried at all. After all, the second shopkeeper's gambling skills were not bad. If they were too hasty in betting, it would be easy to fall into his trap. It was just that the experienced gamblers began to feel conflicted. They were afraid that the little girl, Yu Zhuanfu, would accidentally drink the second shopkeeper's wine, and her brain would be damaged. As a result, a good exchange of skills would become a two-man show. How would they make money then? Now, it seemed that not only the gamblers who were careless, but also many bankers could not earn a few immortal coins from Qin Pingan. Therefore, an old gambler sighed with emotion after drinking. The student has surpassed the master. In the future, the big and small gambling tables of the Great Wall of Sword Chi will be filled with blood. Since there was no cottage to stay in, and Yu Zhuanfu was a girl, she was too embarrassed to sleep on the floor on the city wall every day. Therefore, like Sword Immortal Ku Xia, she stayed at Sword Immortal Sun Jiyuan's residence. However, she would go back and forth every day and practice for many hours on the city wall. Sun Jiyuan didn't have a good impression of Yan LV and Jiang Guanqing, but he had a good impression of this young lady of the Yu family of the Central Plains. It was rare for her to show her face in public. She was at a strategically advantageous position, using swordsmanship instead of fist techniques. This made Yu Jufu very grateful. Other than going to the city wall to practice her sword, Lin Junbai spent most of her time in the pavilion in the Sun residence, studying the world-renowned iridescent clouds. Lin Junbai was interested in three things: the general trend of the Central Plains cultivation and Go. As for the general trend, Lin Junbai could only watch from the sidelines. As for cultivation, she had never slacked. As for Go, at least in the Xiaoyuan dynasty, the young man had no match. The person she wanted to meet the most was embroidered tiger Cui Dong. Her senior brother preferred the mirage at the border, where there was no one. Sword Immortal Ku Xia also did not deliberately restrict the border. When it came to sword practice, as long as one became a Jindan sword cultivator, they would have their own path under their feet. All they had to do was advance. Without this path, how could they form their Jindan? Among the sword cultivators of the Xiaoyuan dynasty, Yu Zhuanfu could only chat with Zhu Mei. However, this so-called chat was actually just Zhu Mei chattering by herself, and Yu Zhuanfu did not get tired of listening to her. Zhu Mei had also helped Yu Zhuanfu buy that thick sword Immortal Ku Xia's imprint manual. Now, the Great Wall of Sword Qi had some relatively exquisite copies. It was said to be the work of the Yan family. It should be barely enough to break even, but not enough to make much money. Today, Zhu Mei was drinking tea in Yu Zhuanfu's room. Looking at Yu Zhuanfu, who was carefully flipping through the imprint manual, Zhu Mei asked curiously, "Sister Yu, I heard that you came directly from the Great Wall of Sword Qi from the Golden Armor Continent. Don't you want to see your fiancé? Huai Qian actually became more and more famous after you left your hometown. For example, he's friends with Chao Ci and Lu Yuzhou. Many young fairies with the surname Zong are heartbroken. There are so many rumors that Sister Yu purely did not like the arranged marriage, so you were angry with your elders. Or did you have private dealings with Huai Qian, and then you didn't like him?" Yu Zhuanfu said, "Both." Zhu Mei asked again, "Then let's not talk about Huai Qian. Let's talk about Sword Immortal Zhou. This old immortal seems to be very exaggerated every time he makes a move. The last time he made a move, it seemed like it was to seek justice for Sister Yu. Until now, there are still many rumors saying that old Immortal Zhou was too ruthless in his attack and actually attracted the attention of a Grand Chancellor of the Academy." Yu Zhuanfu hesitated and shook his head. "It's fake." Zhu Mei's eyes widened, full of expectation. Yu Zhuanfu said, "Old Mr. Zhou has accumulated merit. As long as he doesn't go too far, the Academy generally won't find trouble with him. You should keep this to yourself. Don't spread it." Zhu Mei nodded. Yu Zhuanfu still reminded her, "You didn't manage to keep your mouth shut. If people like Yan Lu hear about this, it will be a big problem. You should take it easy." Zhu Mei could only continue to nod. Zhu Mei suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. Yu Zhuanfu was staring at a seal on the scroll, so he didn't pay attention to the girl's actions. White egrets stand in the snow during the day, inkstone without light at night. Yu Zhuanfu looked at this seal and was slightly moved. Back then, Chao Ci taught her martial arts. Logically speaking, whether Chao Ci appreciated it or not, she should have rewarded her. But she was just looking at the scroll. She would never buy the scroll or the fan. Zhu Mei couldn't help but be curious. She stopped laughing and asked, "Sister Yu, what's with your name? Is it particular?" Yu Zhuanfu continued to look at the scroll and shook his head. "It's particular, but boring. I'm a girl. Since I was young, I thought the name Yu Zhuanfu didn't sound good. I can't change it in the ancestral record, so I can change it whenever I want. In the Central Divine Continent, I used the alias Yu Qiyun. In the Jin Jia Continent, I changed it to Shi Zaishi. You can call me by my name. Call me Shi Zaishi. It sounds better than Sister Yu." Zhu Mei softly called and playfully said, "Zaishi, Zaishi." Yu Zhuanfu was a little helpless. He shook his head and continued to look at the scroll. "Who's at the top of the city? You're worry-free. Bun with the most clouds in the world." There were also many pairs of seals, kowtowing to the heavens. Tao illuminates the world. Generosity goes. Boundless returns. Pour a cup of wine for the Lord. The sun and moon swim in the Lord's cup. Yu Zhuanfu looked at the scroll for a long time and became angrier. She was clearly a scholar, but she didn't do her job. She turned to the next page and saw the 3 words, "Wild goose hits the wall." Yu Zhuanfu thought of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, which was more than just a towering wall. She couldn't help but laugh. She snorted coldly with a straight face. Chun Pingon and Qi Jinglong were drinking at the shop, in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The most wasteful thing was to drink impure wine, and use that cultivator's abhijna. This kind of person was even more despicable than a bachelor. Qi Jinglong still only ate a bowl of Yangchun noodles and a plate of pickled vegetables. The drunkards and sword cultivators around them exchanged glances. Looking at his posture, everyone felt that this young sword immortal from the North Continent had an unfathomable alcohol tolerance. Maybe it was just as the second manager said, that he had reached the realm of, I sit alone at the table while the rest lie under the table. The white-haired man liked to come here because he could drink, although Lu had instructed that he could only drink one bowl at a time with his alcohol tolerance. One bowl was enough to make him slightly tipsy. Moreover, Chun Pingon said himself, my shop has such a big white bowl. It's normal to get drunk. It has nothing to do with alcohol tolerance. Qi Jinglong wanted to say something but stopped. Chun Pingon smiled and said, you feel that even if Miss Lu doesn't speak, the way she looks at you, the words in her eyes don't decrease but increase instead. So you're a little flustered? Qi Jinglong remained silent and glanced at the wine pot. He really did feel like drinking. Chun Pingon smiled and didn't say anything, pretending to be profound. How would I know what to do with your situation? At this time, in the vast world, there was a cross-continent ferry from Old Dragon City to the inverted Hanging Mountain. At the bow of the ferry, two masters in green robes were silently admiring the scenery. A handsome young man with a mole between his eyebrows and a snow-white robe was fooling around with a dark-skinned girl who held a mountain walking stick, as if no one else was around. The young man dashed to avoid the mountain walking staff, his sleeves fluttering like snow. He shouted loudly, I'm going to see my teacher, your master. Are you happy? The little girl chased after the big white goose and shouted, happy, really happy. "601. The silhouette of the inverted mountain could already be seen. Chao Qinglang looked into the distance and said in disbelief, this is actually a Shan word seal. Zhong Qiu sighed. There are so many magnificent sceneries in a foreign land. Pei Qian and Cui Dongshan sat on the railing and turned their heads to whisper, the two teachers are not as knowledgeable as I am. Look at me. Do I find it strange when I see the inverted mountain? Not at all. In the end, it's all about studying and not walking. I'm different. I've been copying books nonstop. I've even traveled thousands of miles with my master. Has Master Zhong ever been to such a big Tongya continent? Have you been to the Qing, Luan kingdom of the Aquarius continent? Besides, I copy books every day. In the world, when it comes to copying books into a mountain, other than Sister Baoping, if I claim to be the third, no one would dare to claim to be the second. Cui Dongshan said with a puzzled face, when senior sister saw the inverted mountain just now, she seemed to be drooling and wanted to move it back to Luopa Mountain. In the future, if anyone is not convinced, she will use the seal to smash their heads. Pei Qian was a little embarrassed. Such a big treasure. Who wouldn't be envious when they see it? In the early years, he was in charge of compiling the history books of the imperial court. He recruited more than 10 famous civil officials and more than 20 vigorous scholars from the Hanlin Academy to compile and copy the books day and night. In the end, tens of millions of characters were written. Among them, Zhu Lian's small regular script was truly marvelous. It's not an exaggeration to say that his writing had reached the acme of perfection. Even the most popular style in the world today could not compare to Zhu Lian's writing in the early years. The compilation of this book could be considered the most interesting compilation of knowledge in the history of Lotus Blossom-blessed land. Unfortunately, a certain old Taoist with a cow nose found it an eyesore and moved his little finger, a calamity that could destroy the country was like a furnace that was used to burn the word respect in some parts of the world. It was used to burn waste paper, broken porcelain with words, and so on. Thus, most of the painstaking efforts of the scholars and the knowledge on paper were returned to the world in an instant. Cui Dongshan was bored to death and talked about some old almanac of small places. He waved his two sleeves up and down and said casually, "Just looking at it won't remember anything. It's like duckweed spinning and flowing with the waves. It's not as good as seeing one and seeing two and seeing three and knowing 1,000 and 100. Step by step, it's like a cornerstone stirring up waves in the river of time." Pei Qian stared at him and said, "Big white goose, which side are you on? Why are you always helping outsiders? Do you want me to help you break it? I've mastered martial arts and have about 10% of master's power. I don't know how to control my strength. With a crack, it's broken. When you go to master, don't tell on me. As for old chef's knowledge and writing, forget it. Master only needed to use one hand and a few words to make old chef concede defeat and cook in the kitchen with peace of mind." Cui Dongshan stretched out his hand and said, "Lend me a piece of yellow paper talisman and stick it on my forehead. I need to calm down. I was scared to death by Big Senior Sister." Pei Qian frowned and said, "Don't mess around. Master said that when we're outside, we're not allowed to take out a piece of yellow paper talisman to show off our family's wealth. In places where cultivators gather, it's easy to make others jealous. Once they're jealous, there's a lot of trouble. If you're not wrong and make others wrong, even if you're not wrong, you can't say, 'I'm not wrong.'" When my master and I were in the Tongye continent, we saw the wedding procession of a mountain god in the dark and windy wilderness. I only took one more glance, really just one glance, and those spirits and ghosts all stared at me. My goodness, guess what happened? My master saw that I was wronged and immediately stared back at them. Those originally arrogant mountain gods and ghosts all fell to the ground, as if they were struck by lightning. Then they knelt and begged for mercy. Even the sedan chair that the beautiful lady was sitting on was not lifted by anyone. She was probably dizzy from the fall. After so many years, I still feel quite sorry in my heart. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "Since you've told me the truth, tell me the fake version." Pei Qian said, "Oh, there's a fake one. It's just that master stood up and took the initiative to apologize to the leader of the wedding procession. He also sincerely congratulated them. After that, he scolded me and said that I shouldn't do it more than 3 times. It's already twice. If I make another mistake, he won't be polite to me anymore." Pei Qian rubbed his eyes and said pretentiously, "Even if it's a fake story, it still makes me cry when I think about it." Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "Remember to keep the boogers. Don't rub them away." Pei Qian punched out and stopped an inch away from Cui Dongshan's head. He withdrew his fist and laughed. "Are you scared?" Cui Dongshan didn't move at first. Then his eyes rolled and his whole body began to tremble. He said vaguely, "What a domineering fist aura. I must have suffered a serious internal injury." Pei Qian put 2 fingers together and poked freeze. Cui Dongshan immediately stopped moving. Pei Qian took a deep breath. He needed to be taught a lesson. After a while, Cui Dongshan said anxiously, "Senior Sister Apprentice, quickly withdraw your supernatural power." Pei Qian held her cheeks with both hands and looked into the distance. She said slowly and softly, "Don't talk to me and distract me. I have to concentrate on master." After that, Cui Dongshan was really as steady as a rock. He just looked up at the inverted mountain. His heart was no longer in the inverted mountain, nor in the vast world or the more distant Qing Ming world. It was in the sky outside of the sky, where no one except the Ascendant Realm cultivators could guess the origin of the demons. Not far away, Zhongqiu and Chao Qinglang, the two senior and junior masters, had been used to the quarrel between the two. Chao Qinglang occasionally encountered a lot of problems that Zhongqiu couldn't solve. He would also take the initiative to ask Cui Dongshan, who was from the same sect and generation. Every time, Cui Dongshan would just talk about the matter. After he finished talking, he would ask him to leave. Chao Qinglang would thank him and leave. Chao Qinglang was actually one of the first batch of cultivators to sense the change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth after Eugenie, who wanted to be an immortal in the lotus flower blessed land. Among this small group of cultivators, Chao Qinglang was undoubtedly the kind of existence that didn't lack talent, foundation, and opportunity. Therefore, when he met Pei Qian for the second time, Chao Qinglang, who had already embarked on the path of cultivation, frankly said that even if he met Pei Qian for the first time, Pei Qian wouldn't have succeeded. After that, in the Temple of Heart Reflection located next to the shabby alley, Chao Qinglang helped and dissuaded Pei Qian several times. In fact, it was quite immortal. Zhongqiu brought Chao Qinglang to the Jianghu of the lotus flower world, not to mention the hanging of the statue and the incense ceremony in the Hall of the Patriarchs of Luopa Mountain. It was actually the first time they had come to the vast world. In a true sense, they left the small world where immortals often fell into the mortal world and came to the vast world where many immortals came from. As expected, there were 3 sects, hundreds of schools of thought contending, and the books of sages were as vast as the sea. Fortunately, Wei Pai, the monarch of the northern mountains, took the initiative to lend Zhongqiu a fengcun item at the ferry of Oxhorn Mountain. Otherwise, just the matter of buying books in Old Dragon City alone was enough to put Zhongqiu in an awkward situation where he couldn't attend to one thing and lose sight of another. When they returned to the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom and began to prepare to leave the blessed land of the lotus flower world, Zhongqiu told Chao Qinglang earnestly, "The higher the sky, the wider the land, the more you should remember the 4 words, there must be a place to travel." The reason why they had to travel all over the blessed land before leaving their hometown was that Zhongqiu, who had been imprisoned in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom for most of his life, wanted to personally experience the local customs of the 4 countries. Along the way, he and Chao Qinglang personally drew hundreds of geomancy maps. Zhongqiu told Chao Qinglang clearly that in the future, the world would be turned upside down like never before. There would be an endless stream of cultivators who would enter the mountains to visit immortals and ascend to seek the truth. There would also be many gods and temples of mountains and rivers erected one by one. There would be many demons and ghosts who seemed to have escaped the net and wreaked havoc in the world. Your husband, Chun Pingon, couldn't spend too much time and effort on this territory. He needed someone to share his burdens and give him advice. He even needed someone who was willing to be by his side and say a few words of advice. Zhongqiu then asked Chao Qinglang if she was willing and dared to say it if such a day really came. The young man nodded with a smile. She was willing and dared. Zhongqiu asked again, "What if you and your husband can't agree, and both have their own reasons?" The young man answered again, "You can't argue, but only argue. You need to learn from each other's words to make up for your shortcomings. You need to find a reason and polish each other. Then, in the lotus flower blessed land, there might be a great way where all the people in the world could be free." Zhongqiu finally asked, "But what if the future of both of you is destined to be a fruitless argument, and you have to choose one or the other?" Chao Qinglang finally answered, "Let's see and think as we go." Zhongqiu was gratified and no longer questioned his heart. Now, Master Zhong was more concerned about how they should study and pursue their studies after leaving the lotus flower blessed land and Dali Luopa Mountain. As for the cultivation of Qi cultivators, Zhong Qiu would not interfere too much with Chao Qinglang. Cultivation was not Zhong Qiu's forte, so he would try his best not to tell Chao Qinglang what to do. In fact, Chao Qinglang was indeed a student worthy of his trust. However, Zhong Qiu himself had never seen the scenery of that world. In addition, he had high hopes for Chao Qinglang, so it was inevitable for him to say some harsh words. The big and small worlds had different sceneries, but the principles were the same. All the explorations on the path of life, whether it was to settle down, or to seek a slightly narrower way of learning, would have all kinds of problems. Zhong Qiu did not think that his little bit of knowledge, especially his little martial arts realm, could protect and teach Chao Qinglang too much in the vast world. As a native of the lotus flower-blessed land, except for Ding Ying, Zhong Qiu and his former close friend Yu Zhini were probably the few people who could climb steadily from the bottom of the well to the top of the well through their own paths. They truly understood the vastness of the world and could imagine the height of Taoism. When the ferry arrived at the inverted hanging mountain, Cui Dongshan directly led the three of them to the inn of the Lingji Zhai. At first, he reluctantly chose the 4 most expensive rooms and asked if there were any more expensive and better rooms. The female cultivator of the Lingji Zhai did not know whether to laugh or cry. There were many rich people who came to the inverted hanging mountain who did not lack money, but there were not many who were so straightforward. Therefore, the female cultivator said that there were no rooms. She probably could not stand the young man in White's picky gaze. Did he really think that he was a big shot by having nothing better to do in the inverted hanging mountain? The golden core female cultivator, who was in charge of the daily affairs of the inn, laughed and retorted. She said that the only better places on the inverted hanging mountain were the 4 private residences of the Yuanzhuan residents, the Spring Banner House, the Plum Blossom Garden, and the Water Fairy Palace. The young man clapped his fist and said, "You should have said so earlier." Then he directly led the other 3 people out of the Lingji Zhai Inn. Pei Qian was confused. She followed the big white goose out of the inn. She was actually quite satisfied with the inn just now. At a glance, the hanging on the wall, the floor, and the woman's clothes seemed to be all valuable items. Therefore, she softly asked, "Do you recognize the 4 private residences?" Cui Dongshan laughed. He said that he did not recognize all of them. However, he did have dealings with wealth god Lu of the Yuanzhuan residence and the owner of the Plum Blossom Garden in his early years. They would greet each other and drink happily. Then he would pray that wealth god Lu would die early and reincarnate. This was because Cui Dongshan had many such good friends in the vast world. Pei Qian was even more puzzled. How could they get free food and drinks? In the end, Cui Dongshan took a detour and led the 3 of them into a small alley. They stayed at the Stork Inn. Zhong Qiu and Chao Qinglang naturally did not care about this. Pei Qian was a little angry at first. In the end, Cui Dongshan sat in her room and poured a cup of tea for himself. He said, "The student's money is not the teacher's money. It's the teacher's money. It's your teacher's money. It's your teacher's money. As a disciple, shouldn't you be more frugal?" Pei Qian's eyes immediately brightened. Everything was linked and flawless. It made perfect sense. She immediately let out a shout. Holding the mountain walking staff in her hand, she happily performed a round of crazy swordsmanship in the room. After that, Cui Dongshan sneakily left the Stork Inn. Pei Qian was too lazy to care about him. If the big white goose was bullied outside, it would be useless for him to cry and complain to the senior sister, because she was an emotionless assassin. When Cui Dongshan sneakily returned to the inn, it was already late at night. Standing in the corridor outside Pei Qian's door, he realized that she was still practicing her stance in the room. Pei Qian was slowly practicing her stance. She was half asleep and half awake. The dust and moonlight that were hard to see with the naked I seemed to be twisted by her fist intent. On the windowsill, the window suddenly opened by itself. A large piece of snowy white floated down, revealing a hanged ghost with its head hanging upside down and its tongue sticking out. Pei Qian, who was still a little confused, stuck a talisman on his forehead at lightning speed. He took a step forward and grabbed the mountain traveling staff that was leaning against the table in his hand. Using the mountain traveling staff as a sword, he stabbed at the ghost's forehead. With a bang, the ghost in white was knocked back by the sword. Pei Qian tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and let go of the mountain traveling staff. He leaped out of the window and raised his fist, ready to punch. Naturally, he would use the iron cavalry chisel formation to open a path, and then use the deity's drum beating to determine victory. Victory or defeat, life or death, would depend on how long Pei Qian could last, not on his opponent, because Grandpa Chui said that when a martial artist punches, there is no one in front of him. It was done in one breath, like moving clouds and flowing water. Perhaps to Pei Qian, it was done without any thoughts, so it was especially pure. In the end, he saw the yawning big white goose. Chui Dongshan looked around and said, "Where's senior sister?" Instead of sleeping, she went out to see the scenery? Pei Qian said angrily, pretending to be mysterious in the middle of the night. "Who's to blame if I punch her to death?" Chui Dongshan asked with a smile, punching too fast, faster than a martial artist's thoughts. "Is it good? Then who is the one punching?" Pei Qian was stunned. She asked doubtfully, "What are you talking about?" Chui Dongshan rolled his eyes. "I'll tell the teacher that you hit me." Pei Qian said angrily, "You scared me first." In the end, the two of them made up and sat together on the courtyard wall, looking at the full moon in the vast sky. Chui Dongshan smiled. He heard that the Great Wall of Sword Qi was quite interesting now. There were people who dared to say that besides the left and right, there was another Qin Pingon in the lineage of the literary sage. So what? The lineage of the literary sage was the literary sage. As for the even more pitiful lineage of the literary sage, did they still have any descendants to speak of? Chui Dongshan smiled and said to Pei Qian, "Let's walk around the inverted hanging mountain tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, we'll go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi." "You'll be able to see Master then," Pei Qian said. "What's there to walk around the inverted hanging mountain? Let's go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi tomorrow." Chui Dongshan smiled and said, "There are so many good things in the inverted hanging mountain. Shouldn't we buy some gifts?" Pei Qian felt that he was right. She carefully took out the pouch of money that old Dragon City's Aunt Gue gave her from her sleeve and started counting the money. Chui Dongshan put his hands behind his head and smiled. "I have money. You don't have to take it out." Pei Qian didn't let go of a single copper coin or a single piece of silver. She carefully counted them. After all, there was very little divine money in her private savings. She was so pitiful that she didn't have many companions. Therefore, every time she counted the money, she had to touch them and talk to them secretly. Now that she heard Chui Dongshan's words, she didn't even raise her head. She shook her head and said softly, "I'm buying a gift for Master." "Sigh, I don't want your divine money." Chui Dongshan said jokingly, "The copper coins, broken silver, and immortal money that have accompanied you for so long, are you willing to let them leave your scented sachet? Once they leave, you might not be able to see them again in this lifetime. Won't your heart ache? Won't you be sad?" Pei Qian picked up a snow coin that she had secretly named and raised it up high. She gently shook it a few times and said, "What can I do? If these little fellows leave, then so be it. In any case, I will miss them. In that little account book of mine, I specially wrote down their names. Even if they leave, I can still help them find students and disciples. This pouch of mine is a small ancestral hall. You don't know, right? In the past, I only told Master about it and didn't tell Shu or Mi Li. Back then, Master even praised me and said that I was very considerate. You don't know. Therefore, of course, Master is still the most important. Master can't be lost. Pei Qian put away the snow coin and put the pouch back into her sleeve. She shook her feet. Therefore, I thank the heavens for giving me a master. Pei Qian thought for a moment, but if the heavens dare to take back master. Speaking until here, Pei Qian imitated Mi Li and opened her mouth wide to howl. She said angrily, I'm fierce. "6:02. The moon set and the sun rose. Day and night changed. Fortunately, there was still a spring breeze in the world. The two disciples of the Luopa mountain did not sleep for the entire night. They sat on the wall and chatted. Nobody knew why they had so much to talk about. Fortunately, a chi cultivator, who almost fell to the bottom, was now on his way to the top of the mountain. He did not stop at the middle of the mountain. The road to immortality was long, and the road to heaven was difficult. Some people walked, and some people ran. Those who could surpass others were true geniuses. The other girl was taller, and her skin was not as dark as before. The matter of martial arts breakthrough was like eating melon seeds. Even after chatting for the entire night, she was still energetic and did not feel tired at all. Cui Dongshan stood on the wall and said that the ancient god was taller than all the mountains in the human world. With a long whip in his hand, he could move mountains thousands of miles away. Another god stretched out his hand, and there was a scene of a bright moon above the sea. There was also a god who ran tirelessly between heaven and earth. The god did not show his golden body. He only carried the sun on his shoulder without any concealment. When he ran close to the human world, the sun hung high in the sky. When he ran far away, the sun set in the west and dusk fell. In any case, Pei Qian's words went in one ear and out the other. The big white goose was talking nonsense. It was not her master who was talking. It did not matter if she listened or remembered. Therefore, Pei Qian actually liked to talk to the big white goose. The big white goose always had strange things to say and stories to tell. Most importantly, it did not matter if she heard it or forgot it. The big white goose never urged her to do her homework. In this aspect, it was much better than the old chef. The old chef was very annoying. He knew that she was diligent in copying books and never owed money, but he still asked her every day. If he had so much free time, he could have stewed a pot of salted pork with bamboo shoots and cooked another plate of dried shrimps with water celery. When Pei Qian thought of this, she wiped her saliva. Other than these specialties, there was also the old chef's fried dried fish from the stream. It was really amazing. This time, before she left for the long journey, she specially brought little Millet to the stream and caught a big basket of food. After that, Pei Qian kept an eye on old chef in the kitchen, telling him to put more effort into cooking. He had to use 120% of his skills. These were to be brought to the Great Wall of Sword Chi for his master. In the end, Zhu Lian almost had to use the six-step stance and the monkey fist stance to satisfy Pei Qian just for this deep-fried dried fish. In the beginning, Pei Qian wanted to carry the food in her bag and bring it to the inverted hanging mountain personally. However, the journey was long, and she was worried that she would not be able to carry it. As soon as she arrived at the ferry of Old Dragon City and saw Cui Dongshan, who was travel-worn, the first thing she did was to ask the big white goose to hide the small gift well in something close to her. For this reason, she made a deal with the big white goose. 10% of the golden dried fish belonged to him. Then, along the way, Pei Qian tried different ways to eat the remaining 10% with Cui Dongshan. It was crispy and delicious. Even the old master and Chao Xiaoda seemed to be envious. Pei Qian once asked the old master if he wanted to try it. The old master was shy and said no with a smile. Then Pei Qian thought that Chao Qingling also did not want to eat it. Her own old chef's cooking skills were really good. She had to sincerely give him a thumbs up. However, sometimes Pei Qian would pity the old chef. After all, he was old and ugly. It could not be helped. His chess skills were not good, and he did not know how to say good things. Therefore, it was fortunate that he had this skill. Otherwise, in the Luopa mountain where everyone was busy, he would probably have to rely on her to support him. But this kind of thing, after a long time, would not be useful. In the end, people would still look down on him. Just like what her master said, if a person did not have any real skills, it would not be like wearing new clothes or wearing a tall hat. Even if people praised you in front of your face, they would only treat it as a joke behind your back. On the contrary, those farmers, shopkeepers, and workers of the dragon kiln relied on their skills to make a living. Whether their days were good or bad, they would not be criticized behind their backs. Therefore, Pei Qian was worried that the old chef would be too arrogant and learn from the immature Chen Lingjun. She was worried that the old chef would be praised by the immortals of the neighboring mountains and forget his own surname. Therefore, she repeated her master's words to Chen Lingjun word for word. Of course, Pei Qian remembered her master's teachings. Her master also said that when reasoning with others, it was not enough to be reasonable. It also depended on the custom, the atmosphere, and the timing. Finally, it depended on one's tone and attitude. Therefore, Pei Qian pondered for a while and called the loyal right Dharma protector to do a very beautiful show of strength. Anyway, Little Rice only needed to nod and accept humbly. After that, she could record another merit in Pei Qian's book of achievements. After the old chef heard this, he was filled with emotions and benefited a lot. Pei Qian knew that the old chef must have taken her words to heart. She was more gratified. Cui Dongshan walked slowly on top of the small wall. It was the 6-step stance walk. Pei Qian felt that the big white goose's walk was not good enough. It was swaying left and right. It was just a flashy but impractical posture. However, the big white goose did not learn from his master, so it did not matter. Otherwise, Pei Qian would really nag at it. Some things once done could not be sloppy. It really could not be done without being serious. Cui Dongshan walked back and forth on top of the narrow wall. He muttered to himself. Legend has it that the ancient cultivators could enter the dream and see the true spirit through sincerity, circulating the 3 lights, the sun and the moon circling where the will leads, where the stars point, the vast divine light, forgetting the mechanism and cleverly illuminating the bones. The 2 sleeves have a pot of paradise, allowing me to ride the wind and the sea of clouds, free and unfettered with the heaven and earth. There is a general idea in this saying. All things return to the origin. From my words, immortals have never accepted money since ancient times. In the blink of an eye, life and death are boundless. There is only the door of cultivation, the way of the Tao. There are gods and immortals above. The night is vast and boundless. There is also the slumbering under the yellow springs, never sleeping for thousands of years. In the middle, there is a half-dead man who has a long life and lowers his head, plowing the fields for the human world. Pei Qian asked, "My master taught you this?" Cui Dongshan stopped his stance and slapped his forehead. He did not want to speak. Pei Qian said regretfully, "If it's not master, then it's nothing." Cui Dongshan stood on one leg. He stretched out 2 fingers and made an awkward pose. He pointed at Pei Qian and said, "Freeze!" Pei Qian suddenly stopped moving. Then Pei Qian snorted coldly. His shoulders shook and his fist aura flowed out. It was as if he had dispersed the immortal divine ability, and he immediately returned to normal. Pei Qian crossed his arms. Insignificant skill. What a joke. Cui Dongshan pretended to be surprised. He took 2 steps back and said in a trembling voice, You Who are you? Who is your master? How can you break my supernatural power at such a young age? Pei Qian rolled her eyes and said, There are no outsiders now. Who are you showing it to? Let's save some energy. That's about it. Cui Dongshan sat back beside Pei Qian and said softly, If you want to succeed naturally without leaving any traces, you have to practice. Just like our Luapa Mountain's unique skill, the mountain quaking fist. If you don't practice it hundreds of thousands or millions of times, how can it be effective? Ooh, Pei Qian sneered and said, It's two different things. Master said that when you go out, you have to be kind to others. Sincerity is the most important word. As soon as Pei Qian mentioned her master, his own master, Cui Dongshan was at his wit's end. If he said too much, he would be easily beaten. But Pei Qian quickly whispered, Later when the two masters can't see us, we have to practice more. Because Master also said, whether it's on the mountain or in Jianghu, you can't have the heart to harm others, but you can't not have the heart to guard against others. Showing weakness to the enemy can help to save your life. Showing strength to the enemy can save you trouble. Cui Dongshan nodded and thought deeply. Luapa Mountain didn't have much, but it had a lot of principles. In the early morning, Zhong Qiu and Chao Qinglang, the two masters, one old and one young, opened their windows almost at the same time. They silently read the sage books on time, sat upright and still, and immersed themselves in it. Pei Qian turned her head to look, curled her lips, and pretended to be disdainful, although she didn't show it on her face, and didn't say anything. In her heart, she was still a little envious of Blockhead Chow. When it came to reading, he was indeed a little more like a master than she was, but there was a limit, even if she pretended she couldn't. She didn't have a good relationship with the words in the sage books. Every time she knocked on the door, she was like an unlikable flatterer. Every time she knocked on the door as a guest, they didn't know to open the door with a smiling face. It was only a few times, about 3 times, that the words in the books finally gave her sincerity. In the private words of Pei Qian and Zhou Mili, the ink block words no longer died on the battlefield of books, but jumped out of the grave, showing off, and scared people to death. When Zhou Mili heard this, she was startled and her brows furrowed together. She was quite frightened. Pei Qian then borrowed a talisman and stuck it on the right guardian's forehead. That night, Zhou Mili moved all of her collection of romance books into Nguan Shu's room. She said that these books were really pitiful and didn't have legs. She could only help them move their nest, which confused Nguan Shu. However, Nguan Shu didn't say much and helped Zhou Mili look after those books that had been flipped through too many times and were badly worn out. Probably like what her master said in private. Everyone had their own book. Some people wrote books for a lifetime and liked to open the book for others to read. The book was full of sanctity, loftiness, and not moved by profit, but only the word kindness was missing. But some people never wrote the word kindness in their own books, but the book was full of kindness. When they opened the book, they saw the grass growing and the orioles flying and the flowers and trees facing the sun. Even in the middle of winter and hot summer, there was the lively scene of frost and snow hitting persimmons and red persimmons. After getting along with Nguan Shu for a long time, Pei Qian felt that there didn't seem to be the word rejection in Nguan Shu's book. The 3 times the words on the book were strange. The first time was when she was traveling with her master, and the second time was when Pei Qian was at her most tiring time in Luopa Mountain. She tied a writing brush to her arm with a cotton cloth and gritted her teeth to copy the book. She was muddle-headed, dizzy, and half asleep. Only then would the words move like fish and arrange troops. Regarding this matter, she had only told her master once. At that time, they hadn't reached Luopa Mountain yet. Her master didn't say much, and Pei Qian was too lazy to think too much about it. She thought that probably all scholars who worked hard on their studies would have such a situation. She had only done it 3 times. If she told her master, and her master found out, he would have gotten used to it thousands or tens of thousands of times. Wouldn't that be spinning a cocoon around herself, causing her to eat chestnuts at her master's place for nothing? The chestnuts didn't hurt, but it would be embarrassing. Therefore, Pei Qian made up her mind that as long as her master didn't take the initiative to ask about the chestnut seeds, she would never take the initiative to talk about it. Pei Qian suddenly asked in a low voice, "What realm are you in now?" "That blockhead Chow is hard to talk to. Last time, I saw that he only read books every day and didn't seem to pay much attention to his cultivation. So I tried to persuade him. I said that the 3 of us were of the same generation. I learned boxing and swordsmanship, and I learned 2 unique skills from my master at once. You don't have to compare with me. What's there to compare? What's there to compare? Right? But you, Chui Dongshan, are already in the sea viewing realm, and Chao Qinglang, seems to be barely in the cave-dwelling realm. How can this be? Master is not often by his side to teach him Taoist skills, but this is not the reason why Chao Qinglang's realm is not high, is it? Chao Qinglang is also boring. He says that he will work hard and be diligent, but in my opinion, he is still not very good. However, I won't gossip about this matter in front of my master. So as to avoid Chao Qinglang judging a martial arts master, a peerless swordsman, and a ruthless killer with his narrow-mindedness. So, you are really in the sea-viewing realm now. Ooh. Chui Dongshan shook his head. Not the sea-viewing realm. Pei Qian hit her palm with her fist. Then are you in the cave-dwelling realm? You should be in the middle 5 realms, right? Forget it, not for the time being. It doesn't matter. You wander outside all year round, busy with this and that, and delay your cultivation realm. It's pardonable. At worst, I will go back and tell Blockhead Chow that you are not in the sea-viewing realm. Just say this. I will take care of your face. After all, we are closer. Chui Dongshan imitated Pei Qian's tone and smiled. Big senior sister is so considerate. Pei Qian frowned and said, "You are an adult. Speak properly." Chui Dongshan held the back of his head with his hands. His 2 snow-white sleeves floated down like a waterfall. In Pei Qian's eyes, they only looked valuable. This was her master's instruction. She was not allowed to use her heart to peek at the Heart Lake and other things. There was once a Jindan cultivator from the Spring Dew Garden in the North Continent, but he could not get out of Chui Dongshan's sleeves. He was detained for a long time and used all his techniques, but he was still trapped. In the end, he could only wait for death. The world was bleak, and he was alone. His Tao heart almost collapsed. Of course, in the end, the Jindan cultivator's song, Lan Xiao, benefited more. It was just that the mental journey during this period was not very pleasant. In Chui Dongshan's eyes, Pei Qian, who was not young now, was still a little girl in her early teens, whether in terms of height or intelligence. It was just that Pei Qian's gifted vision and deep understanding of some things were very different. It was not a realm that a young girl should have. Just like when he said that Pei Qian punched too fast, Chui Dongshan would not overdo it. He would remind Pei Qian to think more and slow down her punches, just like her master. Perhaps it would be awkward at the beginning and affect the realm of martial arts, but in the long run, it was for the day when her punches would be faster or even faster. He would teach her to be more worthy of the world and her master. There were many principles that could only be said by Chui Dongshan's teacher to his disciple, Pei Qian. However, there were some words that could only be said by someone other than Chen Pingan. It was neither light nor heavy, and should be done step by step. They could not spoil things by excessive enthusiasm, and they could not let her state of mind be disturbed by empty principles. In fact, Zhong Qiu and Chao Qinglang were just studying and traveling, but it was also an invisible matter. The reason why everyone treated Pei Qian so seriously and regarded it as a matter of course. Why, in the end, It was the young master of Luapa Mountain who cared the most. Apart from this, there was another important reason. That was Pei Qian's own actions and changes were worthy of the expectations and hopes that everyone carefully hid. On Luapa Mountain, everyone preached and protected the Tao. The young master was the result of the family tradition. However, in the future, Luapa Mountain might not be so perfect. There would be more and more names on Luapa Mountain's ancestral record page after page. However, there was no need to worry at that time. Presumably, Pei Qian and Chao Qinglang would have grown up, and there would be no need for their master and teacher to shoulder everything alone. Today, Zhong Qiu, Chao Qinglang, Cui Dongshan, and Pei Qian did not walk around inverted hanging mountain together. They separated and went their own ways. Cui Dongshan secretly gave Zhong Qiu a grain of grain rain money. It was not a problem for a hero to be stumped by a penny. Moreover, Zhong Qiu was the sage of literature and martial arts master of lotus flower blessed land. Now, he was a real consecrator of Luapa Mountain. Zhong Qiu was not a pedantic scholar. He governed Nanyuan Kingdom, and it was thriving. If the old Taoists did not divide the blessed land into four, Nanyuan Kingdom would have already had the momentum to unify the four countries. Not only did Zhong Qiu not refuse, but he also borrowed 2 more grains of grain rain money from Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan accompanied Pei Qian to Lingji shop, but Pei Qian frowned and looked miserable. It was true that those objects and treasures were dazzling, and she liked them all, but she couldn't afford them at all. Even after Pei Qian had browsed through all the big and small corners of Lingji shop, she still couldn't find a gift that she could buy with her own money. Even when Pei Qian walked out of Lingji's shop sickly, she didn't borrow money from Cui Dongshan, and Cui Dongshan didn't ask to borrow money either. The two of them then went to the street of shops at the foot of the Elk Cliff. Pei Qian was like a fish in water. There were many things here, and the price was not expensive. There were so many things to spend money on that she was dazzled. She weighed the money bag and was full of confidence. When she walked, she was beaming with joy. Fortunately, there were many people here. Otherwise, she would not be able to express the happiness in her heart if she did not perform a set of crazy swordsmanship. The street was bustling with activity. Most of the female cultivators came here from the vast world to travel. Pei Qian was amazed by their hair buns and clothes. There was a woman with 2 buns towering like a mountain and a rhinoceros horn combing a fence. Her long skirt with loose sleeves was like floating clouds. Even if she was not a beautiful woman, she still looked graceful and charming. There was also a woman with black hair tied up in a bun and pearls like flowers and trees. Pei Qian was envious of them. They all had a small mountain of gold and silver on their heads. Why were there so many people in the world who were as rich as her? Finally, Pei Qian chose 2 gifts. One was for her master. It was a calligraphy brush that was said to be a famous Zhong family style in the Central Plains. It specialized in writing small regular script. On the shaft of the brush, there was a line of fine Xiaozhuan characters engraved on it. It cost Pei Qian 1 snow to spend money. It was an exquisitely made celadon. Beside the sea, there were many small regular script brushes that looked exactly the same. Pei Qian stood on her tiptoes and stared with her eyes wide open. It took her a whole incense's time just to choose one of them. Cui Dongshan was at the side giving advice. Pei Qian did not like to listen to his nagging and only cared about choosing by herself. Seeing this, the old shopkeeper was overjoyed. He did not feel annoyed at all. Instead, he felt that it was interesting. There were no foreigners who came to the inverted hanging mountains who lacked money. He had seen many people who spent a lot of money. It was rare to see someone who was as calculative as this charcoal girl. The other gift was what Pei Qian intended to give to her master's wife. It cost her as much as 3 snow. It was a letter made of colorful clouds. On the letter, colorful clouds swirled, and occasionally a bright moon could be seen. It was very beautiful. With the 2 gifts in hand, the small money pouch with a majority of the common copper coins, silver pieces, and golden melon seeds actually did not shrivel up much. It was just that it suddenly felt like it had lost its pillar of support. This made Pei Qian sigh, and carefully put it away into her sleeve. What could she do? The big jade plate in the sky had its ups and downs, and the small money in her pocket had its ups and downs. These 2 things were difficult to be complete since ancient times. Actually, there was no need to be too sad. However, what Pei Qian did not know was that the big white goose, who did not help at all, had also bought some random items from the 2 shops. While she was at it, she also secretly exchanged the snow that she had taken out from her money pouch with the shopkeeper. People who cultivated Tao ate the clouds and drank the dew. They washed their bones and cleansed their marrow. The more they attained Tao, the more outstanding their appearance would be. However, for a handsome young man like Cui Dongshan, wherever he went, it was as if he was in an immortal's cave. It was still an extremely rare and beautiful scenery. Therefore, there were quite a lot of gazes on him along the way. Moreover, for many immortals on the mountain, the etiquette and customs of the common people were nothing to them. A group of heavily guarded female chi cultivators brushed past Cui Dongshan. They looked back and smiled. After a few steps, they suddenly turned back and looked at him again. The more they looked, the more tempted they were. They simply turned around and quickly approached the young man. They wanted to reach out and pinch the handsome young man's cheek. However, the young man rolled up his sleeves, and the woman disappeared without a trace. The women and their retinue were all panicking. The leader of the guards was a nascent soul cultivator. He stopped all the junior retinue who were questioning the young man and stepped forward personally to apologize. The young man in white with a red mole between his eyebrows smiled, but did not say anything. It was the slightly tanned little girl who was holding the mountain staff refined by immortals who said something. The young man shook his sleeves, and a woman who was limp on the street fell out of thin air. The young man did not even look at the old nascent soul cultivator. He bent down and stretched out his hand. With a smile on his face, he patted the woman's cheek. However, he did not say anything and continued to walk forward with the little girl. After a few steps, the young man suddenly swayed and held his forehead with his hand. "Senior sister, this move that covered the sky and covered the sun is unprecedented. It consumed too much of my spiritual chi. I feel dizzy. What should I do? What should I do?" Pei Qian wiped her forehead and quickly passed the mountain staff to the big white goose. "Then take it easy. Walk slower." Pei Qian intentionally slowed down her pace. However, the moment she slowed down, the big white goose slowed down as well. She had no choice but to quicken her pace and walk as far away as possible from the people behind her. The young man held the mountain staff and pressed it against the ground time and time again. He quietly turned his head and waved at the woman with a bright smile. The woman who was suffering from a splitting headache was pale and dizzy. She could not say a single word. In the lake of her heart, there was not a single ripple. It was as if a mountain that happened to cover the entire lake of her heart was directly suppressed. The old nascent soul cultivator was shocked to the extreme when he peeked into his young lady's heart lake. The bit of grudge in his heart that he was hesitating about whether he should get back at the young lady after the incident immediately dissipated. Not only that, he even spoke in his mind again. "Senior, please forgive my young lady's offense." The young man did not turn around. He only pressed the mountain staff lightly against the ground and slightly increased his strength. He said in his mind to the little nascent soul cultivator with a smile, "This bold woman has good taste. I won't bicker with her. Naturally, you don't have to make a fuss over nothing. From your cultivation path, you should be from the Mountain River sect of the Central Plains Divine Continent. I just don't know if you're from the Heavenly Precious Truth lineage or the unlucky Long Elephant Earth sect lineage. It doesn't matter. Go back and greet your ancestor Chinjilan. Don't pretend to be hurt by love, and go into seclusion to pretend to be dead. Tell her directly that back then, she lost to me 3 rounds of the heart reflection game in a row and shamelessly avoided me, right? She was just too lazy to ask for repayment, but today's matter isn't over yet. When I return, I'll slap that tender little face of hers until it's ruined. The mountain in the woman's heart lake disappeared in an instant, as if it was moved away by a god. Therefore, the small world of the woman's chi cultivator became clear again, and her heart lake returned to normal. The old nascent soul cultivator's Tao heart trembled, and he complained incessantly. He did not expect that in this inverted mountain thousands of miles away from the central divine continent, a small dispute would cause such a huge trouble for the sect master and ancestor. That young man was in the immortal realm, ascendant realm. The old nascent soul cultivator felt sad. Once cultivators became enemies, especially the group of true immortals at the peak of the mountain, it was not a small matter of a few years or decades, but 100 or 1,000 years of continuous resentment. Chui Dongshan turned to look at the little girl who temporarily lent him the mountain-traveling staff. Her forehead was sweating and her body was tense. There seemed to be some guilt between her eyebrows. Chui Dongshan smiled and said in his heart, "Senior sister, how long have you been learning martial arts? Don't worry about me. I'm the same as Mister. I'm used to walking up and down the mountain. I know what I'm doing and can take care of myself. Even if the world falls, there's no need for you to be distracted. Just focus on copying books and practicing martial arts." Pei Qian was a little unhappy. Using the method of martial arts, she said in low spirits, "But I'm Master's first disciple." As the senior sister, I should take care of Nuan Shu and Xiaomi in the Luopa Mountain. After leaving the Luopa Mountain, I should also show the spirit of a senior sister. Otherwise, what's the point of practicing martial arts? It's not like I want to show off. Ooh, Chui Dongshan smiled and asked, "Why can't I show off?" Pei Qian was puzzled. "I've followed Master to so many mountains and rivers, but Master has never shown off." Chui Dongshan shook his head and smiled. "Mister, I still hope that you'll be happier and more carefree in your journey. As long as you don't involve yourself in major issues, you should let yourself have more freedom. It's best that you'll be amazed and cheered by others along the way. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. They're saying that this lady's martial arts are very good. Oh, my goodness. What powerful swordsmanship. If this heroine didn't come from a prestigious sect, she wouldn't have any reason or laws." Pei Qian was overjoyed at the thought of those martial arts scenes. However, Pei Qian suddenly thought of the Great Wall of Sword Aura and felt a little worried. She asked softly, after passing the inverted hanging mountain, "It's another world. I heard that there are countless sword cultivators there. Sigh, each of them is more impressive than the other. The most powerful chi refinement warriors in the world, will they bully Master? A foreigner? Although Master's martial arts and swordsmanship are the best, he's only one person after all. If the sword cultivators over there were in groups, hundreds or thousands of them, with 7 or 8 sword immortals hiding among them, will Master not be able to take care of them?" Chui Dongshan was speechless. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to take care of them. However, it was a good habit for Pei Qian to think of the worst-case scenario before considering everything. This was probably because she had been influenced by Mister's words and example. Hopefully, this thing didn't just grow gradually in the spring rain and among the green mountains. Oftentimes, a flower would grow in a muddy swamp or barren land at night. It would bloom before dawn, before the first rays of the morning sun had arrived. Even if it was destroyed by the wind and rain, it would bloom again. The greater hope was that it wouldn't bloom or bear fruit. Many people were destined to be just a small grass in life. They had to see the spring breeze and bask in the sun. Many people were like this in the human world. Why not treat it well? After the small incident at the foot of the Elk Cliff, Pei Qian found an excuse to bring Cui Dongshan back to the stork inn. She said that she was tired from walking today. The inverted hanging mountain was indeed an inverted hanging mountain. The mountain road was too difficult to walk on, and she had to go back to rest. Cui Dongshan couldn't tell the senior sister that he wasn't at the sea viewing or the cave-dwelling realm, but was actually at the pure jade realm. He couldn't say that his current pure jade realm was more unreasonable than the Yuanying of the sword cultivator, Li Tuanjing of the Aquarius continent, and the Xianji of the Yuan Spirit Hall of the North Continent. The key was that even if he said it, she wouldn't believe him. Unless Mr. said it, the little girl would probably believe him, and then say something like, "Keep up the good work, don't be arrogant and complacent." In Pei Qian's eyes and heart, the realms of everyone other than her master were probably not real realms. On the way to the stork inn, Cui Dongshan exclaimed, "Senior sister, there's money on the ground." Pei Qian looked down. She first looked around, and then stepped on the snow money with lightning speed. Finally, she squatted on the ground and picked up the money. Her movements were more fluid than her punches. Pei Qian touched the snow money and said in surprise, "It's the one that ran away from home." Cui Dongshan was shocked. He jumped back and said with a shocked face, "There's such fate in the world." When he reached the corner of the alley where the Stork Tavern was located, he looked at the Pei Qian on the ground and really picked up a homeless Xue Qian from the cracks of the stone slabs on the street. He didn't expect that it was the one he named. It was fate again. Then Pei Qian couldn't stop smiling. She turned her head and stared at the big white goose. She said with a smile, "Maybe before we enter the inn, the three of them will be reunited as a family." Cui Dongshan said, "Is there such a coincidence in the world?" Pei Qian nodded and said, "Yes, there is no story without coincidences, but it was a pity that there was no money on the ground after walking through the alley." So Pei Qian pulled Cui Dongshan to walk again and again. No matter how patient Cui Dongshan was, he had to change his mind. He secretly threw away the snow money that he wanted to cheat some dried fish to eat. Pei Qian squatted on the ground and took out her money bag. She raised the snow money high and said with a smile, "Let's go home." When they arrived at the inn, Pei Qian lay on the table with the 3 snow money in front of her. She asked Cui Dongshan to take some golden dried fish from the objects nearby. She said it was a celebration. It was unknown whether the snow money fell from the sky, grew from the ground, or grew its own legs and ran home. Cui Dongshan ate the dried fish, but Pei Qian didn't. Cui Dongshan said vaguely, "Senior sister, you're not eating?" Pei Qian lay on the table with her head on her arm. She looked out of the window with her head tilted and said with a smile, "I'm not hungry." Cui Dongshan changed from wolfing down the food to chewing slowly. Pei Qian kept looking out of the window and said softly, "Besides the seniors in my heart, do you know who I'm most grateful to?" Cui Dongshan knew, but he shook his head and said he didn't know. Cui Dongshan even knew that there were 2 small regrets in his master's heart that he had never told anyone. One was the growth of the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket. That was why everyone fooled around on the Academy Lake in the Great Sway Kingdom. The other was the little golden man who seemed to have gone far away and never looked back. These regrets might accompany him for life, but they didn't seem to be something that needed to be drunk or talked about. Pei Qian said slowly, "It's Sister Bao Ping and the masteress that you're about to meet." Cui Dongshan picked up the dried fish and asked with a smile, "Why?" Pei Qian said, I think that everyone thinks that it was my master who protected Sister Bao Ping and the others when they went to study, but I know that it was Sister Bao Ping who accompanied my master when he went out for the first time. At that time, Sister Bao Ping was still a little girl. She carried a small green bamboo bookcase and accompanied my young master, who was wearing straw sandals. They went through so many green mountains and rivers together, so I like Sister Bao Ping very much. Then there's the masteress that my master likes. If it weren't for her, even if my master could still go far and be the best master in the world today, he would not be so happy. After so many years, he would be very tired. How should I put it? Every time my master encountered something that he had to solve by himself, as long as he thought that there was a masteress waiting for him in a faraway place, no matter how far he went, there seemed to be copper coins on the ground for him to pick up. How could my master not be happy? Cui Dongshan suddenly said, I see. If senior sister hadn't told me, I might not have known in my life. Pei Qian sat up and nodded. Don't feel stupid. In our Luopa mountain, besides my master, I am the cleverest one. Do you know why? Cui Dongshan held back his laughter and asked curiously, Please enlighten me, senior sister. Pei Qian stood up and leaned forward. She waved her hand and said, I'll tell you secretly. Cui Dongshan stretched his neck and was hit on the head by Pei Qian. The big white goose had just eaten a few dried fish and was rewarded with a few chestnuts. Pei Qian sat back and spread out her hands. She made a gesture of qi sinking into her dantian and said seriously, Do you know now? Cui Dongshan glanced at the remaining dried fish on the table. Pei Qian blinked and said, Eat. Don't worry and eat as much as you want. Just think of it as the leftovers that I left for you. If your conscience doesn't hurt, then eat more. In the wasteland, in a vast area similar to the central divine continent, there was a towering mountain that was taller than all the other mountains in the world. There was no Taoist temple on the mountain. There wasn't even a single demon who cultivated there. This was because this place had been forbidden since ancient times. For 10,000 years, only those in the upper 5 realms who dared to climb the mountain were qualified to go to the peak to pay their respects. Today, a hunchbacked old man, who was as thin as a match, dressed in gray, brought a newly accepted disciple up the mountain to meet his self. As they gradually climbed higher, the old man held the child's tender hand with one hand, and his other sleeve fluttered in the strong wind. The old man in gray turned his head and looked far away. There was a foreign old blind man who was still controlling the golden-armored puppet to move the mountain. The old man shook his head. The child who was being held raised his head and asked, Is there going to be a war again? The old man nodded and said, Because I wasn't here before, so it was just a small fight. Chun Qing had been laughing at me for 10,000 years. At the great wall of Sword Qi, the gambling tables of the large and small gambling houses were doing well. This was because on the city wall there were 2 young martial artists in the Golden Body realm who were about to spar for the second time. The woman would use the ask fist, while the man would use the feed fist. There was no doubt about the outcome. Although the second shopkeeper's character was worse than the previous, his fist technique was still passable. Today, on the city wall, the female martial artist in the central divine continent, Yu Yuanfu, held her breath and concentrated. Her fist intent flowed like a river. Dozens of steps away, a young man in a green robe with a jade hairpin not only took off his boots, but also rolled up his sleeves and tightened his trousers for the first time. Both sides of the city wall were packed with gamblers who were hovering on their swords. When they saw the scene, they didn't hesitate to bet on the winner in 3, 5, or at most 10 punches. That F*** King's second shopkeeper. Is he trying to cheat us of our money again with those fake and true rumors and such a clumsy trick? The second shopkeeper has completely failed this time. He's still too young. "6:03. At dawn, they neared the door of the inverted mountain. They only needed to take a few steps to go from one realm to another. However, Zhong Qiu asked, "Forgive me for asking, but who helped you to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Did you encounter any problems on your way back?" Cui Dongshan did not hide anything. He smiled and said, "It was the master of Spring Banner House, Sword Immortal Xiao Yunyan. It's just money. It's not worth your concern." Zhong Qiu naturally did not believe his words. If he wanted to give money to Spring Banner House's Xiao Yunyan, he had to knock on the door first. But since Cui Dongshan said there was no need to worry, Zhong Qiu was relieved. Otherwise, they were both from Luapa Mountain's Hall of Patriarchs. If there was anything Zhong Qiu could do, Zhong Qiu still hoped that Cui Dongshan could tell him frankly. As for Cui Dongshan, Zhong Qiu was not the only one who felt strange. In fact, Zhong Qiu could tell that Zhu Lian, Zheng Dafeng, and Mountain Lord Wei Bian, as the most senior mountain lords of Luapa Mountain, were very concerned about their relationship with this young man. The reason was simple. The young man named Cui Dongshan had a mind as deep as the abyss. As the national advisor of a country, Zhong Qiu could be said to have seen countless people. He had seen all the emperors, generals, ministers, and heroes of the world. He could even see the true nature of Eugenie, who had turned to cultivation to seek immortality. On the contrary, this young man in white who played with Pei Qian all day seemed to have a mind deep in his heart. It was better not to delve into this person's state of mind. The gatekeeper here was the young Taoist from Inverted Hanging Mountain, who was as senior as the great Lord of Heaven. At this moment, the young Taoist was no longer looking down at the book. He was looking straight at the four of them without hiding his gaze. Then, the young Taoist, who once slapped Lu Tai out of Shangxiang House, asked 3 questions to the 4 of them. He asked the young man in a Confucian robe, and the girl with the mountain-walking stick the same question. He asked Zhong Qiu the question, "Are you willing to go to Shangxiang House to burn an incense? If you can light up the incense, you can use it to become my disciple. From now on, you and I might be able to call each other senior and junior brothers. However, I cannot guarantee that you will be able to rise in seniority. I must tell you about this first. If it was an ordinary cultivator of the world, they would treat these words as a blessing as high as the heavens and deep as the earth." He asked Pei Qian and Chao Qinglang, "Who is his master?" He asked Cui Dongshan, "Who are you?" Zhong Qiu smiled and replied using telepathy, "Thank you for your kindness, immortal. However, I am a disciple of Confucianism and half a pure martial artist. I have no interest in cultivating the magic of immortals." Chao Qinglang's expression was calm as she replied with the ripples in her heart, "In the vast world, the inheritance of the sect is of utmost importance. I hope you can forgive me for not saying anything." The little Taoist boy didn't find these 2 answers to be surprising. He nodded and understood. He didn't become angry out of humiliation. Year after year, he looked at the various forms of life on the Inverted Hanging Mountain. It was really boring. He just wanted to find some surprises. The little girl held the emerald green mountain staff, refined from the golden bamboo whip in the lightning pool. She did not speak and instead looked up at the sky. She pretended to be deaf and mute. She seemed to have received the young man's reply. Then she began to move slowly and finally hid behind the young man in white. The little Taoist boy chuckled. His reputation in the Inverted Hanging Mountain was not bad. He had never done anything like bullying others. The few times he did, he would rely on his insignificant Tao techniques and small skills. However, the answer from the young man draped in the skin of an ancient true dragon left the little Taoist boy speechless. That guy had asked such a brainless question without using telepathy or the ripples in his heart. Instead, he directly said, "I'm Dong Shan." The little Taoist boy did not have the mood to pester him. He lowered his head and continued to flip through the book. The door beside him opened. The four of them walked towards the door. Pei Qian had been hiding at a place furthest away from the little Taoist boy. Now that the big white goose moved, she stood on the left side of the big white goose and moved with it. It was as if she could not see the little Taoist boy, and the little Taoist boy could not see her. After Cui Dongshan boarded the ship at Old Dragon City, he only reminded Pei Qian of one thing. If they met an expert, they should not take a second look. They should take a detour and mind their own business. Pei Qian asked what was considered an expert. Cui Dongshan laughed and said that those who looked like they were shrouded in fog were experts. After seeing them, he imitated Chun Ling Jun and pretended to be blind. Then he imitated Little Millet and pretended to be mute. Zhong Qiu stepped on the ground. His breathing was not smooth, but it was not a big problem. After a few breaths, he got used to it. They were both pure martial artists who had reached the far travel state. There was a big difference between the lotus flower blessed land and the vast world. As the imperial tutor, Zhong Qiu consumed a lot of energy and mental energy. When the lotus flower blessed land became the lotus flower blessed land, there was no more pressure from the great path. Zhong Qiu also took off the burden of being the imperial tutor. Both his mental state and mental energy were opened up. In fact, before Zhong Qiu entered the Luapa Mountain, there were already 2 Zhong Qius. Therefore, in those 10 years, Zhong Qiu broke through the bottleneck of the 6th state and successfully reached the golden body state. Finally, after an accident or opportunity, Zhong Qiu, who was close to the water, got the moon first, but did not know that he was close to the water. It seemed to be an opportunity and luck, but in fact, it was just a matter of accumulation. Chao Qinglang was the most uncomfortable one. Her face was slightly pale. She hid her hands in her sleeves and made gestures to help her focus and stabilize her soul. This method was taught by Mr. Liu in the early years. Pei Qian recovered earlier than Chao Qinglang. She shook her head and was very proud. Look, the cultivation road of Blockhead Chao was long and heavy, which made her very worried. Previously, Cui Dongshan said to her telepathically, "I'll tease that little guy." Pei Qian reminded him, "Don't overdo it." Cui Dongshan was the last to enter the gate. He leaned back and stretched his neck as if he wanted to see what book the little Taoist boy was reading. The little Taoist boy smiled and said, "On the upside-down mountain, one of my apprentice nephews is not very friendly to the flood dragon." Cui Dongshan had already entered the gate, but he stepped back and asked, "What did you say just now?" The little Taoist boy was stunned for a moment. He turned his head and frowned. "What is your state?" Cui Dongshan laughed and said, "If I say I'm in the ascendant state, would you believe it?" The little Taoist boy shook his head. The boy was full of himself and seriously discussed this boring topic with him. He continued to ask, then, "Why are you asking me? If I say I'm in the nascent soul state, the Jade Raw realm, you will believe it? Do you believe me, or do you believe yourself? How do I know if you believe yourself, or the me in your heart? Then, which one should I believe?" The little Taoist boy was stunned for a long time and asked, "Is there something wrong with your brain?" The boy really did not leave. He maintained the posture where his feet were already in the wilderness and his body was still in the vast world. If the trouble lies in the great path, not in you or me, then what will you do? Is taking medicine useful? The little Taoist boy was completely speechless. The boy smiled cheekily and said, "Seriously, you asked me if I was sick, and then I asked if you wanted to take medicine. Now you're confused?" The little Taoist boy was puzzled and asked, "Are you tired of living?" The boy said with a straight face, "How can I repay the living of heaven and earth? In the end, I have to repay with my life. The little Taoist boy frowned and closed the book. He planned to drag this guy back to the inverted mountain and give him a good beating. By then, he would naturally find out what level he was at. He did not expect that the boy would run away when he saw that the situation was not good. After a while, he leaned back again and said to the little Taoist boy with a smile, "The Central Pine collection, which seems to be sentimental for most of the book, is really not worth reading. That infatuated scholar died in the end, but the woman did not die for love. Instead, she remarried and gave birth to a bunch of fat babies. Don't you think it's annoying? That's nothing. The most annoying thing is that the scholar reincarnated and became the son of that woman's son. Wonderful. Wonderful." The little Taoist boy exhaled slightly and squeezed out a smile. He said slowly, "Come, let's have a good chat." The boy in white finally understood the situation and left. He did not intend to chat with the little Taoist boy any longer. After that bastard left, the little Taoist boy hurriedly flipped to the end of the book. Suddenly, he widened his eyes. The book was about the happy ending. Cui Dongshan came back again and said worriedly, "I forgot to tell you something. Your book is a copy of the later version after the black-hearted bookseller had altered it. The original ending of the original flawless volume was not so beautiful. But because of this, the sales will not be good, and the bookstore will not be able to sell the book. You don't believe me? Your book is a copy of the Jade Mountain Room of the Duanxi Lu family in Liuxia Prefecture, right? Sigh, it's not even a good book, yet you're still so interested in it. Even the one Guantang edition would be good, but there's a set of Rouge books of unknown origin. Every time a man and a woman meet, the content is not deleted but given. It's really, really good. If you have money and time, you must buy it." The little Taoist boy asked, "You have it?" The boy in white said helplessly, "I'm a great cultivator of the middle 5 realms. Why would I spend money to collect these different editions of scholars and beauties?" The little Taoist boy sighed and put away the book. Looking at it for too long would make him worried. Finally, he talked about serious matters. "According to seniority, my martial nephew didn't seem to be able to find out about your background." That person smiled and nodded. "Then tell him not to investigate. He's tired of living. Be careful not to be struck by lightning. Do you think that with such a large territory, like the inverted hanging mountain, you can be as carefree as I am, coming and going as I please between 2 worlds? Am I right?" The little Taoist boy finally stood up. In an instant, the little Taoist boy, who was only as tall as a child in the marketplace, suddenly towered between heaven and earth like a mountain. Cui Dongshan waved his hand and said, "Don't think about waiting for the rabbit to come out, and don't even think about closing the door and letting the dog out. I'm a great immortal of the middle 5 realms, and every move I make can shake the earth and the mountains." The little Taoist boy was about to make an exception and go to the great wall of sword Qi to drag this person back to the inverted hanging mountain. Unexpectedly, the great Lord of Heaven sitting on the lonely peak suddenly said indifferently, "Let him go." The little Taoist boy turned his head and looked at the figure on the lonely peak with cold eyes. "You want to stop me with the rules?" The great Lord of Heaven, who had a different Tao vein than the little Taoist boy, sneered. "Rules? The rules are set by me. You've been dissatisfied with this for many years. When have I ever used the rules to suppress you? It's just a Tao technique." The little Taoist boy was annoyed and walked away in circles. Suddenly, another head popped out and said bitterly, "I'm angry because of an outsider and my own people. I'm really angry. I'm really angry." After the little Taoist boy was really angry, he directly triggered a vision of heaven and earth in the sky above the inverted hanging mountain. The sea of clouds in the sky rolled, and huge waves rose on the sea. The immortals fought, and countless fairies that were docked at the shore were affected. Everyone was shocked, but they did not know the reason. The great Lord of Heaven, who had already set up a small world at the foot of the mountain, said indifferently, "Enough is enough." Chui Dongshan finally walked into the great wall of sword chi. Some small principles were separated from the biggest fist of the inverted hanging mountain. It meant that there was someone who would take the initiative to help solve all the problems in front of him. However, Chui Dongshan was still in a bad mood. The little Taoist boy's Tao techniques were just SOSO, but he had an extraordinary background. Not to mention the little Taoist boy's master. There was someone who was deeply involved with the little Taoist boy. He was a big shot at the top of the Baek Okkyung building. Chui Dongshan had actually disliked him for many years. However, when he thought of how he could not immediately press him to the ground and teach him a lesson, he could only wait for the opportunity to come. Chui Dongshan felt that he was really a coward. He was a reasonable person who had friends all over the world. There should not be any overnight grudges in the world. When he thought of the old bastard Chui Dong's current realm, Chui Dongshan was even more annoyed. Therefore, his expression was not good. Pei Qian asked worriedly, "You said something unpleasant and then got beaten up? When you are outside, you will suffer losses. Bear with it." Chui Dongshan shook his head. It was rare that he did not tease the senior sister. The lineage of the literary saint, whether it was grudges or lessons between master and disciple, between senior and junior, no matter what anyone did, they should be punished behind closed doors. My lineage of the literary saint, from master to student, when have we harmed the world for our own selfish desires? Since when had he been reduced to the point where he could only allow others to gang up on him and order him around? How can the lineage of the literary saint talk about incense? Did I really say something wrong? No, not to mention the entire vast world, even the smallest Aquarius continent. How many people know about that Luopa mountain? How many portraits are hung there? For 100 years, the crime is Chui Dong. Of course, it is also me, Chui Dongshan. It is also that old Xiantian who is trapped in the meritorious forest. It is also that old Xiantian who is hiding in the sea. It is also that big idiot who only eats but does not put in any effort. In the end, no one knows where he is. If in the future, master of I, Chui Dongshan, and you, the old Xintian student, you too have cultivation but do not know how to share the burden of the sect, what will happen to your junior brother? Then what will happen? Will he still be the enemy of the world, standing alone, straightening his back, looking up at the people in the sky? Me, Chui Dongshan? In the future, I will guard the Aquarius continent to the death. Once the continent sinks, that old bastard cannot die, but Chui Dongshan can die. Pei Qian asked softly, "What happened? Tell me about it, and I'll help if I can. Even if I can't help you, I can still cheer you on." Chui Dongshan laughed, thinking that I can see master again. I am so happy. Pei Qian nodded his head, and then lectured him. Then keep it in. You can't be happy once. You have to save today's happiness for tomorrow, the day after, the day after, the day after. So if you are sad in the future, you can take it out to be happy. Chui Dongshan suddenly laughed. This time he was really happy, because he suddenly remembered that his master seemed to be the best at one thing, and that was to survive. Chui Dongshan raised his head and looked around. It was his first time coming to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. I heard that the guy whose surname is Zwa, is currently staying at the top of the city wall and drinking the northwest wind. Hai Feng did not eat his fill and came here to drink the astral wind. How can his brain not be damaged? Thinking about how he once had such a junior brother, it was truly a worry. Chui Dongshan squinted his eyes. "Let's go directly to the top of the city wall. There is a good show there." Pei Qian said angrily, "The biggest show? Can it be compared to me meeting master?" Chui Dongshan said innocently, My master is over there. From the looks of it, he wants to fight with someone. Pei Qian stomped his feet and said with a sullen face, "What is wrong with the people here? They only know how to bully an outsider like master." Pei Qian took a deep breath. Holding onto the mountain traversing staff, he took the lead and ran. Cui Dongshan sneakily took out a piece of talisman paper from his sleeves. He turned and smiled to an old female disciple. "I borrowed it. I am actually very poor." A talisman boat appeared out of nowhere. Cui Dongshan leaned on the railing and shouted, "Big senior sister, what are you doing?" Pei Qian looked up and was stunned for a moment. The big white goose was so rich, she leaped up high, using the mountain traversing staff to tap lightly on the railing of the ferry, and her figure immediately floated into the talisman boat. As they were getting closer to the city, Pei Qian took out a piece of yellow talisman paper, but after hesitating for a moment, he still put it back into his sleeves. Master was over there. What was there to be afraid of? If Master saw it, it would still be all right. He would just be given a chestnut, but if Mistress saw it, he would leave a bad impression of being wronged. How could he salvage the situation? Without a second word, he would just kowtow to Mistress. Most likely, it would not be of much help. Cui Dongshan sat on the railing at the bow of the ferry, his legs swaying, his sleeves swaying. The young man was like the newest white cloud in this barren world. Swordsmen, they were all swordsmen. As far as the eye could see, there were swordsmen everywhere. These guys were the Qi refinement warriors with the greatest killing power and the fastest killing speed in the world. Pei Qian only dared to stick half of her head out of the railing, and still had to use both hands to protect her head, trying her best to cover her face, and then widen her eyes to search carefully for the figure of her master on the city wall. That set of crazy swordsmanship that she created should still be a little lacking in maturity. It was better to play with it later. There was no hurry. Wait until she had that little donkey that her master promised to give her, and then she had brought Li Huai and the rest to the pugilistic world several times, and then save money to buy a really good sword. During this period, she still had to fight a few rounds with a certain white-haired scholar. What was there to be anxious about? She would think about it later. On the city wall, all the gamblers, big and small, were dumbfounded. They had seen the black-hearted alliance, but they had never seen such a black-hearted second shopkeeper. The gambler who bet that Yu Zhuanfu would be defeated with one punch lost, those who bet on 3 or 5 punches also lost, those who bet on less than 5 punches or less also lost, those who bet on less than 10 punches also lost, those who bet on less than 100 punches also lost all their money. Not to mention those who were at the gambling table. Even those who were the bankers also had a black face, not good at all. God knows where so many rich people with holes in their heads came from. There were not many of them, and they could be counted with one's fingers, but they just had to bet that Chen Pingon would defeat Yu Zhuanfu after 100 punches, and it was not an ordinary heavy bet. At the Great Wall of Sword Qi, those who bet on Alliance could at least win money, but now, except for a few sneaky people, those who bet on him were all defeated. That second shopkeeper did not throw a single punch from beginning to end. Instead, she allowed Yu Zhuanfu to throw out punches like a rainbow, and now she had already thrown out no less than 100 punches. However, the second shopkeeper did not have the slightest bit of conscience, and all the bets were taken away by the roadside dogs of the great world. As for the rest of them, if they did not have a conscience and were willing to tell the truth, then although the second shopkeeper only defended and did not attack, and did not throw out half a punch, the fight was really good. The young martial artist of the Golden Body realm could dodge the fist aura, or take the punch head-on, and fight so smoothly and powerfully. Just based on the posture and bearing, it was like a sword immortal striking out with a sword. The second shopkeeper could be considered unique. But they were here to make money. No matter how good your second shopkeeper Qin Pingin's fight was, could it be used as money? Could they drink 10 pots and 100 jars of bamboo sea paradise wine for free? An old sword cultivator who had lost all his money began to urge his fellow sufferers. After this fight, let's find a chance to put Chinpingan in a gunny sack and beat him up, okay? Someone helplessly said, this guy is really cunning, and it's hard to say who will put the gunny sack on whom. We can pool money together and hire a sword immortal to secretly strike. It's more reliable. Therefore, someone tentatively suggested, I heard that sword immortal Tao recently fell out with the second shopkeeper, and it seems that they did not divide the spoils equally. Moreover, Tao Wen is famous for not giving face to anyone, so why not pay him to strike? Otherwise, ordinary sword immortals would not be willing to strike for some immortal money. After all, this damned second shopkeeper has a great sword immortal senior brother. Another shrewd and experienced sword cultivator echoed, yes, yes, an immortal will definitely not strike, and a nascent soul might not be reliable, so it has to be a jade, unrefined realm sword cultivator. I think Tao Wen is a simple and honest jade, unrefined realm sword cultivator with a straightforward temperament, and indeed does not get along with the second shopkeeper. Tao Wen will succeed. Moreover, Tao Wen has always been short of money, so the price won't be too high. Still, someone muttered, what if Tao Wen doesn't fall out with the second shopkeeper? Then won't we all be wiped out by the second shopkeeper? For a moment, everyone was filled with righteous indignation and began to brainstorm. Soon, someone suggested, then how about Hasa Continent's sword immortal Yuan Qingshu? Hasa Continent is the territory of the quasi-sage, and they don't get along well with the second shopkeeper. Is it okay? Will it be safer than Tao Wen? Didn't they say that Yuan Qingshu disliked the wine shop for cheating people? I think Yuan Qingshu is still uncertain. I think Gao Kuei is a good person, and he has a good relationship with Pang Yuanji, so I guess he has found the second shopkeeper an eyesore for a long time. Suddenly, someone grumbled, God knows if it's another big hole that has been dug, waiting for us to jump into it. Someone sighed and gritted his teeth. I can't live like this anymore. Now, when I walk around, everyone I see is the second shopkeeper's accomplice. Everyone else fell silent, except for the last person who revealed the truth, and not to mention the others who blindly kicked up a fuss. At least half of those who offered suggestions were the second shopkeeper's accomplices. On the city wall, Chinpingan. He was still unhurried and dodged everywhere. When he couldn't dodge, he would block Yu Zhuanfu's punches. He took 100 of her punches but didn't hit a single one. This was Chinpingan's original intention. Then he would take the opportunity to compare the fastest and heaviest punches of his peers, except for Chao Ci. At the same time, Chinpingan also had to check his own fist intent bit by bit and fill in the gaps. It seemed to be constantly changing, and it was about to break, and it was about to lose, but in fact it was fast and slow, and he could do it as he pleased. Everything was under his control. Therefore, the moment Yu Zhuanfu stopped hiding his strength and used his fastest speed to land a solid punch on Chinpingan would be the moment when Chinpingan would truly fight back. Similarly, he would use the fastest punch to deliver the heaviest punch. The great wall of sword energy was fearless, and his punches and state of mind were unhindered. Sparring with Yu Zhuanfu was not the same as fighting with Qi Shou and Pang Yuanji. The latter had too many concerns, and it was inevitable that he had to be careful and work hard to pursue a small victory. The more he won, the more unexpected it would be for Chinpingan to come from the top of the city wall in the complicated Great Wall of sword energy. In fact, both of them were foreigners, and they were both pure martial artists. Chinpingan didn't need to think so much at all. Just like what he said to Chinpingan before, even he, Chinpingan, was very curious. With an opponent in front of him, his fist intent was condensed to the peak. Once he completely let go of his hands and feet, how fast could his punches be? A martial artist punch. Who doesn't want the martial artists in the world to feel that the heavens are above when they see my fist technique? They can only retract their fists and not dare to attack. A talisman boat that came late and was extremely eye-catching, like a nimble fish, shuttled through the crowd of sword cultivators hovering in the air. Finally, it was only dozens of steps away from the top of the city wall. The two martial artists above the city wall were sparring, and they could clearly see two wisps of ethereal figures that were like smoke. When Pei Qian really saw her master, she was not afraid of anything. She sat on the railing of the bow with the big white goose and placed the mountain walking stick horizontally on her knees. As she watched, Pei Qian felt a little complicated. This was the first time she saw her master like this. Since she met her master again and again, her master seemed to have never been so high-spirited. It didn't seem like it. It just didn't. There was no worry in her master's heart. Her master was really just a pure martial artist. Her master, at this moment, was only Chun Pingan himself. Pei Qian was both happy and sad. She placed her fists lightly on the mountain walking stick. The slightly tanned little girl's eyes shone with the brilliance of the sun and moon. Cui Dongshan smiled slightly. Unconsciously, he shook his sleeves. The ripples were small, but it was enough to cover her vision. Not far from the talisman boat, there was an old sword cultivator riding a huge sword. Behind him stood many small heads of different heights, left and right. A child shook his head and said, "This Chun Pingan, no, he can't even fight back after so many punches. He's definitely going to lose." There was a constant stream of children agreeing. Their words were all about the famous second shopkeeper, lamenting his misfortune and being angry at his failure to fight back. Your second shopkeeper is half a member of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. In the end, he lost to a foreign martial artist from the Central Divine Continent. Aren't you embarrassed? The old sword cultivator only watched the battle quietly, smiling and not saying anything. After all, he was not the only one who lost money. The gamblers on the city wall all had ugly expressions, and their gazes were as unfriendly as flying swords. It seemed like everyone had lost. A child turned his head and looked at a small charcoal on the strange little ferry. He didn't look very old. He asked, "Hey, who are you? I've never seen you before." Pei Qian turned his head and said timidly, "I'm my master's disciple." The child rolled his eyes. "Then who is this disciple's master?" Pei Qian hesitated for a moment, then suddenly smiled brightly. "My master is the one on the city wall who will win with a single punch." The child pursed his lips and muttered softly, "So he's Yu Zhuanfu's disciple? I think he's better off being the second shopkeeper's disciple." Pei Qian was stunned. Were all the children on the Great Wall of Sword Chi so stupid? He didn't look as good as that white-haired guy. Thinking of this, Pei Qian quickly looked around. There were too many people, and he didn't see the white-haired guy from the Taihui sword sect. That was good. It would be best if the white-haired guy had already left the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Pei Qian didn't look anymore. He wanted to see his master's style of punching. Sigh. It must be because his master was too outstanding and made many enemies on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It was a pity that sword cultivators didn't have good eyesight. It was because his master was too invincible. On the city wall, some sword immortals riding on their swords in the sea of clouds were the first to look down at the battlefield. Then there were some earth immortal sword cultivators who noticed some clues. As for the other young sword cultivators, they were still in the dark and didn't know. Victory or defeat was only a thin line away. Yu Zhuanfu stepped on the ground, and his figure was as fast as lightning. When he could no longer see her figure, a loud bang sounded, and ripples appeared on the ground. Yu Zhuanfu's speed far exceeded his previous speed. In a flash, he arrived in front of the guy who took her 331 punches. In fact, he didn't lose any battle power at all. A knee hit his chest, and a punch followed, hitting Chun Pingin's forehead, causing his head to sway back. Yu Juanfu immediately retreated. With the help of the surging fist intent on the opponent's forehead and the recoil from his own punch, Yu Juanfu instantly retreated dozens of feet. Since her punch couldn't be considered a sword, a mortal's flying sword, then it was like a blunt knife cutting flesh. This was actually the original intention of her ask fist. He wasn't in a hurry, and she wasn't in a hurry either. She only needed to accumulate the advantage bit by bit, and then she could successfully throw out such punches a dozen more times to win. When Yu Juanfu's feet touched the ground, he felt a loud tremor. After the punch, not only was Yu Juanfu's head punched back, but he also swayed back. In order to stop himself, Yu Juanfu's whole body leaned back and slid all the way, forcibly not falling to the ground. Not only that, Yu Juanfu had to rely on instinct to change his route to avoid Chun Pingin's powerful punch. But in the next moment, Yu Juanfu did indeed dodge, but that green robe seemed to have been waiting for him. This was a feeling that Yu Juanfu was extremely familiar with, but also unfamiliar, because in the past the opponent would only wait in a certain place and not punch. But today on the city wall, with a different opponent, he wouldn't be the least bit polite. A punch fell, hitting Yu Juanfu, who hadn't completely straightened his back. His head hit the ground before his back and feet. On Yu Juanfu's face, blood bloomed like a flower. Yu Juanfu's eyes were still calm. His elbow touched the ground, his body spun, and flew to the side. Finally, he faced Chun Pingin's retreating posture, his knees slightly bent and his hands crossed in front of him. Another punch came straight at him, but Yu Juanfu's inconspicuous 10-finger gestures were definitely not the boxing style she learned. But Yu Juanfu specifically aimed to counter Chun Pingin's fist technique. These days, he had been working on the immoral hand, which could break his fist intent without a single thread of connection. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "A little clever." But what he really cared about was not the battle without suspense, but the subtle changes in everyone's expression outside the battlefield. The more expressionless a person was, or the more tranquil a person's smile, the more interested Cui Dongshan was. After the punch, Yu Juanfu was no longer as stubborn as before. He leaned back, his hands on the ground, and his body turned upside down. His ankles touched the ground, and he bent his waist to move several zhang away. But he found that Chun Pingan was just standing in the same place. Where he stood, the sword chi retreated, the sword intent and fist intent collided, causing Chun Pingan's mountain-like figure to distort like a wrinkled painting. Yu Juanfu didn't retreat, but instead advanced. "Then I'll exchange a punch with you, Chun Pingan." Yu Juanfu rushed forward and threw a punch, pressing forward with indomitable will. Unexpectedly, when that person approached, he seemed to suddenly change his mind. He didn't want to exchange a punch with her. His body turned, bent, and turned. Not only did he avoid Yu Juanfu's punch, but he also came behind Yu Juanfu. One hand pressed on the back of her head, and then he ran all the way, pressing Yu Juanfu's face against the city wall. Cui Dongshan laughed softly and said, "Elda senior sister, do you see? The peak of fist intent is not in punching without restraint, but in punching, stopping, and then punching again. The fist follows the heart, and the heart can follow the hand. This is the perfection of fist intent, the true fist technique. Otherwise, if Mister's punch didn't change its path and went with the flow, that woman would be half dead, if not half dead." Pei Qian couldn't take her eyes off him and complained, "Don't be noisy." Cui Dongshan didn't mind. Don't look at her indifferent, as if she didn't remember anything at all. In fact, she thought she saw many things but didn't remember. All the sounds of heaven and earth that she heard but didn't seem to hear were in fact in her heart. As long as she needs to remember, she can use them, and she can instantly remember. Yu Juanfu sat on the ground with her back against the wall, looking up at Chen Pingon. There's a third round. Chen Pingon shook his head. There's no third round. You and I both know it. If you don't want to admit defeat, we can talk about it after you break through. Yu Juanfu swallowed a mouthful of blood, but didn't wipe the blood off her face. Frowning, she said, when martial artists exchange pointers, the more the better. Are you afraid that Ning Yao will misunderstand? Chen Pingon nodded. I'm afraid. Yu Juanfu was speechless. Chen Pingon looked up at the seal boat, raised an arm, gently clenched a fist, shook it, and smiled. You're here? Pei Qian jumped up, holding the mountain walking staff under her arm, standing on the railing at the bow of the boat. Imitating Little Rice, she clapped her hands lightly. Chao Qinglang walked to the bow of the ferry. The youth also had a rare bright smile. Cui Dongshan still sat in the same place, her hands in her sleeves, bowed her head, and saluted, Student greets Mr. If you add the Great Wall of Sword Chi to the left, and right sitting cross-legged on the city wall. Then today's Great Wall of Sword Chi, regarded as a withered, negligible lineage of the sage of literature. Around the Great Sword Immortal, there was the 7th Realm martial artist Chen Pingon, the 4th Realm Peak martial artist Pei Qian, the Jade Realm Cui Dongshan, and the Cavern Realm bottleneck Chao Qingling. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.